since we started streaming. So
All right.
yes, we are streaming now, so we can start talking.
All right. Well, I bumped into something interesting. I was learning about a nuclear accident that occurred in Japan around 1999. This was, I think, in Tokai. Uh, What was interesting was there was a guy who got extremely radiated. And for some reason, rather than letting him die, they kept trying to keep this guy alive. This poor soul is named Hisashi Auchi.
Ayuchi, right?
Auchi.
Yeah, go on.
And you could probably look up his story and, look for images look for images, because the images, a picture speaks 1,000 words.
Holy shit.
You could literally see his flesh melting off his body. They have like skin grafts on his back. There's a picture of him laying like in a bed with his arms like is literally bones extruding from where his hand should be. I guess his right leg just fell off.
Oh, God. I'm sorry, I'm just reacting to you.
And he shows his face before dying. And, while he was going through the ordeal, he was telling them, I'm not some kind of guinea pig. I'm not some kind of guinea pig, I think he wanted to die.
Obviously. But go on.
Obviously wanted to keep him alive for some reason. He did make some kind of record, but it's not a record anyone would want.
Yeah.
As being somebody who was exposed to more than the lethal amount of radiation.
Right.
And managed to survive for 83 days.
Oh, God. So they basically performed an experiment upon him.
Yes.
And
yes, without a doubt, it was an experiment. Without a doubt, they wanted to see how long they could keep him alive just for their own shits and giggles. And that's why his family was suing the hospital system there, and it makes perfect sense.
Yes.
I suppose I should.
When did they launch the lawsuit?
Hmm?
What year? What year did they sue him? What year did they sue the hospital system, the healthcare system in Japan?
I think this was around 2000.
So they sued the Japanese healthcare system decades after the events, right?
I am not sure when they. Let me see if I could get another story of them.
Sure.
Because I was originally looking at the I was originally introduced to what happened, but because I keep looking at these channels where they talk about nuclear mishaps and accidents and whatnot, some things like that I find pretty interesting. How
I understand. Yeah.
Human idiocy can especially when it comes to engineering, very not smart engineering.
Right. No, I appreciate your interest in that subject because it's there are several good YouTube channels on that subject which go to emphasize the endless or the never-ending stupidity of the human species when it comes to just such activities as.
It's just more or less just pure planning. What happened was with this particular incident, they had a process of refining uranium that had like 3 or 4 steps, and instead of what they did was they decided they would just get rid of 2 or 3 of the steps and just mash everything together to try to get the end product, which was completely idiotic.
Irresponsible would be the word for it.
Yeah, it was beyond irresponsible. I mean, I don't think you could speak to somebody who has no knowledge about engineering or this stuff and ask them if that's a good idea, and they would probably say no.
Right. And I mean, it's terrifying what people do, and this was in Japan. This particular.
Yeah. So we can only imagine what would have happened. Well, what did happen here? I'm sure there's a lot of horror stories here that are just swept under the rug.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, 3 Mile Island has never really been emphasized in terms of its impact. But yeah, by all means, go on with what else comes to mind for you. And per that incident and others, I mean, in terms of the photographs, is that available? This is on the.
You could just type in Google Images. You could just type in Hasashi Auchi, and you'll get the. I hope I didn't butcher that too bad.
Oh, spell it for people in the romanization. That will help.
Okay, it's HISASHI space OUCHI, and you just put this in the image search, and you'll know what pictures you're looking for.
Yeah. Okay.
They're the ones that literally will probably make you
sick.
Well, if you're one of those people with a weaker stomach, it'll definitely catch your attention.
Yeah. And so, aside from that, thank you for sharing that with us. Does that bring anything to mind for you, Derek Talley? I mean, you've worked in all kinds of hazardous materials industry. I mean, certainly things like this are not unheard of to you.
Yeah. What were we talking about?
You can summarize it, JMO.
It was a radiological incident in Japan where, due to mismanagement, 3 of the workers were heavily radiated. One of which you could look up online, and his body was just horrifically destroyed due to the radiation poisoning.
That's awful. That's awful.
But it was a long time ago. Tell them what year that was.
This took place, I think. Let me get all the facts. It was in 1999, I think.
I was surprised it was back in 1999. My impression would be it was the 1950s. I remember some stupid things happened in the 1950s with some irresponsible workers that involved all kinds of interpersonal conflict and whatnot. But this one that happened more comparatively recently, I wasn't aware of. So that's interesting.
Yeah, so, it was one of the worst incidents until
Fukushima.
What do you call it? Fukushima.
Yeah.
Which I also, was looking at, and while I was watching the one on Fukushima, I couldn't help but notice that their initial design strategy was fucking horrible to begin with. I can understand how, from an economic standpoint and from an efficiency standpoint, it would have made sense. But if you take into account that, earthquakes, tsunamis come after earthquakes, it's just common sense. You would think that this was probably the dumbest idea ever. Luckily, more of that radiation managed to slip down into the West.
Yeah.
than affected them.
It's true, yeah, and that's the thing that Americans seem lively unaware of. Americans have no concept of what happened, and ironically also, most of the radiation either blew west, lava out to the ocean, and then the majority of it blew into Siberia, where it settled in comparatively unpopulated areas. But of course, it impacts nature. But nature has proven to handle radiation very well, like at Chernobyl. Chernobyl's an example where nature is thriving in Chernobyl. Yeah. It just goes to show that human population or human presence is more toxic than radiation, which, of course, I'm sure that doesn't surprise JMO. But
humans are toxic.
Yeah.
They're beyond toxic. I tend to look at life as a joke of the multiple gods to test me and see how much until this motherfucker decides to take his own life.
There we are. Change console.
Well, I deliver to nuclear plants.
Go on.
I haven't since I've been down here, down south. But when I was in Illinois, we had the contract with a lot of the nuclear plants, and some of those nuclear plants are what's called hot.
Yeah.
And
tell us.
Which means they have a small amount of radiation just in the air, in the vicinity. And the people that work on that are only allowed to work on there for a limited amount of years. And they get paid a lot of money, but you really couldn't pay me enough money to radiate my body and not have normal babies for the rest of my life.
Right. Yeah,
that's actually quite unnerving when you consider that in all these cases, for some reason the power plant itself, the cooling system seems to be routed from out of. The cooling systems are always powered by power lines off site. So basically, they're not the energy they're producing isn't going to the cooling system, which is a design that never made sense to me. I mean, I'm not an engineer, but if the grid goes down, then those radiation they generally have like backup diesel generators and shit like that, but they don't. It's sort of counterintuitive how they did that. None of it makes any sense. And I guess this is the norm. This is rather not the exception, but the norm of human designing and engineering when it comes to things that are extremely dangerous, hazardous. Plus, we have no shortage of accidents in other areas.
You don't even know about the ones that go on behind the Iron Curtain. I mean, those they just never spoke about. They're just, so many of them never made it into the history books. We're finding out about them now because it's impossible to hide them because of the radioactive signature. But you get my point. They were never spoken of throughout the Cold War. People never knew how bad it was, but it's been bad everywhere. But the Eastern Bloc nuclear power plants were the worst. I mean, they were just incomprehensible how that humanity's even survived this long. So we've got about 2 minutes to the top of the hour. Let's see if we can try and get Selena on right now. Daniel Arola says hi from Houston. I should have asked him if he could come on tonight. He's welcome to let me know if he wants to come on. I'll just bring him on. We're going to try and get Selena back on, but she needs to jump back onto the call. She's listed on her phone as being on the call, so she might try to hang up if she can't jump back onto the call and let me know that she's somehow disconnected from.
I see that she was on and then back off.
Right.
From what I see.
Right. So the problem is that I can't bring her back onto the call. She needs to jump back onto the call herself, so to speak. And so let's see if she can't figure out how to do that, because I know it's difficult. Myself, I don't know how to do these things oftentimes. Then what we can do is bring her on next time. So it's just Crystal and the boys for tonight.
No, you get back on here, honey. That was the whole thing, is we're trying to get some female energy.
That's right.
Up in this bitch.
Yes, that's right. Which Selena has brought this up herself. I can't believe the numbers. To tell you the truth, I'll hold that for when we're officially broadcasting at the top of the hour. But when she's expressing the numbers to me, I'm shocked. I'm actually shocked at the percentage of males as opposed to females that listen to this program. I'll bring that up when we're broadcasting officially. So we got 1 minute till that time. Whoever wants to bring anything else up before that time?
All right. Well, I came up. I did bump into something that I found was probably the most asinine idea you could think of. This is all right. So this is a proposed idea, according to I guess a channel called Tomo News or something, and they were showing how and they put like some oil in water, and they put like something in the water that I guess was letting out some kind of gas, and they created what's called a blue fire tornado on top of the oil, and it just is burning the oil away, and they're claiming this could be the answer to cleaning up oil spills. Now, what's wrong with that idea? What could go wrong? Right. I mean, you're first off, you're burning that oil. Where's it? Where's the remnants of that going to go once it's burned? In a climate where we're already climatologically stressed by a shitload of gases that we don't need in the atmosphere. So,
thank you. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. That's a valid observation, if ever there was one. We're at 1 minute past the top of the hour now. I deeply appreciate James and Reese's sharing of
There's
that.
Selena in the chat room.
Okay, let's take a look at the live dashboard. And Selena says, hello, everyone. Hey, Dee. I keep getting disconnected. I'm glad Crystal River has told her to jump back on. Please try, honey. Try, and she, it may be disconnecting her because she's listed as already on or something. The problem is we can't alter the hang up and redial everyone now because we're streaming. If you know how to help her out, Crystal, but Crystal's not necessarily the most technical person. Is there anyone out there who's an expert on Skype who can help us? Then please provide what suggestions you can. Probably the best thing we could have done is to restart the call, but by the time that everything was settled, it was too late. So we're going to bring Selena on Wednesday, which is only 72 hours from now, and we will try and arrange in the very near future before her... Oh, press the join conversation button or on mute. Daniel's got it. Listen to him, Selena. Listen to this man, honey. He'll help you out. And in the meantime, we will introduce the people who are with us. And these wonderful people are the lovely young lady, Crystal River, whose name I will add on to the text for tonight's program. And we will, of course, let everybody know that her birthday is coming up. And aside from that, we have Derek Talley, our executive producer, on whose call all of this is riding. And we have Mr. Jameson Reese, who is also known as Mr. Sunshine. Oh, I'm just kidding there. His actual name is Mr. Shitty Day, and that's which says it all. So yeah, and so let me see if I can get this kind of cut and pasted so we get the kind of the young madam cartomancer, Fey Wisdom communicator. The Fairyologist, Fey Wisdom Fairyologist, the Totem Spirit Animal Communicator, and Spiritual Psychic Life Energy Healing Coach, Crystal River of Crystal River Psychic Readings and Occult Knowledge, of the Augury Apothecary, and the Heal Your Water Energetic Healing.
Beautiful.
Thank you, honey. Do remember that the Fey Lady Crystal River's telephonic number is listed on all her Facebook Incorporated venue-hosted pages, wherefrom she books readings and energy healings through any of her Facebook pages, whereon her phone number be electronically accessible, that clients may also text her or telephonically schedule psychic readings and or energy healings, or a dip mess or direct instant private message any one of her Facebook timelines to schedule a session with her. Plus, she also does animal and animal spirit readings and energy healings for pets. So just bear all of that in mind. I am going to go to the live dashboard now and add all of those features. And
thank you, Douglas.
Thank you, honey. And if you want to bring anything else up, please do so. And I really hope that you get on with Noreen Helpand on her channel soon enough, so that you can also educate some of the listeners over there, because believe me, they need all the fucking education they can get. So with that in mind, take it away, honey. I know I've introduced Mr. Derek Talley and Jameson Reese already, so let Crystal River kind of bring us onto the platform and get us in the mood. And There we have that.
Okay, so I can share that thing that I was going to tell you that I love about you, but I said I'll wait till we're on the transmission.
Sure, yeah, let's do that now then.
Okay, so I'm RH negative, and so is Douglas, and that's a big deal to me. I've done a lot of reading and research and just trying to understand like the mystery of that. And there's stuff out there, everything from David Icke saying that we're reptilians from wherever, to just we have psychic powers and stuff like that. So one day I was talking to Douglas on a private conversation, and I wanted to ask him and kind of pick his brain about the RH negative factor and see what he had to say about it. And I know that Douglas has like the vampire thing going on, so I brought that into it, and I said, sometimes it might not be. One thing I've heard about the RH negative is that these people can be energy vampires. And I said that in the conversation, and I was like, well, I know I'm not an energy vampire. And Douglas leans in and goes, are you sure?
I'm sorry.
And I
Oh
think
my
I fell in
God.
love with Douglas right there.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Oh.
I loved it. I mean, you made me realize that maybe I wasn't sure. Yes. So
Well, that's and how do you feel about it now?
now that since you made me aware of it, I realize that there is a healthy way to do that, and that I do feed off of the energy of others. And that could be a Libra thing also, like we are very into the other.
Yeah.
But I'm not ashamed of it.
Mm-hmm.
And
you shouldn't be. Yes, I mean it's just what we are.
I understand it better now.
Yes, it's what. So let me see. It says 2 more people in the call, and Selena sent me a photo that is a screenshot, and so it's a screenshot, obviously, of probably telling her that she's counted as being in on the call or something. And what I can try again is to try and let me see. Crystal River, Selena Khan we're attempting to call her right now, so she's not listed as 4 of 5 in the call. So let me see.
Right.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4 people and myself. So I guess they got that right. So it's not like they're redundant about it. Jameson Reese is on mute. Derek Talley is not, which is interesting, because we don't hear him. And Selena Khan, we're trying to bring her on, and so we'll just find out. If it doesn't work, then we'll just have her on Wednesday. So, honey, just be patient with us. If it doesn't work where we can bring you on tonight, we'll be... Oh, I saw her flicker there for just a moment. Saw her flicker there, and then she got disconnected. So the call kicks her off. So, honey, there's nothing we can do about that tonight. So the Grandma Dame Selena Khan will be brought on Wednesday night. And what we might try to do is, depending on Crystal River's schedule, is have her back with us at least briefly, so that we can have a conversation between these 2 wonderful ladies and bring some more feminine energy onto the program. Because this is what I will announce tonight, is that Selena Khan presented the numbers to myself, and they are unbelievable. I could not believe that 80% of our listeners to Critical Omissions are men, and only 20% of our listeners on Critical Omissions average out as being female. How the fuck is this possible? I find this absolutely bizarre.
It is, because you're more interested, more comfortable in the company of females, and so that's strange to me. But yet you're very intellectual, so you've got all the left brainers coming on probably.
And yet I've done my best to be emotionally as.
Oh yeah, you're that too. I'll just have to tell all the ladies about you so they can get on here.
Oh please! I'm hitting the wrong emoji for our dear Selena Khan here. I'm trying to react to the screenshots she's showing me, where she's listed as somehow being on the call and yet can't get on. It's very frustrating. But what I'm doing right now is I'm cutting and pasting all of the links to the various pages of Our Lady Crystal River, so that I can put them into the dashboard. I'm going to put them onto so people can access them through YouTube. So this will take a few minutes, and while I'm doing that, feel free to talk. And of course, one of the things that I do want to bring to everyone's attention is that Crystal River and Derek Talley and Jameson Reese are free to interact roundtable-wise, because we want to bring the most out of this wonderful young lady while we're blessed with her presence, especially since we don't have Selena Khan to kind of balance her out. So both of you gentlemen do join in, and I do know that our man Derek Talley didn't have an opportunity to get connected with Noreen Halpand as much as I would have liked him to have done. So hopefully he'll do that soon, or get an opportunity to do that soon. But right now he has an opportunity to get more connected with Crystal River, who has a wonderful series of photographs that are available on the Crystal River readings timeline in particular, where she's shown in front of her cards, dealing her cards, so to speak, or rather dealing the cards of her client, reading the fate of her client, and that hopefully has never been too alarming. I actually cannot resist asking her, and this will probably postpone Derek from talking, or Jameson, but I do have to know, and I do want Derek and Jameson to kind of respond to whatever she answers. But Crystal, tell us about any horror stories you might have had where you did somebody's cards and it was just awful. You saw that they were going to die or something.
Sometimes I want to read deal, but I'm like, okay, well, they aren't reading it, so let me just point out the most positive stuff first, and then sort of touch on. And to me, the reason to do a reading is to see the future, upcoming possible pitfalls, timelines, and to get over to a different timeline before that happens. Like, that's the whole point of the reading. So I have seen stuff, but I've never freaked anybody out. And I'm a Libra, I'm diplomatic, so I haven't scared anyone yet.
Good. But tell us.
I've had someone ask me not to sugarcoat it so much.
Okay. And when you had someone ask you that and you kind of let it go with both barrels, did they regret what they said, or?
No, I've had a lady. I've had a lady tell me not to sugarcoat it, so I gave her everything, and she blocked me for a few days.
Oh shit!
And then she unblocked me and called me back. I guess she needed like days to come to terms with it. And I always tell my clients, go get a reading somewhere else, and it's like a doctor, get a second opinion. You know, I have no problem with that. I don't need to be your only psychic. So I feel like she did talk to other people that helped her kind of understand it, but she's still a regular client to this day.
Okay, thanks. So she came to terms with that, and so she survived whatever.
It was really about a relationship that was, and by telling her there's something better for you when you are able to disconnect from this one, when she really wanted to force that one to work. So that is hard to hear.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so right now I've gotten past the links for Crystal River Fey Wisdom on Facebook. I've got past the Crystal River readings on Facebook, and I'm heading towards Crystal River Tarot. So the Crystal River readings is almost more like a personal page, I get the impression, or maybe I'm wrong on that. Tell us a bit about that.
I think it's because I have aspects of my personality that don't go with certain friend groups, so that's why I made so many different pages. So if I get a thought about the psychic tarot stuff, I throw it on that page, and if I get an energy healing thought, I put it on that page, and I don't do much on my personal page because of that. So that's how that worked out. And then I've got all these friends that are really into fairies, so I've got the fairy page. Mm-hmm. But my personal favorite is the Heal Your Water. I like the energy healing aspect of my work more than anything.
Right. Well, we'll get to that in just a minute in terms of the pages I'm reaching. So let me get back to where I can access these links, and tell us a bit about Derek Talley and Jameson Reese, what your impression of this is. Both of you are both a couple of guys, and it'd be interesting.
I've worked the tarot before. I used to do my own divination readings, and they were pretty accurate. Because at that time, the readings I was doing were was not what I wanted to hear, because I was like in rehab, going through a hard time, and I just, the only reason why I stopped working with the tarot was because a friend, or shall I say a handler, because that was probably more
Accurate.
to, that's probably more accurate, was like, oh, well, it's not a good idea that you work with tarot because you don't know what you're going to open up. You don't know what spirits are going to come. And the thing is, like, I've dealt with spirits all my life, but, I don't know why I decided to take his advice at that time. He actually convinced me not to do spell work. And I actually followed that, recommendation for 9 months. And then I was like, this is fucking miserable. What am I doing? So I now realize that that person was there to try to tilt me into a different direction, and knowing that about them makes me less likely to call them a friend. Looking back at it,
I think.
but yeah,
Yeah.
the tarot stuff is legit. It works, and another thing is it's useful for if you know a certain situation might be coming, you could prepare in advance for it. The reasons why magicians use it is because we might be able to predict something that might be going to happen. So we could consult the spirit and try to get things sorted out so that when it does happen, it's not as devastating.
Right. And another way to look at it, instead of a spirit speaking to me, I mean, that can be a way to use it, certainly. But if you use it like the ink blot test, and just say whatever card I pull I'm going to use that card to pull stuff out of my subconscious. I believe the conversation that you're having then is with your own higher self, the non-physical version of yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That makes sense. I've usually did the spread the way that they had in the instruction booklet that came with it, because I usually got the Rider tarot deck.
Yep.
By the way, I'm going to give my official apologies here in the chat room to Selena. My apologies, dear Selena, and I am trying my best, but she knows that, I hope. And so we will have her on Wednesday, and depending on how Crystal River feels on Wednesday, we should be able to at least do a quick exchange between the two of you, hopefully. Now, I see Sarah Shields says, hi, good people. Have a great transmission, Douglas. Hey, honey. Say hello to her. And to Cynthia Shropea Della Maggiore, I say, mwah. Hello to her. She says, sorry about my typos. Could you repeat what you said about RH negative? And we will do that in just a moment. But first, I do want to repeat two things. One is from Daniel Arola, who says the quiet number of men that are listening are probably extracting information that they can use for their own crowd and then take credit for it. And yes, Daniel Arola is absolutely right. The majority of men are basically guys with their own YouTube channels who are just plagiarizing everything I fucking analyze, except putting their own spin on it. And it's pathetic. And thank you, Daniel. And tell me if you want to come on tonight, Daniel, and I'll bring you on, even though we're overloaded with male energy anyway. And it's kind of like transmission bukkake, or something. But, we can... I'll try and dispense with the porn analogies. I know I'm always in the gutter. But Spartan O Negative is saying hi. Don't worry, Spartan. I have not forgotten you. Spartan O Negative says, I started to write spells to read minds. Helps. Don't need spells, though, to read minds. So I stopped. So, I would say, yes, I would think most people have no minds to read, and therefore his spells were falling on empty heads. It's like, there you have that. So I don't know why he bothered in the first. After all, most of them...
I'm a big proponent of we should all, I don't like to use the word should, throw that out, but we can all be doing our own spell work, and the way to look at it is to live your life in a ritualistic way. So anything you put, the main reason for spell work is to put your intention out into the universe and to receive a result back that's desirable to you. And you can actually do that without, putting on black robe and chanting and candles and all this stuff. You don't have to do all that. The purpose of doing all that is to put your physical body into the mindset of what you're about to do. So the props and all that aren't necessary. Paying attention to the astrological cycles, for example, when it's a full moon, it's a good time to do any intention toward what you want to wrap up or end peacefully in your life. And when it's a new moon, anything you want to initiate or, manifest in the coming month, it's a good time to do that.
Thank you. That's very important, and I'm sure Jameson learned that from personal experience as well. What I do want to emphasize is that wonderful young lady. Now, just taking a look at her name, I would dare say that she is almost certainly involved with the occult. In fact, I would lay my soul on the altar and bet it. Spartano Negative says she's right. The ritual itself does more for you. Faustina E says, YouTube doesn't notify me. I have searched for your video. Oh, well, I'm listening. So thank you, Faustina E. I'm so glad that you've looked for me. And yes, we are out there, and you have to look for us because YouTube is not notifying people. Now, this wonderful young lady, Cynthia Shropea della Maggiore, that's obviously an occult name. Her parents were like practicing witches or something. She said, sorry about
So is Faustina.
Okay. Oh, I didn't know.
Faustian Pact.
Okay. Yes.
Name,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Yeah. I agree. So Faustina and Cynthia, both of you, we recognize you for what you are, Wiccan sisters, and or of some kind of practice of the occult. And as for the Rh negative, yes, by all means, do repeat that, and I will add what I can to it after you give us more.
Okay. Well, when I found out that Douglas was Rh negative, that was one of the first conversations I was excited to have with him, because I've done a lot of my own research, reading, and anything I can get my hands on about it, because my grandmother is Rh negative, my mother's Rh negative, and I'm Rh negative. And they're all of those women were married to a man who's not Rh negative. And as a result, when you have your own children, do you know that factor about it, Douglas, about having children?
Tell me. I may.
Okay.
May not. Yeah.
So my doctor first told me I was Rh negative when I was pregnant, and he said, you have to take this ROGAM treatment so that your body, when you're Rh negative, if your child is not, your body will act to kill that child. It will act as if that's a disease to get rid of.
I had no idea.
And so you normally, if you have no intervention, medical theory is that you'll have your first child, but every other child you will not have them. You'll have a miscarriage.
Wow. I had no idea. That's incredible. And I'm wondering what was done in the case of my late and sainted Cyrus, my mother, but then I remembered she had the other factor, of course, where she was essentially using her own form of in vitro fertilization. So I'm not quite sure how that factored in as well. But the one thing I do want to say is that in my case...
I'm pretty sure there was Rh negative on both sides of that.
Right. Yeah.
I think that was the intention.
Okay, that makes sense. And as well, to emphasize to people how specific my case is, because it goes a bit beyond that, where I wish it were that simple in my case, but it's because I started off as Rh negative, which I inherited from my mother, which was the O negative, which is, I think, one of the rarest blood types in the world, if not the rarest. I instead...
AB negative is the rarest.
Okay, thank you, honey. Thank you. And in my case, I was born a O negative, which I inherited from my late and sainted Cyrus, my mother, my womb matron. And then what happened was this horrible asshole named Dr. John Henry, I almost am tempted to say McMills Warrington, because, of course, that's... John Warrington's name is also John Henry, but in terms of the doctor who experimented upon myself at Letterman Army Medical Center, what we have is a situation in which he was dealing with blood. And he was an individual who was a malpractitioner. He was somebody who was...
He was a Mangala.
Yes, a kind of Joseph Mengele of the Americas. And he was somebody who was already, he lost his license. And this was a man who was even brought to task by the American Medical Association, and to try and give people some idea of just how rare this is, about how these people are almost never facing justice. Most MDs were for many years practically immune to any kind of prosecution. So when somebody comes up for some kind of justice, you know that they've done something just horrible beyond description. Otherwise, they're just not going to face the music like that. So when it comes to the kind of crimes that this person committed to face that kind of music, you realize he was doing horrible things. And when it comes to how would I say it? This is so unpleasant. It's difficult for me to talk about. And as a matter of fact, John Henry Hagman is his surname. I've kind of blocked it from my memory. His surname is spelled Haggman. You can actually look him up, and you'll probably find out more than you ever want to know. This is how horrible the man's crimes are, is that he's actually somebody who the public is aware of. So Dr. John Henry Hagman is a military officer whose rank is at least at the level of colonelcy, if I remember, and he is a person who, let me put it to you this way. When I was working with the police, for the short period of time that I was working with them, we would experience things like prostitutes that we picked up, and they'd say something like, oh, I've got a new Big Daddy. And if we asked, who's your new Big Daddy? And then they'd go into that, and meanwhile we'd drop them off at the local doctor's office. Now, the reason we drop them off at the local doctor's office is because, half the time, just to put this into perspective for you, because people are probably wondering what the hell I'm talking about, picking up hookers and dropping them off at the local doctor's office from a police car. Bear in mind, most police officers are corrupt, and that they are involved with much of the crime that's ongoing on the streets. There is just too much going on for police officers to make it a program to rid the streets of quote-unquote vice crimes, because it's, for one thing, it's impossible. You would be disrupting the entire local economy. So without going too much into that, hopefully you get the context. So many of these prostitutes were actually helped out by the police in the most, with the best of intentions, because we would take them to where they would go get methadone or other treatment for their drug abuse that led them to prostitute themselves in the first place, in the hopes that they could rehabilitate. So this is with the best of intentions, without needing to arrest them and put them through that process and fill up the prisons, etc. So when we dropped her off at the local doctor's office, and I was asking her, in my naivete, about the MD in question she was going to see, she said, oh, we call him Dr. 10 for 10. And I said, why 10 for 10? And she said, because he basically gives you 10 prescriptions for $10. Now, bear in mind, this was in the 1990s. So we're talking about 10 prescriptions for $10 is like nothing. Nothing. And so this MD, of course, we reported him to the American Medical Association. And nothing was ever done to this individual. I mean, nothing. And for somebody who's blithely passing out prescriptions of any sort for $1, if nothing is being done to him, I cannot imagine what other doctors are engaged in to get their licenses revoked. And yet any MD will tell you, if you go into a hospital, as has been my personal experience, you will get no painkiller drugs whatsoever. If certainly that was my experience, and I know it's the experience for many people, even if you are fucking dying, because they'll say, oh, we don't want you to get addicted, and that pain-killing drugs are addictive, and if you're considered a potentially addictive personality, you won't get any, and that was certainly my case. And so when you get into altercations with them. Say you've got a parent who's dying of chemotherapy and they're elderly and they're going to die anyway, and you say, please give them some painkillers so they can process out peacefully, and they'll refuse, saying, oh no, they're addictive. I mean, and then finally when it comes to the doctors being honest, like they were in my medical journalism courses, the MDs will express, the reason we're like this is because every morning we get up and we have our morning coffee, and you know how your average individual gets the morning paper, and in the old days, your average individual would look at two parts of the paper first to open the day, the comics and the obituaries, to find out who they outlived or who they knew who had died. With an MD, the first page they turn to in the American Medical Association Journal is the doctor's revocation of licenses page, where they'll find out who got their licenses revoked and for what reason. And he said some of it would be for sexual harassment of nurses, etc. Back in the old days, going back to the old classics. These days, overwhelmingly, over 90% of medical licenses are revoked for passing out addictive drugs, for any kind of prescription of addictive drugs. So for this reason, MDs are pathologically, reflexively against passing out or prescribing any prescription drugs that will kill pain. So pain killing is not an option in the postmodern world. So with that kind of mentality, and you just wonder, well, and how did these doctors get their licenses revoked? They must all be operating on the level of John Henry Hagman. Now, John Henry Hagman, just to give you some idea of what he was doing, was during instructional sessions, he would basically drain his students of all their blood. Drain his students of all the blood in their body. And then repump the blood back in after having murdered them to reanimate them. This is what this man would do. He also gave lethal doses of ketamine, a pain-killing psychedelic, to his students, his male students, just so that he could watch them vomit, go into fits of uncontrollable tears while they experienced horrible, indescribable hallucinations. And then come down, if they ever did come down, if their behavior was able to normalize, discover that they could never have an erection again for the rest of their lives. That's how potent and toxic a dose of ketamine he would give them, to the point where they could never have an erection again. Now, this is the kind of man this man was. And in my case, I was drained of all blood, and I was pumped with some form of experimental drug and blood, plasma. What they told my parents was this was nanoplasma, which was a term that was not even used in those days. Nothing had ever been written on in scientific articles yet, because it was that closely guarded and experimental a federal project. And my parents were told that everyone who had been administered this complete full-body transfusion had died, that the only reason they were going to apply it to me, if my parents gave permission, was because I would die without it, which was a lie, I later found out. And my parents, of course, gave their permission because they were given the impression I was going to die, that I was bleeding out from a bleeding duodenal ulcer. And I did die. I died clinically. I was clinically dead for over 48 hours, from my understanding. Close to 2 days, if not a full 2 days and a little beyond. And then what happened was that when I reanimated, my blood was a complete change in terms of no longer being O negative. I was O positive, which is like a universal donor. So that was what happened with me in my blood situation. By the way, some other things that John Henry Hagman was found guilty of was basically making incisions over a student's sternum, which of course can kill you. It is a lethal incision. It is something you do when you assassinate people. And directing other untrained course participants to suture the wound. And while ordering them to do this, he left the area claiming he could no longer bear to watch. So in that sense, he murdered several of his students. His body count goes into the hundreds. And he conducted shock labs. When he drew all the blood from the students, that was when he monitored them for shock before blood was auto-transfused back into them using their own blood, as opposed to his full body transfusions in which he drained them completely and killed them and then reanimated them, as he had done to me, only in my case, it was with artificial plasma. I mean, basically, the United States Representative Hank Johnson, a Democrat from Georgia, told Reuters that John Henry Hagman was a diabolical mad scientist at work in a horror movie. He gave students Viagra to test aerobic performance at altitude, meaning to see if they could have erections in zero gravity when they were run through a plane at the stratospheric level at high speeds where gravity is lost for several minutes at a time, so he could test their sexual performance. He conducted prostate examinations of students, and this requires digital rectal exams. And he would pump beer into their anuses because there's no blood-body barrier, brain-body barrier. It goes straight from your anus, a mucous membrane, into your brain. I could go on and on. These pelvic, penile, and rectal exams were done mutually, having the students do it to each other at once. All of this was videotaped, photographed as a training tool. He sold this in the dark web as medical pornography. This is the kind of man we're dealing with. This was the man who made me something other than human. Something that, because it's nanoplasmic, means I am truly cybernetic. Really, in a sense, part machine. This is the horror of my life. But we're going to go back to Crystal in a second. I want to bring on Derek Talley because I forgot to have him do his situational report. Now, the last time we brought him on, he had liquid in both lungs. So I do want him to update us on everything that's going on, and then segue it. He can turn it over to the other people on the roundtable. So, Derek Talley, are you with us?
Yes.
Oh, yes. So do catch us up on everything that's happened to you. I've so sorry. I forgot to have you do your situational update. Thank you.
Oh, well, I'm doing great, and I'm feeling a lot better.
Yeah, after all the shit you heard, I'm sure you feel better having not gone through John Henry Hagman's regimen of medical performance. You figured you must be doing better than that. Yes, I was making fun of Derek Talley in the sense that, we had a situation in which his lungs were filled with water, and yet he was kind of just sent home by the medical industrial complex. And I was saying, what a waste it would have been if he had just laid down and drowned in his own lung fluid, which is quite possible that could have happened. And, I was saying, God, what a waste that would have been of all those weeks of chemotherapy, all that rehabilitation, just to get him back in relative health and have something like that finish him off. And how many cases do you think actually happen like that in the medical field? I'm sure there's thousands. But go on, Derek, and tell me your intuition about that.
Yeah, well, they were on the verge of sending me to the emergency room, but they said, you'll be fine. Just take some water pills. And that's what I was doing, and I actually feel like I lost a whole lot of weight off of that, too. So I was suffering from massive fluid overload. So, and you know what? I look young and I look good, but my body's acting old. Yeah, so like I put in a post one time, I said, I'm young at heart and senior citizens at knees and back. So, but
well,
yeah, I'm
stand
doing
in fucking
better.
Line. Join the fucking club with that. Yeah, so go on. Yeah.
Well, 2 more weeks and I'm back to work, Douglas. October 1st. So I gotta get with my job and see what else they need me to do. I know I got to take a DOT physical, and the VA sent me home with the blood pressure machine. So I went to go take a physical at the VA. And they gave me a blood pressure machine, and then somehow or another, they assigned me a blood pressure machine, but they didn't write down that they gave me one. So I went and checked the mail, and they mailed it to me. So now I got 2 of them, but that's fine. I'll have one with me, and I'll have one for home. But yeah, I'm doing a little bit better, and getting ready to go back to work here soon. And also, some friends of mine wanted to do. I got to see if you're interested in this, Douglas. They wanted to do a debate on who has the better food, St. Louis or Chicago. So I got a whole bunch of St. Louis friends and a whole bunch of Chicago friends, and we've been arguing back and forth about who's got the best food on the planet. And St. Louis swear they've got the best barbecue. Well, I think Chicago has the best food, because everybody is represented in Chicago. We got Greek town, Chinatown, Vietnamese. We got the best Thai food. We got everybody on the planet in Chicago, so there's really no way you could lose. But
yeah, well, definitely, I'll consider it. Food's not really my trip, but if we get enough of a popular demand, I'll be open to it. Do segue back to Crystal River as gracefully as you can when you feel ready to do so, and we'll see what she says. I don't know if she's much of a foodie either. She certainly kept a very good, svelte, thin figure that's rounded off very nicely by a pronounced bust. But either way, I prefer staring at her than I do looking at you. I know that Mr. Derek Talley says he holds his weight well, and that he was always, back when he weighed a lot more, when he carried the equal weight of my entire body as basically excess water weight. He was saying that, oh yeah, nobody noticed it because, I held it well, and I thought about whatever funhouse mirror he was looking at, it really did its job, but thankfully he lost all that with the kind of diuresis that he's administering now via pill form, orally, to rid himself of that excess water, and that probably means he's spending a lot of the day pissing. Before you turn it back to Crystal, I am curious about that. Do you piss a lot more, or do you just dehydrate?
Yeah, I have been, just due to the simple fact that, if you haven't taken it in a while, then all of a sudden you start up again. You just, I didn't get any sleep last night. It was like up every hour.
God, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh my fucking God! What are you gonna do when you're driving the truck?
Once you get used to it, it's not bad. But it's best to get used to it now while I'm not driving, because when they first put me on the water pill, and then I got on the truck and went on the highway, I'd have to pull over at every exit.
Aren't there like little things you can carry in the truck that have kind of like a suction where you're pissing into kind of like a container or something like that? Don't you have one of those?
Well, yeah, they got Gatorade bottles. You can have an empty Gatorade bottle with you. But see, that's when you're kind of like stuck in traffic.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? If I got the opportunity to just get out my truck, I'll do that first. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's plan B. Where you're stuck in the middle of nowhere and you're sitting there with cars and everybody's looking at you, and the little kids are doing that honk sign, like pumping their fist up and down, waiting because they want you to honk the horn in the truck, and everybody's looking at you and smiling and everything, and you're damn, I gotta pee. I can play that off pretty good. Where nobody knows that I'm doing it.
Well, fortunately, you're on a higher platform than everyone else. You're looking down on everyone else from the cabin of your truck, so they can't see what you're doing anyway. I mean, for all they know, you could be jacking off. But, yes, I appreciate what
you're saying. Well, you know what? It's funny you bring that up, because in the mid-'90s, I'd say when I first started driving trucks, there was a lot more women who were carefree and that would, just stick their whole torso out the passenger window and flip their breasts up at me and wave, and I'd give them a honk, and that's all they wanted. Nowadays you don't see that. It's all more uptight, and everybody's so serious nowadays and shit.
God,
but yeah, back in the day,
that sucks.
Yeah, back in the day, it used to be more carefree.
Oh my
Women
God.
used to just, yeah. But
really miss that. Oh my God, that's that the world is so much a sadder, uglier, more despondent place now. Really, I miss free love. I miss open sex, and pornography on the racks in stores that used to allow children in. I used to be able to saunter up and just look at the mags, back when my dad would take me to go shopping. And it shows, of course, what a negligent parent he was in one sense, but, in another, I mean, I grew up a lot more knowledgeable than some people I see these days. Yeah.
You sound like me when I was a kid. I was like 13 and took my allowance check and bought a condom and put it in my wallet, and that sucker stayed there for like 5 years.
Oh my God! There you go. What he's saying is that he had sex without it for 5 years. Is basically what he's telling us, unprotected. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, those were the days. Yeah. So, okay. I'm sorry. Let's give it back to Crystal before we take it entirely into the gutter. I'll let you do that.
Well, I was going to ask Crystal, are you on any type of special diet, or do you have like a certain way of eating?
Honey? Oh shit, did we lose her? Fuck, let me take a look at the, she's still with us. Honey, are you on mute? Okay, she's just went on mute, went off. Shit. So, honey, let's see if we can, bring her back on. I don't want to hang her up yet, and then try to bring her back on, because I'm not sure if that would help. Okay, what is it about tonight's bandwidth that they're knocking off all the females? Somebody doesn't want feminine energy on critical omissions. They know we're aware now that the majority of the men the majority of people listening are men. We're trying to correct that. We're trying to get more females listening by having more females on. So let's see if we can get Crystal back on. Keep trying, honey.
Maybe it's the Trump cultists.
Something's going on.
It's got to be, because they're all like a bunch of cock worshipping assholes anyway.
Yes, it's true. a bunch of incels and shit. Let's like Dr. John Henry Hagman, just so I can give people again some kind of an idea of just what kind of an asshole this guy was. He was stripped of his license based on testimony that was so shocking that the members of the Virginia Board of Medicine covered their mouths and gasped throughout the hearing. And the agency's report confirmed that all his students testified he got them drunk, drugged them with hallucinogens, and conducted penile and rectal exams for personal gain and sexual gratification. Then he was still training people at Camp Navajo, after his license was stripped, which shows you how the National Guard, considered him. So let's get Crystal River back on. I'm going to add her back onto call. Let's see if this works. She says she was talking, but we couldn't hear her. Let's see if by calling her again. Honey. Yeah, I hear you. Talk, baby. Shit. She's on mute. Take the mute off. Damn. We can't hear her. This is awful. This is like what happened to Selena originally.
Yeah.
So keep jumping back on, Crystal. See if you can jump back on. And this is tragic. This is just as Derek asked her about her diet. Well, we can find out more about the Crystal River diet. Oh, she thinks she figured it out. Okay, let's see if she can do it. So does she want me to call you? Want me to call you back, Crystal? Let's see if my calling her back will help. And let's see if we can try it one more time. And see if we can add her in such a way. Keep thinking I hear something. She's not even on yet. Let's see now. Okay, baby. Cut loose. Let's see. Okay. We're waiting on... Oh, darn, it didn't work. So, Crystal River left. Keep trying to jump back on, Crystal, because if you bring yourself back on, we should be able to hear you next time. I hope. I pray. Oh my God, I'm stuck with two men. This is like a fucking nightmare.
Whoa, hold on.
I'm in the cabin of Derek Talley's truck with J-Mo Reese riding shotgun. This is what I feel like. And it's like, Derek Talley's whistling, he's got the piss bucket beside him, And I have to watch him whip his schlong out like an elephant trunk. And, this is because he can't breathe through his lungs because they're filled with water. So he says, I got to breathe through this now, Doug. Yeah, that's right. That's what we're stuck with. Then he sticks that into the suction cup, into the Gatorade bottle, and this while J-Mo's on the other side, who, feels he's more balanced between the genders because he's more enlightened and shit. But, okay, I'm still stuck in a nightmare where I'm between two cocks. All right? This is what we're stuck with on air. All right, so let's have Jameson explain to us why I shouldn't feel that way, why I should take this a little easier and breathe easier in his company.
Actually, well, I mean, I was going to say that I'm something infernal altogether, so his gender doesn't make a difference. But
I hear you.
But
yeah, go on. Yeah, it's very Peacock Angelus, very Maliktausch. It's very, there's a duality here in the occult sense that Jameson and I feel where we're not really identifying with either gender specifically, so I can appreciate that. So go on, you can give us a bit more in-depth as to, to make people more comfortable with that concept. Explain to them what the difference would be between yourself and, say, for instance, the, how do I describe this? The transsexual Satanist anarchist who trolled all the New Hampshire voters recently.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
Yes, Aurea de Mezzo laid a trap for Republican voters in Cheshire County, and they walked right into it. For those who are unhappy to discover they voted for a troll, de Mezzo said they have only themselves to blame. This is kind of like what the young lad says who entraps the dude who follows him into the ladies' room thinking that he's got himself some vulnerable tale, pulls down the guy's pants or dress and finds out he's faced with a cock. And then he blames the person he was about to rape. You fucking faggot! I was gonna fuck you vaginally, but now I gotta rape you anally, which is a lot tougher on my prick. My life is hard. Yes, Aurea de Mezzo said, to quote as G, to use the gender-neutral pronoun, 4,000 people put me into the highest law enforcement position in the county without knowing a thing about me, which is ultimately an argument for anarchism. And, I can't argue with him. Yes.
Looking at it, though, they did really get what they voted for.
Ah, yes.
I mean, seriously.
Tell us why.
Run that story down for me. What happened?
Well, the first thing Aurea de Mezzo wants to make clear about the giant phallic aeroglyph that someone spray painted, I will say, on the side of Jerkar on Saturday night, along with a homophobic slur, was that it was poorly drawn. The second thing she wants to make clear about the graffiti, which appeared just hours after Fox News ran a story about Jer, headlined, Transsexual Satanist Anarchist wins Grand Ole Party nomination for sheriff in New Hampshire County, is that she herself, thought it was hilarious. So, de Mezzo, with a smirk, did get a quote, or was quoted as saying, it's not a hate crime, it's a gender reveal. So she is clearly enjoying this very chaotic moment herself created in New Hampshire politics, one that left de Mezzo, who campaigned on a platform of F the police, mind you, and does indeed identify as a transsexual Satanist anarchist, as the Republican nominee for sheriff in Cheshire County. Well, that is named after, or was the cat named after Cheshire County, which is the big smile and all invisible, but then reveals itself to be the fat puss. Well, that brings us back to de Mezzo, doesn't it? Well, that's in the southwest corner of the state of New Hampshire, which once used to be its own nation, and we all wish it was its own nation again because none of us wanted to be part of the fucking United States. Well, she said, as she sat on a friend's porch, anxiously chain-smoking Newports, mind you, so she might not be with us all that much longer. G might not be with us all that much longer because her lungs will probably fill up with more liquid than Derek Talley's did if she keeps that habit up. But she said, a lot of people are telling me I need to take this more seriously. If I had taken it more seriously, I wouldn't have won the nomination. Leave the trolling to the pros. And what a troll job it has been. You see, DeMezzo, who is a libertarian, that means that basically she wants to fuck kids with nobody telling her what to do. And she said she was unable to get on the ballot for her party, so instead she registered as a Republican for the primary. And she did it mostly to be a pest, but she was also wondering if she might lure voters into a trap that would prove a point about a problem with our political system. Namely, that people will blindly vote for any candidate that's on their party's ticket. So, DeMezzo is quoted as saying, "I ran unopposed, but if people were paying attention, I should have gotten 25 votes and lost to a write-in candidate." Instead, she received over 4,000 votes. And of course, many of those voters are now rather angry, lashing out at DeMezzo online, as well as spray painting penises on her car, though it would be hard for them to claim that she had duped them by simply hiding herself and her beliefs. So, because since moving to Keene, that's the city in that county, from Mississippi, because I can see why G moved from Mississippi, because the Klan was probably going to nail her to a cross and set her alight, and burn her like she burns her Newports. Well, that was 12 years ago, and she left Mississippi. And she was drawn by a loose collective of libertarian activists known as Free Keene, which means like a free community for probably pedophilia. DeMezzo's been hard to miss. She's ran for sheriff as a libertarian 12 years ago, and for city council but yesteryear, with a platform to legalize magic mushrooms and, quote-unquote, eat the rich, which means she gives blowjobs or will rim you out if you pay her enough. Now, as for this year's campaign for sheriff, her lawn signs clearly feature the anarchist symbol of the A inside a circle, as well as the phrase, F the police. Her campaign website is spelled EFFpolice.com. Plus, she's a 6-foot-tall tranny with bright red hair and tattoos who drives around the town in a big red convertible cop car. So she's very hard to forget. Now, she's avoided the temptation to read
This
the
sounds so ridiculous. Now, is she actually the sheriff now?
Certainly a candidate. I would hope she wins because, of course, that way we can legalize all kinds of porn and just make it more accessible. But, you know, who am I to judge? Obviously, I'm not advocating for child pornography. I was thinking more along the lines of what Dr. John Henry Hagman produced. You know, two stupid med students butt-fucking each other, and just how funny that would be. I would turn that on personally for amusement more than anything else. It wouldn't turn on to it, mind you, but it would be very funny. Now, of course, basically we've got a situation where apparently the Fox News story about her garnered some 14,000 plus comments, and that was like maybe yesterday or something like that. And as for DeMezzo, G has avoided reading those comments because, to quote as she, "I don't hate myself enough to do that." But the reaction in Keene, which is a college town that leans left, has mostly been positive. And as she was interviewed on the porch, there was some poaching going on, but we won't go into that. A man was walking down the street with a young boy who did a double take when he spotted her and shouted, "You're a star!" Well, there you go. Already the kids are checking her out. Now, for those who are unhappy to discover that they voted for a troll, she said they have only themselves to blame and said, "This is the consequences of your actions." That's kind of like what the young boy said who was followed into the restroom. "I gave you the rope and you hung yourself. 4,000 people put me into the highest law enforcement position in the county." She did win, without knowing a thing about me, which is ultimately an argument for anarchism. That's the full quote that I found online now while I was searching. And Marilyn Houston, the Cheshire County Republican chair, did not respond to my calls earlier today before we got on bandwidth tonight when I was seeking comment. But in an article in the New Hampshire Journal, Marilyn Houston was quoted as saying, "DeMezzo does not fall in with the Republican message." Oh, no shit. During an interview where Houston reportedly referred to Desmezzo as he repeatedly to disrespect her gender neutrality. And, of course, Desmezzo herself shrugged.
And what county was this again?
Cheshire, like the cat, from Alice in Wonderland. We're all in Alice in Wonderland now, right? I mean, just go through the mirror, go down the rabbit hole, you find all the rabbit shit, and at the bottom of it all is the city of Keene, or the college town of Keene in Cheshire County, New Hampshire, where all the Republicans voted in a satanic transsexual anarchist. Because they're so fucking stupid. There we have. Well, she's won the nomination. Okay, I'm clarifying this. In some cases, it looks like she's won the actual office, but we know for a fact she's won the nomination. And she does insist at this point it's more than just a stunt. She does now, at this point, want the job. And so she is planning to actively campaign against the incumbent sheriff, who is a Democrat, Eli Rivera, who's seeking a 5th term in November. So it was the fact that a Democrat has been the 4-term sheriff that got the Republicans to vote for somebody who they didn't know anything about because that person simply was on the Republican ticket. So, of course, Desmezzo, well, to use your own words, I don't expect to win. And if I do, I suspect that the deputies will quit as soon as I'm sworn in. If not, I'm going to give them 3 options. You can stay at the station and play Xbox, you can go out and police the police, or you can go home. And as for the giant poorly drawn penis, I must add that now as I'm cruising through the internet to try and find out more about this fiasco, her tire was also slashed, along with the soft top on her convertible. And she herself expresses that she has no desire to figure out who did it. Several people have raised the possibility that it was the police, which is not hard to believe, or that she did it herself, which she brushes aside, suspecting it was some teenagers acting out some role they think they're supposed to play, based on, being raised by a bunch of Republican parents. And it did make her laugh, but also caused her to make a big change in her wardrobe. She now goes everywhere with a handgun clearly strapped to her hip, because she doesn't want to ever rely on the police, whom she never called, on the sabotage of her automobile. So now we have an armed transsexual satanic troll who is walking around the college town of Keene in Cheshire County, New Hampshire. An armed transsexual satanic anarchist. That is just what this world needs. Thank you, Republicans. Thank you for being so fucking stupid. You've just made this a reality that I never would have imagined outside of a comedy. And aside from that, I think I'll bring up some of the other crimes that were brought to my attention. We may as well, now that we've started.
Can I ask one question, though?
Please, by all means.
So, given that happened, it's still too early to think that America would vote for another black president or not. Because if she could do that, then I'm thinking, why don't I run for president?
Well, you remember Noreen Halpand was on the other night, and she was saying, I don't know if I can do Noreen's voice. I mean, I love her dearly, but, she's obviously been hanging out at Revolution Radio, and because of her indoctrination, she emphasized she was a libertarian, which, of course, puts her right in the same camp with our satanic, anarchist, transsexual, armed gunmen here. And she, was saying, I don't think Biden is really healthy enough to be president. And, of course, I didn't bring it up because there's no point in, making an issue of it. But it's like, who fucking cares? I mean, everybody wants Joe Biden to die so that Kamala Harris becomes president and we'll have a black African-American woman. That's the whole fucking point of making her vice president is so that Joe Biden can fucking die and that she can become president, because that way we don't have to worry about the fucking vote. She just gets in by secession and everybody's happy. Then she can run for it later after she's proven herself in office. So the sooner she bumps him off, the better, and we can go from there. And yes, by all means, Jameson Reese, why not run for president? You know, I mean, if this individual made it to the point where G's the nominee in Cheshire County, New Hampshire, yeah, what's to stop you? I mean, after
And I have the perfect slogan too. It doesn't matter anymore. That's my slogan.
Yeah, yeah. There you go. I mean, why not?
It doesn't matter anymore. So
seriously,
why not?
Yeah, seriously, it really doesn't. There we are. I won't read out what our dear lady is saying in the private messages to me. Selena Khan is giving me some messages about Kamala Harris. I'm not going to read, but you know, it's like the one thing that I do want to say is that no one needs to like Kamala Harris. It's not the fact that she's a good person that even brought her into this position. As Jameson and I have emphasized before, the only way she got into this position was by being pure, raw evil. There was no other way she would have gotten to the position that she's in. That's the nature of the world we're in, the nature of the beast. So, you know, she is a horrible person. I will acknowledge that, just as Hillary Clinton was a horrible person. By the way, while we're talking about the Northeast, at least 40 rounds were fired up in Lena Shea's neighborhood, in the very city in which my late and sainted sire was born. The Grand Maestro George Joseph Henry Dietrich, now late and deceased, unfortunately, the man who raised and guided me, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, was born in the very city where 40 rounds were fired off during a shooting that left 2 people dead and over a dozen seriously injured at a house party in upstate, well, the Empire State, upstate New York, where, of course, everything outside of New York City is fucking Stephen King's Children of the Corn territory. Our man Jameson is going to grab himself something to eat, which, you know, I guess this is so exciting to him. Once he heard about the shots being fired, he had to go get some popcorn. Now, the party in Rochester started early Saturday as an invite-only event before it eventually grew in size after 2 nearby parties infiltrated the house. You like that? I mean, that is a new one. It's just like parties merging. This is like hostile takeovers in corporate industry or something like that. It's like organic amoeba becoming larger by merging. Anyhow, 3 or 4 people had handguns, and the 2 people killed and 14 wounded. I mean, that's quite a lot injured. That means most of the shots made their fucking mark, which is rather remarkable. And all these people, the 2 that are dead and the 14 that are injured, are in their late teens to early 20s. Police responded to calls of gunshots around 12:25 a.m. and were met with 200 people. Met with 200 people attempting to flee both on foot and in vehicles. Those killed did not even live at the home, and they were not the intended targets. Now, no suspects are in custody, I must emphasize, so far as it be known to myself, and no motive be immediately known. Of course, it's a party, so the motive could be just plain, you know, I'm drunk, I'm high, and I'm mad at the world, and I can't get laid, and none of the girls here want me. It was probably some shit like that. Let's see if we can bring Crystal back on. Now, the mayor of Rochester, New... Hey, honey, can you hear us, baby? Crystal, say something.
Wait just a second.
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, baby, we hear you. Oh, I love you. Oh, yes, thank you.
Wait, guess what? I can't hear you. Just a second. Let me try something.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, baby, can you hear me?
Yes, you weren't coming through my earbuds, but now you are.
Oh, thank
Cool.
God. Oh, Crystal River is back. There is a God. Okay, honey. Oh, thank God. So,
And
baby.
there is a
She's,
God. She's alive and well.
yes, yes. I like that. That's right. God is a girl. Derek Talley, ask her your diet question again.
Oh, I was asking, is there any special diet you're on or any special way you eat in order to stay in shape?
Okay, so I again blame this on the RH negative, but I've been able to eat anything I want, chocolate cake for breakfast, ice cream for dinner, and nothing happens. But at a certain point in my life, I started feeling bad about 10 years ago and realizing that I needed to lean more into basically organic. So non-GMO, organic, anything that's, I do eat meat, but it has to be blessed, prayed over, and everything has to be right with the universe about it, basically.
Thank you. In other words,
Right.
you come to terms with the life of the animal, the life that was taken, and you come to terms with helping that animal find peace.
Right, and what it gave me, and that I give back somewhere else, maybe not necessarily to that one animal, but by like when I walk by, like the other day I was taking my trash out and I saw some nasty cigarette butts outside. They're not my responsibility and it's not my property. It doesn't make me look bad or anything, but I picked them up because for one thing, I have an agreement with the fairies that I will always do this, and they help me because I help them in that way. But they're protectors of our nature here on this planet. So maybe I went too far out there. But the main thing is I've been ridding chemicals, no chemicals. And then every once in a while, I'll go to a birthday party and it's a cake from, the grocery store, and I'll still taste it and be polite. I'm not like a snob about it. Sometimes I'll grab a bag of chips, but mainly if you do it with full consciousness and understanding, I'm going to eat this junk food, which I rarely do. And I'm going to do something healthy later to like a payoff, kind of like a cheat meal type deal.
Right.
So I'm not totally always perfect, but
No worries, honey. You
I would
look,
say leaning into the more healthy. Anytime you have a choice, let it, and I'd rather go to the grocery store like every day and look at what color food is drawing my attention, and like, oh, those bananas look beautiful. That means your body needs that, whatever's in that banana that day. So it's not like, oh, I always get this or I always get that. It's kind of, letting the food speak to you. And dead food in a box with chemicals can't do that.
Right. I've noticed that I've heard that before. Like sometimes your body craves food of certain colors. Like sometimes you're craving red, and sometimes you're craving blue, like blueberries. Sometimes you're craving yellow, like bananas or corn. So
Absolutely.
that's something that I've heard before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, by the way, honey, tell us about your tattoos. Tell us about each of them and what inspired you to get them.
Oh, good Lord. Okay, so first of all, tattoo etiquette is that you never ask someone what Douglas just asked. It's okay for Douglas too, because he's like my brother and stuff. But the point is, that I'm just giving you the tattoo etiquette.
Yes.
If somebody wants to get to a point where they're like, oh, this tattoo represents my graduation or whatever, that's cool, but it doesn't go the other way. It doesn't play both ways. Okay, so I'll just tell you my favorite is that fairy on my back. You might be talking about that one because it's on Facebook. Is that it?
Yeah. And
yeah. So I've just got a thing for fairies, and so I just had to have it. Like I had to have a fairy on my body, and so my tattoos, my makeup, my clothing is my art.
Yes.
So that's how I express myself artistically, is like using myself like a canvas, basically.
Right.
So I probably have 10 or so.
Okay. That's wonderful, and I thank you for being so patient with me.
And it's a spiritual experience to go through like the painful part of it for me. You zone into, if you resist the pain, it really hurts, but if you go with it, it starts to feel good and euphoric, and it's like another drug. Once you get one, you start aching to do it at certain times.
Yeah, and so in terms of say, for instance, my late and sainted sire, George Dietrich, who I was bringing up in context of Rochester, New York, of course, back then the tattoos were a very different case. Ladies who were outside of literally prostitution would never get them. No normal lady
Right, the
would
carnival.
Yes, that's right.
Lady at the carnival had them.
Yeah, yes, would be about it. Yes, seriously, and in his day, he got all of them all over his arm, and it was so silly, and I would tell him how silly it was. He was ashamed of them the rest of his life because he was always concerned about being misidentified as a former prisoner or an ex-con. Here he was, a sailor.
The teardrop.
Yes, that would be around the eye, of course. And
Right.
and in his case, I was telling him, I mean, we're talking about a man in his 80s and heading
Right.
towards 90, and I was saying, oh my God, don't be ashamed. I mean, everybody has tattoos these days, everybody, and he never really got it till the day he died. That everybody had moved into an entirely different cultural milieu, that the world's consciousness about the phenomenon had changed completely, and that's
Well,
that.
the same way that you use, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh,
Sorry.
please go on. No problem.
The same way that you can use a psychedelic drug to reach a certain state of consciousness, the tattoo does the same thing, and that's why you're talking about in our culture that ladies didn't do it or whatever, but there are like Native American or other
Yes.
African cultures that do, you know,
Yes.
the women and the men, and they do it for a spiritual reason before it was a fashion thing.
Yes.
Of course, we appropriated it and made it art, but you know.
No, differently, and please go on about any other. Derek, I was just curious. Did you ever want to get tattoos, or did you actually get some?
Yeah, I got some.
You like that? You like that?
I don't
Yeah.
recommend tattoos for anybody, but yeah, I got USMC on my right arm, and I got the little bulldog with the horns, my little devil dog.
Yeah, that's so
And then,
creative. So creative.
And then on my left arm, upper shoulder, I was gonna get an eagle, globe, and anchor, but then I seen this one that's kind of got like the ace of spades coming out. It's got the United States flag coming out of one side and the Marine Corps flag coming out the other side. So it's kind of a weird tattoo for somebody who stands with Colin Kaepernick, and it's not going to stand for the fucking anthem, but I know.
Oh my God! No, I hear you. I'm so sorry. I had to be so vicious about that, about how creative and original you were in your choice of tattoos with the thematic. But yes, I'm not surprised that you got them, and that's part of the bonding in the military, just as it is in prison. So aside from all of that, and thank you for sharing that.
Does JMO have any?
I don't know if he's back with us. He went to get popcorn when I started talking about shots fired.
Kind of like, if you don't mind me eating.
Go on. I mean, we don't mind it when you talk about how much you hate the human fucking race. Why would we mind when you were chewing? So go on.
Okay, well, no, I don't. The only thing I have was a self-made tattoo. What I did was I took a candle and I took a razor blade from one of those shaving razors.
Delightful.
And I carved in my left shoulder, I have a sigil of Lucifer, which I've had for like years and years and years. But I don't have any like formal tattoos.
That's my brother does that. The scarification. He does drawings on his body like that.
There we are. That's delightful. And he's
He
still
has
with us.
Inky. He has
Enki.
Enki.
That's
Nice.
Right. Yes.
In his forearm.
Yeah, and could you, both of you, explain Inky to our listeners, because they're not that. I assume there's going to be people out there, the majority, who don't know who the
I
fuck
got a
Inky
Max
is.
story about Enki.
Inky's a ceremonial. Inky's a Sumerian deity.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's. I often have him mistaken with Enlil and Ea. but I know he's one of those one of those gods.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes.
So I would say Enki and Enlil are like Democrat and Republican.
Interesting.
Basically, so it's like the two parties, the two schools of thought. One where that wants humanity to be free to expand its consciousness any way it wants to, with no rules. And then the Enlil side of it would be like Capricorn, rules and very conservative and yeah. So Max thought he was an incarnation of Enki. Did you know that?
I'm not surprised. I mean, Max was. Let's just put it this way: he was pretty. He thought very highly of himself. Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah, he would ask me at certain times to like address him as Enki and stuff. He had things going on. You know, he was well, that's it. He thought he was Enki.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when so people just get a better understanding of the context of that. I'll try and go a little bit into Enki, but what's your first response to that, Jameson? Do you feel that Enki manifested a bit in Max Spears from what you know of him?
I don't. I haven't. I wouldn't know. Well, let me be perfectly clear. I mean, I bumped into other cultists who could claim that people have had past lives. I don't think any god in their right mind is going to want to come down here as a human.
I appreciate that. Yes, that's
and what I will say is, as far as who's on whose side, I prefer the side of Tiamat. Just destroy it all.
Well, thank you for that. That's hardly unpredictable in your case. In fact, it's what we would expect. Yes, but aside from that, I do want people to understand that Enki was one of the big names, and there's a lot of different interpretations of the gods, but I find what Our Lady Crystal River has said to be fascinating, and I do ask her if would you like to go a bit more deeper into that Republican and Democratic kind of...
Yeah, so I just tried to bring it into like the most current lingo, basically, for, this is the energy of the election, and whether you are interested in who wins or you have a pony in that race or not is one thing, but I just thought that would be a good analogy, basically.
Yes. Yeah, I find it fascinating, and I don't know if I could provide anything that would add any details to that parallel, but definitely I want people to understand that when it comes to the gods and the creation myths of the ancient world of the Southwest Asia, Levantine region, I think that Max Spears was very impressive when I would speak to him just casually about his knowledge of the area, so much so that I don't think that he said what he said in total delusion or ignorance. Rather, he was someone who could have, let's say, a very high opinion of himself, and he was almost at times what you might say a bit manic about himself, but it's not necessarily that all of that was uncalled for. He was certainly an individual who embodied quite a bit, and that's the reason why they killed him. And
he was special.
Yeah. Let's never forget that. He was indeed murdered. And he was...
Can I add one thing?
Please. Yeah.
Now, there is a possibility that he could have had a soul walk in that was from Inky, I think it was, right?
Mm-hmm.
He definitely did have.
So it's possible that at some point in his life, his regular soul, whatever soul inhabited him left, and a soul from Inky walked in. I mean, that's said to happen. I don't know if I've been told. Because I've been told that I was in a similar situation, but will I say I believe it? I don't know. I just know that there's some validity to that belief.
Mm-hmm.
the same way that we can allow the energy of God, the creator, to flow through us is the same way you could do with any of the lesser gods. So that was what I was saying about the tattoos, is also you can go to a state, an altered state, while you're getting that experience, and an entity can enter you. So that's one of the reasons that people use psychedelics and altered states. So that definitely is possible.
Yeah, and that's also something that's carried out in the Hoodooan traditions,
Right,
where the participant allows the lower to sort of ride their body in a sort of
right.
and there are even variations to states of possession where one could be
Right.
like partially possessed and still think that they're themselves.
And if anyone listening would want to dabble in this, I would just make the one suggestion that if the experience leaves you feeling depleted, it's negative for your health. And if the experience leaves you feeling more energized, more alive, then that's something that's worthy of tapping into.
Yes, thank you. So, by all means, continue, both of you, because I think this is our grand opportunity. Since both Crystal River and Jameson Reese are very occult educated, let's let them educate us for a bit. I want both of you to continue talking along these lines. Tell us a bit about Jameson. When you have you ever listened to the audio of the snuff murder of Max Spears?
No, I have heard him. I have heard his shows when he was on what do you call it? Oh, who the fuck is that asshole's name? I can't remember the guy's name.
There's so many of them.
Not what was it? Not oh god. Wait a minute. I don't. It's the old guy who's like shitting on live air or something, pissing on live air.
Oh
You know that
God,
guy?
I don't remember. It's but
Well, it's probably better that we don't remember his name because he's absolutely worthless to bring up. But that was
right.
where
You're talking about
that
Alex,
was
not Alex Jones, of course. I mean, so go on. So Max was on it, and what was it that he was, saying or the like?
no. I remember when he was. I remember when he was giving his more fantastical stories about how like they were like fighting these aliens and all this other stuff. I
Okay.
mean, I pretty much gathered from it that it was pretty
Oh
much
no,
more
you were
or
talking about
less.
that old fucker. Oh, I get what you're saying. I remember now. The guy who was pissing on air. Yes, it's the guy of bases. What's his John? What's honey? Help me out here, Crystal.
Miles Johnston.
Miles Johnston. Yes, Miles Johnston, the man who was depressing his bladder on air so that thousands of people on either side of the Atlantic could hear him piss nonstop for what when old people they're like camels. What happens is they're old men. Their bladders swell.
Well, he's a drunk.
Yes, that figures. Yes, that's yeah. And so this fucker actually tried to have sex with Max Spears and triggered Max Spears to the point where Max Spears was, and Crystal River was witness to this on the phone video on the
Yep.
on the Skype, while Max was chasing.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Was chasing him around.
He tried to victimize Max by
Yeah.
getting him in a vulnerable state, which was getting him drunk. And
Yeah.
then he's tried to work on his programming. Not that he was a programmer, he's nothing, but he tried to access some programming that had been put there that would make Max feel inferior because he himself was feeling inferior in Max's presence. So he tried to like trigger his programming and to get Max to be not alpha.
Well, beyond that, let's just put it this way: Miles Johnston wanted to have sex with Max Spears. Basically, he wanted part of his, wanted to dig into that, wanted some of that Max Spears meat, wanted to bury
Yeah, he
himself.
was like calling him candy ass kind of thing.
Yeah,
Stuff like that to
yeah.
bring out. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was hoping to get to an altar of Max's where he would be a prostitute, basically.
Thank you. Where he could basically queer horn him to the bottom position and then fuck him. And that was how he would feel dominant and basically raise himself up.
But he got the reverse.
Yes.
The super soldier came out and chased his ass upstairs and he hid in the bathroom all night. So that's where he belongs.
Yes, thank you. He locked himself in the bathroom all night, and he had to call on the cell phone to get two ladies in to help him out. Now, you were kind of calming Max down through all of this, right? Tell us a bit about this before the.
Well, Max didn't need calming down because after that he felt great, and he was like, I scared the hell out of him. He's locked in his room. He won't come out tonight. I'm positive. And he's like, now I'm king of the house. Now I'm not worried, because he just sort of sobered up after he did that. He, that expression, you mess with the bull, you get the horns. Well, that's what I watched. It was I like to say, must see TV.
All right. And so, and then one of the things that the idiot, Miles Johnston, did to deal with that was he called a couple of ladies to rescue his ass while he was in the bathroom. And so he had to hide behind their skirts, basically. And so
he wanted to interview Max the next day, so he didn't know how he could ever, first of all, come out of his room ever again. And he still wanted to get his, interview, because that's how he could get more likes, is somebody like Max, not just himself. So he called up two women and had them come to tell Max, we're here to interview you and film you. Because there was a part of Max that would do anything to get in front of the camera, and he was a attention whore.
Yes.
So he, that brought Max right out. So they were both just triggering each other the whole time, but they knew what buttons to push, and it was a battle of wills that night, and Max won.
Right.
And then he did one of his best interviews his best interview. It has a pink background. He's wearing a brown shirt, and he's so handsome there, and that's his best interview that he ever did.
Now, this is interesting because the pink background is so important. Who thought of that?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah. Do you know?
You can only assume, but I'm telling you, I feel that they were handler type people who knew what colors to use to calm him down. Right. I know it seems like they were trying to do the feminine thing and all that, but I feel like they knew exactly what to do to calm him down now that he had been triggered. So when they did it, this is when he and I were at our closest point in our relationship, and that interview just brought out the absolute best in him. And if you listen to that interview, if you want to see the worst of Max, as you said, you've seen the worst of it, so now you got to see the best of it, and it's right there in that interview. And I will send you the link, but he talks about fairies in there, and he talks about working with your heart chakra, and those are all the things that we worked on together that I showed him when we were helping him deprogram. So it was cool that he got triggered, and then he went right into that good stuff that he had just tapped into in our work together.
Wonderful. Now, so that people can understand this, pink is a very important psychological color in the sense that it calms violent people down. What they've discovered in prisons is that they need to repaint all of the prisons in pink as the baseline color, because the problem is prisons have traditionally been that bully boy color, blue, and even when they're baby blue, they're still fucking blue, and we identify blue with masculinity. Now, originally pink was never identified with femininity. Pink was originally identified with life, and therefore was a color that represented the biological sciences, and as a life color it became identified with the feminine for obvious reasons, the bringers of life. So when it comes to the concept of pink, what they've also found out is that it's become identified with feminine because it actually has a calming effect on violent people who are out of themselves, like schizophrenics or people who are going through a psychotic break. They find that when they place them into pink environments or pink painted rooms, basically, pink dominant color patterns in the environment, then these people calm down. And they've also found that when they test prisoners in the prison environment and they place them in front of a blue wall, the prisoners are able to lift higher amounts of weight when they're pumping, and when they put the pink wall in front of them, the prisoners are unable to lift as much weight as they did before. They're actually they lose the strength they had before. Now, this is not necessarily a negative. This means that the mind goes in other directions where you're not as aggressive. So when they did what they did with Max and put the pink background there, that is very telling. These are professional handlers. These are people who knew what they were doing. Thank you, honey. I mean, that's so important.
Beautiful. Thank you.
And so with that in mind, and what you shared with us, I think it's important to bring Jameson back on. Do you feel that the colors would affect you, being as you kind of feel that you're beyond that?
Honestly, I like the color pink, but then again, it's because something else I like is pink. So
well, there you go. Yeah.
Well, I guess that's the male in me coming out. But
there we are.
What I will say is, when I found Max Spears brilliant when he would go into the etymology of words and spelling. So there's no doubt that when he was brilliant, when he was sharp, he was really brilliant. It's just that when they had him doing the Miles Johnson stuff, it was just
that was the actor. That wasn't.
Yeah.
He even knew that stuff wasn't true when he was saying it. He was lying. He was acting a part.
Yeah. I pretty much deduced that, because everybody who's gone on there has had claims that were just exaggeratively out there to the point where it's like, yeah, you'd have to be a fool to believe this stuff. There was another guy I remember there was another guy who was propagating this black goo shit.
No, that's Miles Johnston too. Shit, he's the guy who wrote that.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
He even tried to say black goo was coming out of Max when he died. He tried to go there, and I would not have let that happen, and he did stop. I believe I had a part in willing that to stop, because I sent him Miles the energy when he started to go that direction about Max. I sent him something energetically that made sure he did not desecrate Max. And after he used him in life, I was not going to let him use him in death. Now, he did try to come on and do this like memorial stuff, just like stupid ass Clive tried to do the Tracy Twyman memorial stuff. For me, that's really telling. If they come on and do a show acting like they're so sad that you died, that's the very first person you suspect right there.
Thank you. And I will validate, verify, and reinforce everything this young lady is saying. I wanted to kill Miles Johnston. I would gladly kill Miles Johnston with my bare hands to this day for what he did, which was he's so disgusting. It's like he would dance on the body of Max Spears if that brought him extra ratings, and that's what he was doing when he came out after Max Spears' death and said there was black goo coming out of his piss slit, out of his anus, out of his eyes, from the tear glands, out of his nostrils, out of every open orifice. Black goo was erupting out, and it was so fucking facile, so febrile. Even when I heard it, you just want to kill him. And I can only just, reemphasize what Crystal said. She said it all. But beyond that...
and Carrie Cassidy, unfortunately, gives everyone and their monkey a platform. So
thank you.
And and if you listen to that interview with the two of them right after Max... And I'm not going to say she didn't do it to get views either, because that gets views. So when she came on with Miles afterwards, if you listen to that interview, which no one wants to do, it's a big waste of time, but you will hear Miles play it both ways. Like, he does think Max was murdered. He'll do that whole argument. And then toward the end, or either way, then he doesn't think it, and he starts playing it that way, because he didn't care what way the narrative went, as long as he got to be on Carrie Cassidy and talk about it too.
Yeah. And when it comes to this kind of crap, yes, Carrie Lynn Cassidy is one of those ladies who, like, she has this I call it a compulsion. She has a compulsion to synthesize everything everyone says. In other words, she has a compulsion to take what everyone says and weave it into a super narrative. And she has her own super narrative that integrates essentially everything that everyone says. And everybody that she has on generally, of course, has a kind of feedback loop that they're all regurgitating. And that's the feedback loop that Max Spears was fed into. It's the big hamburger machine that grinds everybody into the same mystery meat that appears in a patty that's fed to you, that is all part of the conspiracy realm, which is now entering a kind of, as I've said, a conspiro-singularity, a conspiracy singularity where it's all one giant glippity glop of regurgitated narrative, that the blue avians and the reptilians and everybody's involved, all the way down to the government and the quote-unquote Illuminati, and all of these buzzwords and catchphrases are all garbled together into some stupid narrative which you get through QAnon, essentially. And so Max Spears, I am happy to say, Crystal River is telling it like it is. He knew he was lying when he had entered the Miles Johnston phase of his life.
It's like he took an acting job.
Yeah. It was just the
He
bottom.
was an actor, and that was his background.
Thank you. And that was the bottom of the barrel for him, like an actor who's taking whatever pays the checks.
Because he was a starving artist.
Yes, thank you.
So he took a part in a horror flick.
Yes.
That's what happens.
Thank you.
It's not going to be, it's going to be less than a B movie, but you got to eat.
Yes. Thank you, honey. Thank you. I mean, that's so important. And now, J-Mo, if you were offered such an opportunity, would you take it?
Fuck yeah.
Thank you for being honest. Thank you for being honest.
Honestly, if I could get some money in my pocket or for some bullshit, yeah, I'll run with it. But outside of
you can
it,
always say later I was acting, right?
Yeah. And the thing is, like, I wouldn't, like, in the public, like, outside of the gig, I would just be like normal me. I'd be like, yeah, that's all bullshit. It's entertainment, dude. Someone's like, dude.
Which, by the way, someone caught David Wilcox saying that. Did you guys hear that one? That was good.
No, tell me about it. Tell us about that.
It was sometime in 2019, like the beginning of last year. It was a big laugh in the community because someone either they taped it on their phone and they played it for the internet, which was David Wilcox saying that he knew all the stuff he says is a crap, but it's just an entertainment.
That is why this doesn't spread more. This kind of self-damning.
And his following thinks that he's for real. That's why it's important. It wouldn't matter if to me the super soldiers are like the comic books of their day, right?
Yeah.
It was like, well, let's take it off the page now and put it on the internet, and people will feed into it, and it'll be a new storyline. What was that guy, Michael, the guy that actually wrote like a cartoon about the super soldiers?
I can't remember. There's so many.
I'm sure you were in it, but I never read it. But I know.
Oh, Michael Hemmingson. Yes,
yeah,
Michael Hemmingson.
Right.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. Yeah, Michael Hemmingson was an example of this truly terrible individual who he was someone who was constantly making fun of the super soldiers, and he would exploit them essentially. And you've got this idiot who just basically was writing outrageous things about them. And just to put this into context for people, who was that other idiot from Canada who had written a number of books, oh my God, about child molestation? He himself had been in prison for what might well have been child molestation. And but he had written a number of novels, and he was defending Michael Hemmingson, quote unquote, when I was talking about Michael Hemmingson in the past, and I was saying, look, this guy was a pornographer. Now that's not a condemnation. Thank you.
No, he was.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And it's not a condemnation. I was a pornographer.
Right.
Yeah, but the difference is that when it comes to Michael Hemmingson, he was doing things that I originally thought were helpful. He was collecting old pornographic book covers that were illustrated by people like myself. He was like publishing them in anthologies, along with little biographies about pornographic authors who we otherwise would know nothing about. There was a lot of positive things that Michael Hemmingson did that I wanted to be friends with him about. What Michael Hemmingson earned my enmity on was the fact that he would be tormenting the supersolgieri, these tormented souls already, and he would be making fun of them, turning them into fools by just caricaturing them. So he would caricature these people.
It wasn't a stretch. I mean, come on. What's that guy, James Rink?
Yes. Oh, my God. Well, that was another guy who, when Max Spears died, basically, shit and pissed all over him.
Yeah, did some breakdancing video or
yeah.
something,
Thank you. Yeah. What did you feel about him, or what did you know about him from Max? James Rink. What did you know about him?
Oh, he's just kind of like the punk of the super soldiers.
Thank you.
You know what I mean?
Sad. So pathetic. Yeah, by punk she means prison bitch. This is what...
Stupid little brother, too. He was real close with, remember Aaron Green?
I barely. I remember the name.
She let him live on her property, and they just lived like a bunch of trailer trash. No offense to trailer trash, but I do come from Texas. But I'm saying that they just all lived a filthy, like a soap opera life, crashing, surfing on each other's couches, and they were all like desperate. They were starving artists.
Yeah.
And they couldn't make it on the soaps.
Yeah. Thank you. And James Rink wound up with the only person that would take him in
because they were too wasted to get up and go to work in the morning on a real soap.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. That's right. Oh shit. And so it definitely it's one of those situations where you just shake your head. There's nothing else you could do. You just look at it and you shake your head. With that, we kind of go back to where was I when we kind of got dislodged from all that. But by the way, Derek Tully, I don't suppose, Derek, that you were reviewing any of this. I mean, you weren't into the super soldiers or hearing what they were saying, but you found me somehow, so you must have been kind of like trolling. What was it? Did you ever hear any of these guys or familiar with any of the situation?
Or the Carrie Cassidy stuff? Did you ever do the really. Project Camelot?
No.
So how did you find me?
Good for you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Well, Anthony Vincent, one of my
that's right.
My co-drivers, one of my co-drivers that we send each other, stuff back and forth, and he sent me stuff on the Presidio, and then Satanism in the military, and then just from there, I said, man, who is this Douglas Dietrich? I want to hear everything he's got to say. And I've listened before I even contacted you or let you know who I was just listening to hours and hours and hours of all your material online and really by the time I actually got in contact with you, it's like I already felt like you were a brother, because I've just been like hours and hours just listening, and everything that you said was intriguing.
Thank you. I deeply
and I learned, and it wasn't bullshit. It's everything that you say is verifiable, and you can look up. And plus, you have the credentials to speak on these things because of your position as a Department of Defense Research Library.
Thank you, sir. I deeply.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Derek.
What's interesting though is that I learned of you, Douglas, from actually listening to the wrong people.
Interesting. Tell us about that.
I learned about you from Michael Aquino because I used to listen to Michael Aquino to get little occult gems here and there when he actually did still speak about magic.
Right. Yeah, it's a good point. So go on. Yeah. What point did he turn? By the way, what point did Michael Aquino turn from that to just kind of speaking pablum? What was it? How many years before he died would he, started to decline?
I started to see him sliding down within the maybe last 3-4 years. He just he went from talking about like how the universe is based on, what stuff he was working on to, of course he
To
would.
being dressed like a Christmas gnome getting interviewed by Sean Stone.
Yes, yes, that's right.
His worst was by what do you call it? With that other clown. Oh my God.
The one that Daniel
Michael
Arola
Deacon.
trolled.
Oh
Michael
yeah,
Deacon.
Michael
Yes.
Deacon.
Go
Oh
on.
my God, it's the worst. He spends a good solid 2 hours talking about why Obama sucks, how he's not a racist, why there's
By the way,
something
could
wrong.
you clarify on that? This is Aquino saying Obama sucks, but I'm not a racist. Aquino was saying he's not a racist, basically.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Tell us about
Akino's
that.
saying Akino's saying how he's not racist, how he helped some young lady in a university. He called the person's office and said, "Give this girl her blah 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 her scholarship, whatever." And like he's a good guy. Then he's like, then he decides to shit on Obama. And what got me, what really got me was that the person who brought up you, Douglas, was not him.
Right.
It wasn't even Michael. What the fuck is this guy's name again? Oh God.
Deacon,
Uh,
or the
the guy who's interviewing. I can't remember.
it was the guy who what's his
Oh,
chicken?
Deacon,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
It wasn't even Deacon. It was E.A. Coetting, and I'm like,
Oh, and tell us a bit about co-editing. What you're willing to tell about co-editing.
basically, I'll just tell you what's already out there, because he exposes this stuff himself. He has courses online for people who are starting out. If you look, you have to look for his very old videos, where he'll talk about what they learned in the Order of the Nine Angles. So I know he's a previous affiliate with those people. I don't know if he still works with them or not, but given his proximity to Aquino at this point, what I do know is that while there's validity in what he says as far as techniques are concerned, the guy seems to be marketing. The way he markets his stuff is like to reach young people.
Yeah.
So he's obviously trying to grab the younger crowd, and me as an adult, me as an occultist, I always thought, well, there's a reason why they usually, when people are introducing the occult, at least they were earlier on, they would be like, you should probably be like 18 or older or some shit, before you start experimenting with the stuff.
Yes.
But aside from that, all I could say is I never really had a reason to dislike the guy until that point, which I felt was questionable, because it's like, well, who are you to him?
Yeah. Yes.
Who are you, Douglas, to E.A. Coetting? You two never met.
Thank you. Which is
So it's
true.
like-
This is true. You knew this. And by the way, I have never told Jameson Reese any of this about I never met co-editing, and yet he knows it. He knows this to be true. I appreciate that.
I know because I was listening to both of you at the same time. When you were still on Revolution Radio, I was also listening to his stuff. Right. What I also do know is that his forums are fucking toxic.
Yes. Thank you.
The forums are super toxic. I actually bumped into a woman, and I remember telling you this story, who was asking me to do some spell for her, and I was like, well, I can't complete the spell unless I have a picture of you. And the woman in the picture, in the photograph, looked almost identical to oh gosh, who's that lady who the chick who interviewed you, who fucked everything up?
Nicole Froelich.
Yeah, she looked almost identical to her.
Right. Oh God. And by the way, so people understand this, Nicole Froelich's channel Enlighten Up has been shut down, and YouTube would not allow her to put anything new on that particular channel, even though its content is still up. So she had to start an entirely new Enlighten Up channel and tell all of her followers to basically go to this new Enlighten Up channel. This is all resultant her filing a false report against myself during the night of the Lilith Aquino attack, in which she claimed I was cooking and eating babies live on camera, which resulted in an immediate shutdown of my channel, which was immediately appealed by myself, and the appeal went through immediately on a Sunday night because there were
Douglas
active...
doesn't even like kids.
Yes, thank you. Let alone taste them. Yet, our man Brendan Zoget made a astute observation when Michael Aquino finally succumbed to the ravages of, we'll say he was enervated, basically, by his bout with intestinal cancer. And the way Brendan Zoget said it was, well, as a vegan myself, I can only say that eating spike-roasted, skewered, and roasted babies, isn't good for your health in the long run. And that's Michael Aquino paid the price for that. Got to watch the diet there. But in terms of these people, I thank you for bringing that up about co-editing. I thank you for bringing that up about Deacon.
There's a little more to say about
sure, please.
As and this is sort of contrary to what Brendan says, but a lot of the times people who are into some really dark shit, really dark occultism, even people who are like famous magicians who can like levitate and do all that other stuff, you do not get any power that you get for free. So you have to give something in return. And what they give in return, even Aquino had to pay something up to his anti-gods, ultimately. Yes. It's just the law of the craft. It's why, for my work, I give blood. I give a lot of blood because, again, you don't give something, they're going to take something from you. It's that simple.
Yeah. So with that, I want to disambiguate that from Crystal River's cartomancy. So tell us a bit, Crystal.
I can.
Yeah, please.
Let me jump in. So, okay, thank you. I would say that there is a positive way to, I'm positive in quotes, there's a positive way to do magic, just like anything. There's a positive and negative way to do laundry. So the clean way to do magic is to, when you get to the point where you're going to call upon a spirit or a power greater than your physical body, yourself, your mind, is to tap into your non-physical part of yourself, aka your spirit, your soul, your astral body that's been in other lives, in other times, periods, and had all this life experience that you don't remember right now. And if you tap into that energy, your magic will work just as well, I say better, than asking for help from anyone else. And then you end up karmically clean. You don't owe anyone anything when it's over. You feel good and not depleted. And that's why women are, the occult is actually a female aspect. So even if you're a male, you're tapping into your female aspect to do magic if you do it successfully. And we have the ability to use our menstrual blood, the blood of life, and you can only use the blood of death. Yes.
Thank you, honey. That is so important. That is so important. And this is why you have such a difference between the female witch, and that's why the term warlock was created for the male practitioner. And this is also why most occultists who are male tend to be effeminate. They tend to be. Of course, you can have the opposite stereotype, but it's not common in the occult world. Most men who are practitioners of the occult will tend to be more effeminate in nature. And that's, again, just the nature of the beast. And I know Jameson had something kind of almost in protest to say, but or was it really in protest?
Oh, no. It wasn't protest at all. It was actually a perfect acknowledgement.
Okay.
A lot of if you speak to some of these spirits, and I have relationships with some of the, some demons, angels and whatnot, they actually prefer if you ask them to teach you how to do something rather than asking them to do it for you. Because what will happen is, even if you're working with an angel, it doesn't matter what you're working with. a lot of times the people will use a spirit's energy or use their power for this and that, but they're not, the problem is we have a dependency paradigm out there, and the dependency paradigm is looking for contact with spirits as a sort of drug, a sort of high, a sort of quick fix for your problem. And that's how it's being marketed. And that's how I think, my criticism to E.A. Koetting's method of marketing is because it resembles that.
Thank you.
It's like, you want a new car, you want a new job, just call Clonic and ask him, tell him what the deal is, and you'll get everything. And buy my shit, and you'll be able to do it even better. It's like, no. It doesn't. There's more to it than that. I find that the spirits have more respect for a magician who can barely cast a spell, but tries to do it on his own time and time again, rather than one who keeps asking them for the stuff. Because at least you're showing some degree of spiritual maturity, of self-reliance, which is the opposite of where the traditional, or shall I say, the pop occult path seems to be going. Because now everyone's high on spirits rather than techniques you could use to get your shit done by yourself.
Thank you. I mean, now that is educational, and it's above and beyond some of what you've taught us in the past. And with that, I want a constant kind of back and forth between yourself and our lovely Crystal for a bit here. Crystal, when it comes to somebody approaching you, say somebody was listening to that idiot's commercial, which reminds me of YouTube late night. When I'm cruising through YouTube at late night, then I run into those commercials which just make me laugh out loud, where the guy's getting out some super expensive fucking car, this goddamn Lamborghini, and saying, oh, this is my new car and shit, and then he's like saying, yeah, and I love my new home and shit, and he's walking out in front of some multi-billion-dollar home and shit. This guy's probably a home invader who just broke in to film this commercial and then put it up on YouTube and shit, and then he's like saying, you want my secrets, you can contact me. So this is kind of the approach, but people buy into this and they say, I want to change my life. I want to become wealthier than what I am. I'm impoverished and I'm down, and so how do you deal with these people when they call you and you're up throughout the night, because of your RH negative blood, you can spend all night keeping yourself sugary, up and sugared by eating all those bonbons. How do you, what do you tell these people?
Well, so I'm going to be honest, I do it. If they need a spell done quickly and they don't have the knowledge, experience to do it themselves, that's when I will let the person pay me. And that not only because they're going to use my service like an attorney, but I'm going to be the one putting my energy on the line to do this for them, regardless of if they deserve it or not. For example, if someone calls, oh, I messed up in an argument with my boyfriend and now he left and he's not answering his phone and I'm really scared, or are we broken up forever? I will do something to give them another chance. And so who's to say that in the greater scheme of things, God wants them to have another chance, right? But I let them pay me because I'm making that little kind of sacrifice for them, right, if you will.
I think
that's a fair exchange, and I'm for that. I will say in the past I've also I've hired people who are magicians for things that I felt I wasn't able to tackle as well, and to good effect. Mm-hmm. So there's validity with that. My only thing is you can look this up as well because he admits to it, but EA got his start in sales. He got his start in marketing.
EA Koetting.
Yeah.
Go on.
And so I've started to see a pattern of people who I see around the internet who follow that sort of idea or methodology as a sort of like guruhood, It's like trying to market this idea of them being some kind of guru who's in the know of all the secrets, and they keep people hooked by it, Again, there's nothing wrong with, again, like I wouldn't be having this conversation if he just had nothing to say about you, because it'd be like, all right, whatever. But you see, that was a really fucked up
So,
thing
so what
for
do you
him to
think it is? Is it just his affiliation with Aquino that kind of just provoked him to just show he was on Aquino's side?
Yeah, I had actually gotten a bad taste in my mouth when I was looking at a video. He was talking about technology, using technology to summon Lucifer or something like that, you know. And at first, I'm looking at the video. I'm expecting him to go into something like how we might be in a simulation or something, you know, grand and intellectual. But
Boy, were you disappointed!
he
Yeah,
didn't.
go on.
Instead, he was talking about the potential of us using technology we have and all the stuff. And he again mentioned Aquino. And I found that kind of weird. I'm sure a lot of people who are occultists will mention Aquino. I mean, granted, I mean, whether the guy is evil as shit or not, you know, he was good at what he was good at,
Right.
and you know, no one's going to take that from him. You know,
Yes.
well,
Yes.
who's to say now? But anyway, but anyway, my point is like, there is something where there are people out there who are willing to exploit people who are not, who have a low self-esteem, or people who might be looking for a quick me up, or know the psychology of marketing and know that there are people out there who will just get addicted to anything you sell them every time you pitch something new, because they're always going to see something they don't have in their life at the moment, and they're always going to say, I want that too, I want that too, I want that too. So you see, we reach a point where, you know, again, you know, there's a fine line between being responsible and just, you know, I don't know how to put this. So I'm going to think about this for a while. All I'm going to say is that I don't like the approach of the, while I don't like the approach of the fake gurus, I think that's really a toxic thing.
Right.
Because not all the people who are gurus out there talking about magic and stuff are really doing what they, or can do half of what they say.
Right.
But while I find it toxic, it's up to the individual not to be a sucker. So,
In other
Can I
words,
say something
Yeah.
about that? I'd like to
Please.
say something about that.
Please.
Okay, so I wanted to let the listeners know that if you are ever interested in getting a reading, a typical scam where you can tell that the person is not authentic, it's very prevalent, okay? And the reader will say that because of what they've read for you, this is a buzzword, but they'll say there's a curse on you and that they can now get the curse off and you can pay them.
Right.
And I know that seems simple, you know, it's like my dad makes the joke about, oh, what's a fortune teller? You go to them and they tell you put all your money in the windowsill and leave the window open tonight at 8 p.m. and right before you go to sleep.
Right.
But that's one of the ways that you know right away that is absolutely fake, because no one that's coming from a good space, a positive space, a space that's going to help you and upgrade your life will do that to you. They won't call it a curse.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, that's so important, and that's it's. However, what would you say about someone like
a curse can be done on a client, and if it's done to a client of mine, I will tell them, I will teach you how to undo this curse, because I don't want, you know, it's kind of like reversing the energy for the people that do the other thing.
Okay.
But I think it's important, even with energy healing, with magic, with anything, to not do it for the person on a regular basis. So like I said, in that emergency situation, I would do it. But normally I would want the person to take back their own power. And that's what I was going to say to Jamal earlier about the difference is when you have your own sovereignty, then you don't really feel comfortable to be in debt to anything else. And you realize that you have all the power. So what's the point of that? You're always putting yourself lower if you're depending on any other energy outside of yourself.
Thank you.
And
Go on.
there's another thing I wanted to point out. If a client has a curse on them, you would put yourself at a tremendous risk clearing it for them, because you would open yourself to that energy and whatever it is that might be attached to it. So I
Yeah,
also
you're
want
talking
to.
about it transferring like onto me now, since
Well, let's say let's say you had a client who is cursed, and they wanted you to clear it for them. You said that you would teach them how, and I
right,
think that's more responsible than trying to approach it like, I'll clear it for you, because
right.
again, and that
Teach
adds
a
to the
man to
validity.
fish.
Yes, yes. So go on. Oh Jesus! Did one of us get cut off?
Oh, no, no,
Okay,
no.
there you are. Go on.
But I was gonna say that adds to the validity of what you were saying, and how the idea of someone just saying you're cursed outright, you're gonna need this and that. That's actually that's actually called a hook or a lure.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. And so when it comes to someone, say for instance, like Brendan Zogit, who's not here with us tonight, which is unfortunate because he's, unfortunately works for a living in the more conventional sense, poor bastard. And but this individual is someone who's had it very hard in his life. And when I look at someone like him, it's hard for himself. And I don't think I'm saying anything that he himself wouldn't say. It's hard for himself not to draw the conclusion that something was done. Now, if I were to speculate, and I regret his not being here, but I would gladly say this in
I
front of him.
disagree. I
Okay.
feel it's an astrological aspect.
Okay.
So, for example, we just entered an aspect with relationships where, so planets move in different speeds, and some have a 30-year cycle, like Saturn or something, before it has come full circle around the zodiac, depending how fast or slow that. Mercury moves really fast, so it'll go 3 times around the zodiac in a year. But the heavier energies, the outer planet energies that play into our lives, like Pluto, those things have for example, we just ended a 30-year cycle. So whatever was going on in anyone's relationship from 88 to now, all your romantic relationships, that has just been, let's say, if the file on that has closed and it's put somewhere in the computer where it's not your life anymore. So for the next 30-year cycle, humanity is going through a new relationship thing. So no one should feel at this point on Earth that the relationships they will have in the future are reminiscent of the ones they've had in the past. Does that make sense?
I think so. I mean, I'll find out more from you as time goes on. But how about to yourself, Jameson? How does that strike you?
It makes a lot of sense. I also think that in order for us to understand Brendan's situation better, we would need a star chart as to when he was born, because it's possible that based on when certain people are born, they might have more challenges with certain
Right, a
other.
square in their chart or something that makes their life always be difficult when it comes to, say, making money. But it doesn't, it's also not a self-fulfilling prophecy, because again, like a reading, what would be the point? So astrology isn't God's karmic joke on us to, F us up every way possible. It's for us to figure out, hey, if I really tap into the universe and everything that's going on around me, from the flowers to the stars, I will be able to predict these cycles, because they are all never changing. The sun comes up every day. No matter what kind of day we're having, it's going to come up again tomorrow. So that's the one thing we can depend on, and that's what we need to tap into to predict what's going to happen next. Then we can ride those different cycles like waves, like, okay, today is not going to be a good day to buy a car, or I'm not going to be able to make money in my life till I get to my 40s, or whatever it may be. It often has to do with the chart. It does not predict the way things will keep happening.
Thank you, honey. I mean, that's.
I don't feel he's cursed. I feel
Okay.
that he could be doing what I do for my side hustle. He could be on websites doing readings for people with the kind of knowledge he has and the positivity. It's all about really giving people hope and making them feel happy. So like I said, you find what's good in their chart and you give them the good stuff first. And then that's how you teach people, instead of just doing it for them also. But he could be doing this and not slaving for the man.
Thank you. I mean, that is so important. I wish he were here to hear this. And
I could give him some leads if he's interested in doing that.
Yeah, and I'll let him know that, and hopefully he'll. Are you two in any kind of venue where you can communicate? Is he friends with yourself on Facebook or anything of that nature? Or
He's been on my Skype ever since you introduced us and we had that conversation about that witch in the beginning of our.
yes, yes.
So
Hopefully
yeah, he's there at least.
hopefully he reaches out. I definitely will tell him to do so. And aside from that, what about yourself, Jameson? Learning what
You
you
could too, James.
Oh, I wanted to point out one more thing that I found interesting.
Sure.
You guys were talking about negative blood types, right?
Mm-hmm.
My mother's a negative blood type.
Okay.
She's Rh negative.
Yeah, so that probably explains why she was so sick all the time when she had me.
Yes, it's hard. It's difficult for Rh negatives to assimilate here for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
They are the most frail, the most, they get a sunburn first, and like anything that can happen to them will. They get eczema and things like that. And it doesn't have to be that way. It's just we have to learn, like everybody else does, how our makeup can fit in with this planet. It is doable, but we can be vulnerable. So that means you're at least half, which means you carry the Rh negative. I forgot what it's called, but it's like the latent gene type.
The allele?
I'm sorry, what?
Allele.
Oh.
You use the term allele. Could you explain that? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a genetic it's a terminology in genetics. It means that you might carry a certain potential for a trait.
Right. It means your kids can still have it even if it skipped you. It's a high potential that your kids will be. Do you have psychic ability, or do you find it easy to slip into like altered states without drugs?
I do have the capacity to enter altered states. Psychic ability, I can say I'm only about psychic with the weather. Everything, when it comes to people, I can't tell you a damn thing, but that has to do with something else altogether.
It's really you do have psychic ability, but you have blocks, and once you dissolve the blocks, it's like having a statue that's under a lump of concrete. So it is there inside of you. You just need to chip away at the blocks.
I'm starting to learn a little more about that slowly. I am starting to be. I mean, I can see spirits. Not as clear as some people can. I'll get like a flash of light that would sort of move, but the way it would be moving would be different than if you were seeing a floater in your own eye. So I'd be able to know that it's not just my eyes, and that's even without any substances. So I can often, I guess I could channel stuff. I could channel stuff pretty all right. I mean, I've always seen spirits and ghosts and stuff as a kid. So yeah, probably.
Okay. Now, what about you, Crystal? When you were growing up, were you also able to see the other side through the veil?
I feel like from what I've read and I talk to everybody I can that has an Rh negative experience. So what I've gleaned from it is that we are we're more etheric. So we're more on a I guess you could say, I guess I'll use it again, an etheric existence here. So we don't make a hard carbon footprint kind of thing. We're kind of like feather here or something.
Right.
But that's why we're, can be affected by things differently. It's not more positive or negative. It's just different.
Right.
But,
okay. By the way, honey, can you hear me? You're coming through okay, but I just want to confirm.
Yeah, I heard you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Okay. It was just that for a while there, yeah, you were trailing off, and also you're kind of moving away from the microphone, so to speak. It was like your voice was going. So make certain you keep your voice near whatever you have that you're using as a microphone, because when you kind of turn around to reach for something or whatever it is you're doing, then your voice kind of like becomes distant, and so we want to be able to hear you clearly. That's all. But you definitely
Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, we understood everything you were saying, but it's just we want the quality to be, to be optimal. We just want the quality to be optimal, and when it comes to the what you're describing, it reminds me of the elves as described by J.R.R. Tolkien, Dr. Tolkien in his works, of course, the Lord of the Rings works. And of course, we can't go there without taking a little detour and talking a little bit about how Max Spears felt he was so ripped off by Peter Jackson that he should have been the main elf, though I don't know whether he was referencing the dark elf or the light elf.
Oh, yeah.
Tell us a little bit about
Who's
that.
Peter Jackson? Are you talking about Orlando Bloom?
Well, I'm talking about Peter Jackson is the sleazo director who made The Lord of the Rings.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, by the way, for people who don't...
I read the book
Yeah.
The Hobbit, but that's as far as I ever went with. I never watched any of that stuff.
You never saw any of the films then, the latest films?
No, until Max told me who Orlando Bloom was, I was like, who the fuck is Orlando Bloom?
Thank you. I was the same way until you told me about Max saying this guy basically ripped off his role. Tell us a little bit about this.
He downloaded his consciousness and stole all his acting roles.
Isn't that
Max
awful?
felt
I hate it when that happens. Go on.
Yeah, I do. It's awful, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, okay, so let's go into, you want to talk about that for a
little
second?
bit, just to, describe.
Okay, so I just want to tell what really happened is that when Max was in middle school, or what people would call junior high age, so early, like 13 to 15, he went to the same school with this guy, and he had a group of guy friends, and they hazed each other. And so he became really close, like brother buddies with this kid, Orlando Bloom, who turned out to be a Hollywood actor.
Was this in
really
England?
cheesy one.
Was this in England?
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
okay,
it was
go
there.
on. Go on.
So together they were in their school was also their church. So it was Canterbury.
Okay. That explains
so-
everything. That explains
so they
everything.
were
Go
taken
on.
underground.
Yeah.
And they were put in a thing like Fight Club, where they were told to like beat each other to the death, whoever wins. And they also had a lot of other like sexual bonding.
Oh, of course.
Underground rituals, like with adults telling them what to do in the ritual and them doing it, and then being semi-intoxicated and remembering this stuff later, but being like trauma bonded. So he was trauma bonded with that actor.
Oh my God. But
so
by the
then
way, just
later,
so everyone knows this, when he was being snuff murdered on camera, which they never released the footage because that would have been compromising and would have landed people in jail, but they released the audio, which should still be on YouTube. You had that motherfucking Polish son of a bitch, this sadist who was torturing Max Spears to death, literally saying when he brought up Canterbury, he was going in this obscene Boris Karloff voice. Canterbury? What can't you bury? And that, of course, was the trauma invocation right there.
Yep.
And so
right
please
there.
Go on, honey. Go on. Yeah.
So that, why did the guy interviewing Max when he was dying know to bring up this thing that happened to him when he was a teenager? That's a great question. So now I'll just go ahead and say, I guess for legal reasons, all this is what Max told me. So I'm not saying anything that I know or don't know about Orlando Bloom. I'm just saying what Max told me happened to him in his life. And Max was messed up from a traumatic experience, and he says that was it. So why not believe the man was disturbed and traumatized.
I thought it was all bullshit until you brought this up. I honestly thought that this was, here's Max, another self-indulgence, another delusion.
No, I could tell what was true and what was false with
Thank
doing
you.
that.
So
Okay.
Continue. Now,
So
I know
that
now
happened,
from what you
so
say that this is true. So go on. Yes.
Okay, so Max has an acting background. His grandfather was in the equivalent, if there could be one, in England of our Hollywood.
Yes.
So in British films, this man, his grandfather was in a famous film, and he sent me the pictures of it, just like I sent you the info when my dad was in that random film with Steve McQueen. So that was one of the stories we bonded on. I was like, oh, this happened to my dad. And he was like, oh, this happened to my grandfather. And, his mother later did verify that his grandfather was an actor. And so Max always wanted to do that too. And he was an okay actor, And he was good looking enough to be a bad actor. God, I'd watch it anyway, right?
Yeah.
So
Understood.
he, when he
Yes.
saw, he actually he lived in New Zealand. A lot of people don't know that. He spent some time living in New Zealand, and he was out there when they were going to film those movies, and he tried out for it. He did audition and didn't get the part, and Orlando Bloom got the part, and that's all true. And
Holy
so
shit. Holy
Max
shit.
felt like I feel he came up with this theory. Now this is where I don't know if he's stretching or not, okay? Because the rest of it is all true, but here's the part that's just Max,
Right.
like guessing all the time about what really happened to me. So he said maybe Orlando Bloom or the handler, the controllers of us in that ritual were able to download my life experiences, even from past lives, even from other dimensions, like when I'm inky or whatever it is, and then put it into this guy so he could have all the talent. Because then he went on to play certain roles that Max followed. He got obsessed with it, and he was like, "They took that from my life." He would. That was his trip.
Yeah.
That sounds like a form of vampirism, where you
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
siphon a certain trait from someone else and use it for yourself.
Well, it's one of those things where you've put it into a context now where I can at least, in a future transmission, I'll do my best to further contextualize it so that people will understand the reality of what Max was saying. And of course, I'm going to say that there is a certain level of self-indulgence that we all have when it comes to this sort of thing, but when it comes to what Max is saying now, it makes so much more sense to me. Whereas before I was so dismissive of the story as something that was morbidly entertaining and just this kind of masturbatory Max fantasy. I now see
Max
it as
had an obsession with the Baphomet because the Baphomet energy was definitely included in that ritual, because he spent his life trying to figure out what is Baphomet from there. And that's why I told you I wanted to discuss at some point about Max and Tracy both had a Baphomet obsession. And Max actually carried that over. He thought the conclusion of that ritual was going to be, he thought that the controllers would try to put a womb inside of Bloom and have him carry a child to complete the ritual of a complete reversal of, you know what I mean? And it's like he was real worried about the transgender agenda and all that stuff, because he thought that played into that Baphomet stuff. But so that definitely was what his ritual was about. And he also had a theory about Kurt Cobain's song that's called In Bloom. He thought that was predicting that stuff about Bloom, Orlando Bloom.
Okay. And thank you. So that's interesting. I'm not quite sure what to make of that, of course, because that takes
right. In case it ever happens, you heard it here.
Yes. Well, the one thing I can tell you don't need to worry about is Orlando Bloom ever instigating any legal action, because that would force him to acknowledge it in a very real sense. That would be an acknowledgement of the
right.
phenomenon.
He also had a thing where he kept trying to connect Orlando Bloom's family line to Sean Stone's family line, because he felt that they were both of a vampiric line that was out to get his family's DNA, that was battling with his DNA. And at the end, he told me Sarah's one of the vampires. That's why she's Adams, like the Adams family. That's why that's why they call them the Adams family, because that's an old vampiric line of DNA.
Interesting. As in Sarah Rachel Adams and the
That's
Adams.
what he thought.
Yes. Got it. And and
she was hooked up with Sean Stone, as you know, right behind his back and everything. So
you know what? I knew so little about that. Fill us in a bit more.
She and I were friends before he and I were, okay? So yes, I did do that thing where I got with her boyfriend after she wasn't with him anymore. Too bad. just happens sometimes. But
yes, it's true. God, yes.
but the thing is, she felt that I betrayed our friendship because I did that, and yeah, I did. Your
And yet
friendship was never
she was
worth
the one who
shit.
kind of was foisting him onto you.
Yeah, you're the worst friend I ever had anyway. So come on.
Thank you. Yes. So
But where I was going with that was
Yeah.
she actually confided in me, "Hey, I'm leaving. If Max acts like violent to me one more time, I'm leaving because I have someone on the side anyway. It's Sean." And she was like going on and on about Sean, and I didn't know who she meant, and I didn't care either. And then she was like, "You've got to promise me you never tell Max anything about Sean." And I said, "Sean who? I don't even know who you're talking about." She goes, "Sean Stone." And I'm like, "Who's Sean Stone?" I didn't know he was anything. I didn't know about him. So I went to look who he was after that and found out that he was Oliver Stone's son and all the stuff he was into at the time. But I didn't even know who he was either.
Thank you. And of course, I could go on and on about Sean Stone. People
Right.
know about that.
Take it away.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, you know what people already know is, that, of course, that Sean Stone was this the son of Oliver Stone. He had interviewed myself because he wanted to do good. Now, Peter Moon, of course, has personally met Sean Stone, and Sean Stone did good by him. Sean Stone was trying to do the right thing, or at least Sean Stone convinces himself of that. And so Sean Stone, when he interviewed myself, was determined to do the right thing. And so Sean Stone, after he interviewed myself, like an idiot, misquoted myself when he went on Alex Jones, who is, of course, the enemy, who is directly servile to Michael Aquino, an actual member of the cult of the Temple of Set, and all of the Temple of Obscenities that is part and parcel to that world of darker than dark, the world of darker than black. And when Sean Stone, like an idiot, went on Alex Jones and said, Douglas Dietrich says Michael Aquino is a pedophile and that he raped all these kids and all this shit that got him directly into lawsuit territory. He did this without any understanding that I can talk about Michael Aquino based on any number of things that he obviously was totally unaware of. That first off, Michael Aquino can't do anything to me. He couldn't do anything while he was alive. His wife, after his death, can't do anything to me other than by the kind of electronic or personal attacks that we saw. Basically, these are people who are limited in their actions against me because I've got what I've got on them. And beyond that, there's several other factors I could go into for hours.
Yeah.
I'm immune to the occult, etc. But when it comes to these people,
energetically, they both give you too much. They love you too much. They worship you too much for them to ever succeed at doing something negative to you magically. I could say that.
Thank you, honey. Thank you. And that she's right. She's right. There is a bizarre bond between us. And so when it comes to this sort of situation, Sean Stone had no comprehension of the depth of what he was getting into. So when he did what he did and basically fucked himself, that's when Michael Aquino approached Oliver Stone and said, I own your ass now. And after that, basically Sean Stone started interviewing Michael Aquino. And then that gave Michael Aquino his opportunity to dress up like Captain Kangaroo and be all kid-friendly and shit and say, I never knew Douglas Dietrich, and all this other crap, and basically turn Oliver Stone, the dad, into his bitch, where Oliver Stone started doing things Michael Aquino wanted him to do, political things. And this was included making propaganda films that would basically promote the pawns of Michael Aquino. One of them, of course, being that so-called whistleblower who was affiliated with Julian Assange, I'm forgetting his name at this point. These people are like non-entities to me in so many ways. Who was that guy? Someone help me out here. Derek or Jameson. The guy aside from Julian Assange, who was the whistleblower they made the film about, Snowden, Edward Snowden.
Snowden.
Yeah, so they made that.
Snowed in.
Yes, thank you, snowed in. Yeah, so he's snowed in now. He's stuck in Russia the rest of his fucking life with an AK-47.
And that's what Max used to say about him. Max had a way with like decoding words, and he said that was all a script, and it was and that's why it's called snowed in. They do stuff like that just to be like, if you can't figure that out, then you deserve whatever ritual we're doing to you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And Max had his brilliance, no doubt about it. So when it comes to that situation, then you had Oliver Stone suddenly making the Snowden film, and then actually going to Russia, and Vladimir Putin was personally on film. You can see this chauffeuring Oliver Stone around while Oliver Stone was promoting Vladimir Putin as this great guy. To the point where Vladimir Putin is sharing his homoerotic fantasies with him, saying, yeah, if someone ever tries to rape me in a shower, then I am trained in judo. I know how to handle him and how to dispatch him and stuff like that. And, I was thinking to myself, of course, the moment Vladimir Putin is bringing this shit up, like, wow, you seem to think about this a lot,
Yeah, it's like Nicole Frolic. It's like, if that's what eating babies, that's where you go first.
Yeah, yes, thank you. Yes, look at what's on her mind, that she was just bringing that shit up to report to YouTube, and fortunately she paid the price for it. But this is the kind of bullshit that we're dealing with. These are highly morbid people. Their minds are filled with dark and morbid thoughts. So when it comes to all of this, it does, that's in general basically what you need to know for context, is that after that, Sean Stone and his entire family became pawns of the Aquino family, and it was sad. It's so fucking sad, because you've got this guy who says, I'm a crusader, I want to help out the kids who are being persecuted, and this is what it comes down to, being an idiot who gets himself the pawn of the greatest pedophile network of all. And this is where we're left at in alternative media. And
Max felt that he was a pawn. Okay, so in his own life, Max felt that Sean Stone was being used to get the attention of SRA, so that Max was ready to leave Sarah. He was trying to break up with her. His family was helping him move out behind her back and everything. His mom was helping him, that he was going to go to her house until he could go somewhere on his own, because if he went to somewhere on his own right away, she would follow him and stuff. So he was going to move in with his mom. She was going to protect him. And she came up, like the first time she came up with pretending she was pregnant, which obviously she wasn't. And then this time she didn't want him to leave. She came up with, she got involved with Sean Stone behind his back, which got him jealous. It's like, you're ready to leave someone, but now it's a cockfight between you and that guy. So he got drawn back in for like an extra amount of time with her, because he found him on her phone and conversations that he had. So he started like spying on her to try to figure out what she was doing with him. He found out she had gone out of town to meet him secretly when she told him she was going to get interviewed by someone else, and all this like platonic stuff. And so it was like, that was what was going on in their relationship. So he thought that Sean Stone was a nobody pawn, but that was his, like, as an asset, that was his job at the time.
Yeah. Well, definitely appreciated that you bring all that up. This is what Sarah Rachel Adams was scared of the public finding.
Yep.
Yeah, and thank you. This is why she was reacting so irrationally and so violently about. And so honestly, people, you heard it here first. This is the truth of the matter, and it is something that I think really it brings us to the bottom of why Max was murdered as well. And in that sense, Sarah Rachel Adams was a willing participant in that murder. So this is where it comes to light. So, and I said that. I'm the one who said that.
I will
So,
say that before the fact, before she was ever suspect, because he was indeed murdered, before any of that ever happened, while Max was alive, he told me, I'm afraid that this person is an evil, into evil black magic, and that they are doing it to me so that I'll end up dead.
mhm.
And then within a year later, that all did happen.
Yeah. Yes, and it's just a tragedy that I am glad that we are exposing in context. So I can say that we're doing the right thing, and what we're doing is it takes time, but we're bringing some level of justice to Max, and therefore some level of peace to his departed soul. By the way, Brandon Young brought up the fact that you had this idiot who was claiming that he had helped Max reach peace, that he had taken his soul out of hell. It was someone like Coetting or somebody like him. Maybe, Jameson, you remember the so-called occult practitioner who said he had gone down to hell to take Max out of hell and help his soul, reach some other plane of existence or afterlife or something like that. Any memory?
No, this is actually the first time I'm hearing of this. I mean, at first, because you said Brandon Young, the only person who came to mind was Peter Levenda, but I'm sure that can't be right.
No, it wasn't Peter Levenda, yeah. But I thank you for trying. It's definitely something that when Brandon Young was relating that story to us, he was telling us how cheesy it was, and it was some other guy who's a YouTube type occult star. But all of that aside, when it comes to Our Lady Crystal River and Jameson Reese and the occult education they have brought us, I cannot overemphasize how privileged we all are to kind of hear some exchange on this subject that brings a deeper understanding of it to the masses than they would otherwise ever be allowed. So consider yourself gifted by tonight's episode. And with that, Crystal, I want you to kind of share with us what else comes to your mind that you might think is really important for us to dwell on at this time when everything is so convoluted, everything is so stressful. What do you think people should do to kind of help center themselves in these times of deep challenge, stress, everybody just trying to survive?
Okay. It's really easy. That's an easy answer. I know it doesn't seem like it, but right now we're going through an aspect that is to do with Mercury and Gemini, and this is a very quick energy, and it's very much an energy about your own little environment that's close, like your neighborhood or who you consider your tribe. Even like us here on this transmission, we're a tribe. So it's about fixing up the things in your life that have to do with that. Don't worry so much about the outer. That's the reason why the world is going crazy right now. It looks like Armageddon out there. And the reason for that is because darker forces would like us to be out of sync with our natural purpose and rhythm and flow. And our natural purpose and rhythm and flow in this time period is to pay attention to our small, little, near neighborhood environment. And so the dark forces are trying to draw you into election and wars, or even if it's ending wars, just anything that's outside of your neighborhood. And everybody will be best served with, as far as being healthy and getting through all of this, by focusing on that little environment, your own tribe. If somebody doesn't get along with you or believe you or isn't as woke as you or is voting for the wrong guy, then either get away from that person if it irritates you, or learn to be okay with everybody having, like, all four of us here, we have completely different opinions, but I love all these people that I'm talking to, and I love Selena too. I wish she was here. But it's about that. That's what I was going to say about my birthday, that every year I learn something new. And what I've learned this year is that solar return, we can all love each other and be a part of the human family without taking a side. The side is taking a side of anything is a distraction. So avoid taking the side of anything, even while we're in this election where they're trying to get you to take a side on something. If you don't take a side on it, then they won't be forced to offer us a better side, because neither one of those sides are good. They both suck. Make your own side. Focus on your local government and stuff. That's where it's at. Your school, your kid's school.
Okay, I think that's something I'm not going to argue with. Certainly, I won't argue with you with Crystal. But one of the things that I think you're doing is you're helping people to understand that what they call echo bubbles in social media aren't necessarily always negative. I do, along with everyone else, usually condemn the echo bubble phenomenon, and yet at the same time, maybe it's the solution. Maybe certainly one of the things that was interesting about oh my God, let me look up the science fiction novel. It was written by a very famous science fiction authoress, a female author, and it was called The Missing Man, about New York
Now,
City.
I'm not saying there won't be a time when it is appropriate to focus on the outer or other things. It's just that I was given the astrology of like what would help us now. Well, you asked me how to get through what we're going through, and the astrology of now till the end of the year is that.
Right. Thank you for clarifying that, for qualifying that. But one of the things that was emphasized in the science fiction novel The Missing Man, which was about a future New York City, it was writ and published in 1975. It was actually writ in 1971. So we're talking about something that would be considered quite dated. But it's a joy to read because there's things that you will encounter in it that will give you such a refreshing feeling as compared to modern science fiction, because modern science fiction has things that we find all too familiar, and a lot of digital shit, a lot of stuff you don't find in the days before we had digitization to the extent that we have now, when computers were still very large and our vision of the future was not yet so dependent on high technology. And the vision of the future back then that this wonderful lady, Catherine Ann McLean, had, and to disambiguate how to approach this, the Missing Man novel is flawed in the sense that it's an anthology of all of her short stories that were published in Analog Science Fiction magazine, which, if you went back and got each of the issues of Analog that published her novel over a period of years starting in March of 1971, you would find out that the theme of the story was very different from that which winds up in the novel. And when she published with Analog Science Fiction, basically, well, I'll tell you the difference is basically centered on the thematic environment. And the environment in the novel, or the series of short stories, is that New York of the future would become like the internet of today, physically. In other words, everyone literally lived, in an echo bubble. That people would live in neighborhoods where they were culturally and ideologically and emotionally and politically just of their own kind. They were of their own tribe. The hippies, the right-wingers, and the Arabs and the Jews, and everybody was just in their separate little
that's why I said all four of us here together conversing, coming from all different points of view, and we still love each other.
Yes, thank you. And that was the way that people were able to live in such a crowded city as New York. That was the solution. That was, and yet the important thing that I found offensive about the novel is that if you read through the series of short stories originally published in Analog Science Fiction magazine, Catherine McLean pictures the main character going through different neighborhoods, working for the New York Police Department on contract, as encountering the Arab neighborhood, and the Arab neighborhood thinks he's a Jewish spy, and they wind up being Well, they of course are trying to kill him because they think he's a Jewish spy from a different neighborhood, and then they find out they are able to ascertain he's not, and then they become helpful, and basically that conflict is resolved, and the story moves on. So they become friendly, and there's a conflict resolution. When she published the novel, to give you an idea of how sinister the Jewish majority was in the publishing industry at that time, she could not get the short stories anthologized the way she had written them and the way they were published in analog science fiction magazine. She had to change the entire plot so that the Arabs were the enemy to the very end and were propagandized as everyone's universal enemy. The Jew's enemy is your enemy, in other words, and that was the only way she got the Missing Man novel published. Now that's just plain fucking sick. And that's the horror of the novel. But if you otherwise, the novel would be good. But you have to read it in context of what I've just expressed to you, so you understand the flaw intrinsic in the novel, and and then you can read the novel with that caveat, as in caveat emptor, or buyer beware. So the point about the echo bubble effect, of course, is that it is what it is. It's a reality that we contend with, and like Crystal said, now is the time to take full advantage of it. This is the year until 2020 is over to be in your echo bubble. And yeah. And Jameson, do you have anything that comes to mind with that thought? Anything?
Well, actually, I'm in agreement with her. I'm the kind of person who's naturally always looking inward. So for me, it's actually quite a surprise when I do see the world outside of myself. But yeah, I've unconsciously been doing what she suggested. You know, you just, because I've been like cleaning up, changing, rearranging my room, just things like that. Things on a very microscopic level rather than macroscopic, I guess.
I was about to ask, if you were to get into a tribe, I can't imagine what that tribe would be. But,
yeah, it's probably just going to be me and my 3 cats.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
He's part of our tribe.
He's part of our tribe. There we are.
Yeah. All right. All the better. Yeah, I do actually feel sort of like a sort of kinship here that I don't feel outside. So, yeah.
And let me see now. I'm
going to restore your faith in humanity.
Okay.
By the way.
Okay. That's that'll be a challenge. But if anyone could do it, it would be Crystal River. And so with that, I'm going to kind of just give us a little context for going in a different direction. I started before we were able to get Crystal River back on to talk about these crimes. And I think that, by the way, Derek, I just need to confirm he's still with us. Derek, are you still with us?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, thank you, because I do want your input on this after I've kind of related them.
Hey, Derek.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, yeah, and Crystal, do you get any vibes when Derek comes on? Any vibes you get about his general health or anything like that?
Yes, the minute he got on right now, I felt Malik, actually.
Interesting. Wonderful.
So just let him know that, and this ties in with earlier, I was doing some tapping, some emotional freedom technique tapping when Douglas said, the story he was about to tell about the nanotechnology that was given to him with the transfusion, he said that he indicated it was going to be difficult to talk about. So I started doing the EFT tapping for Douglas so he could get through that story and tell it eloquently. Of course, he does that part, but just so he wouldn't be so emotionally affected. If you can think of your worst trauma and tap through it, it will lose its charge and it will stop affecting your health.
Okay.
So I send Malik positive energy right now because I felt like some heaviness whenever you came back on the phone. Not yours though.
But you know what? He needs that because I just been worried about him lately.
Could you tell us what specifically? Oh, I'm sorry. Go on, honey. Yeah.
I just wanted to say that everything, this is a short words to tell him for a reading, and it sounds really simple, but Spirit is wanting to tell him the message that everything is going to be okay. I know that sounds like trite, but hopefully he'll find meaning if you tell him that. Maybe someone told him that before and he'll hear it for the second time and it'll really ring true or something.
Okay.
Derek, go on and share us a little bit about what specifically has set your alarm bells off, or maybe that's the wrong way to put it. That might sound too urgent or emergent, but you obviously have been worried about it.
Just the way he carries himself, and you know, it hasn't even been since his girlfriend died, but it's been since we moved to Tennessee. He's just been kind of down and like moping and just almost like no personality, just existing. To where when we were living in Chicago area, he was more upbeat, he was more outgoing, he had goals, and it just kind of seems like the life has been sucked out of him. Then he finally meets somebody who he really likes and she dies.
Yeah.
You know, when we all have a psychic part to ourselves, our own psychic ability, and I believe that like his higher self, the non-physical part of himself, knew that he was going to go into this dark experience here and also attach the physical place with what happened. You know, it's a traumatic. So that's probably why that message came through, because it's like a karmic lesson that now the hard part's over, he's done it, and he will heal from here, and you'll know he's healed when he understands why this all had to happen.
Right. And you see what's going on in Chicago right now. I mean, it's good we got him up out of there, you know?
Yeah. I have a client there, yes.
Yeah. And so what I'm going to do is kind of, like I said, give a little report on these ugly stories and kind of drag some responses out of all of you, because it's almost like a cheap shot, but it's something that I feel needs to be done, because I almost have a need myself to contextualize these. Honey, before I was able to get you back on, actually before you brought yourself back on, it was your own power that helped to bring you back on, and I do want to explore that a little bit. What did you kind of do to get the bandwidth to take your energy again? Because the bandwidth has been very hostile to feminine energy tonight, and there's something going on about that. Do you have any idea what that might be, as well as how you got back on? Tell us a bit about that.
I had a theory that I don't think it was right, but I thought that once I put you on mute for the first time to get some tea, that I was never able to get back on. Okay. So I was thinking, if I get back on the third time, I'm going to not mute no matter what. But I've been doing it now, and it's fine. I don't know.
Yeah, and we know it's not
but
that,
it was
because
definitely energetic. It was definitely, I felt that forces outside of us that know that this group of people getting together and expressing themselves exactly tonight would do something very positive, and so it just tried to prevent that. But positive will always outweigh negative. It's more persistent.
I appreciate that so much. It's like water, which is a corrosive enough element.
I let go and I didn't worry about it. I was like, okay, well, next time, and then it worked.
That's
so
right.
Stressing about it would have kept it at bay longer.
Right. And for those of you who are skeptical, who just tuned in, because we've got a lot of new listeners that have come on over the past few hours, for those of you who don't know it, Selena Khan and Crystal River were both females, who were both being constantly booted off of the bandwidth beyond my ability to do anything about it. So this was obviously something that was gender specific. And it was gender specific for a reason, because Selena Khan had initially exposed to myself. She went into the analytics and she brought back to myself something I was totally unaware of and shocked by, that 80% of our viewers are men, and 20% of our listeners are female. So we've got this overwhelmingly majority masculine audience that to me doesn't make any fucking sense. It's like, where does that come from? I mean, I'm down on men. I don't really relate to them, and I try to surround myself with females whenever I can. And so how is it that we're getting so many men listening as opposed to females? It's bizarre to me. And yet, when we try to bring the females on, because this is something Selena has been trying to do to get more feminine energy, to let females know they're safe here, that this is a safe space for females, then something literally was violently knocking both the females off. And hopefully we'll get them together Wednesday or whenever possible for Crystal River next, to basically get more of that feminine energy interactive.
I think that's the point.
Yeah.
I can't think of a safer space for
Thank you.
a woman to be. I feel so protected with Douglas, and I think that's what is being attacked.
Thank you, and that's definitely those elements at work. Now, Noreen Halpand, who was on here just a few episodes ago, and hopefully will be on again in the near future, she was someone who had expressed in the past. By the way, so for people who don't know Noreen Halpand that well, I didn't bring this up when she was on the episode with us, and I forgot to ask, though I should have, and I'll hope to remember if she decides to come on with us again. It's always hard to tell what direction people are going in and what they'll decide. But if she decides to come on with us again, I'll bring the subject up. She's a member of the Japanese NRM, or New Religious Movement. That's the Japanese politically correct term for cult. It's known as Soka Gakkai. And Soka Gakkai is also a new religious movement that, oh God, who is that lady who sang the, she was in Mad Max, the black woman who was in Mad Max.
Tina Turner.
Thank you, Tina Turner is a member of Soka Gakkai.
Oh, I thought she was just Buddhist.
She's.
I didn't know that.
Oh, okay, yes. Well,
Okay.
Soka Gakkai is a form of Buddhism. It's a specific school of Buddhism,
Okay.
which is messianic. Its roots trace back to Nichiren, or the Nichiren sect of Buddhism, which is a very benevolent. Of course, this all depends on who's arguing what. Everything is shrouded in controversy, and all religion is controversial. That's one thing you don't talk about at the dinner table, is religion and politics, for a reason, right? But this is not the dinner table, and Douglas Dietrich talks about everything. But the Nichiren sect of Buddhism started with a messianic Buddhist who basically was entering the apocalyptic realm of Buddhism. For people who don't understand Buddhism, which is most Westerners, they think of Buddhism as peace, meditation, everybody is static. They have a static view of Buddhism. The truth is, Buddhism has a real apocalyptic element to it. So the Buddhism contains a prophecy of Mappo, that there will come a time of the end days. And it's pretty dark. So when it comes to Mappo, then we get people like Om Shinrikyo and Shoko Asahara, the blind fat dude who led an apocalyptic cult of doomsday practitioners that tried to kill everybody in Japan, or a lot of people in Japan, and changed the government there, where the Shoko Asahara would be in charge. So that's a long story, and it involved the Soka Gakkai, which was recruited by the Japanese government to help ensnare, entrap, and ultimately dismantle, to a large extent, almost in its entirety, the Shoko Asahara cult of Om Shinrikyo, which was responsible for the poison gas attack on the Tokyo subway stations and trains system that caused such havoc in Japan. An entire story behind that would take hours to go into, another transmission. But when it comes to our young lady, Noreen Halpern, she was, as far as I know, still is, a devout practitioner of Soka Gakkai. Now, I brought that up for a reason, but it was, oh yes, here's the reason. She was being interviewed by myself specifically about Soka Gakkai. And so I guess I have to add some context here. I've gone deep into this before, and I've written long columns on this, which Jameson Reese can attest to. Jameson Reese has read my columns I've writ about the Om Shinrikyo cult. And to give you some context of how serious this was, the Aum Shinrikyo cult had an enormous amount of followers in Russia directly after the collapse of the Soviet Union, many of them in the Russian military, and they wound up selling or outright giving to Aum Shinrikyo at a time, by the way, when the Soviet Union was totally in bankruptcy, and Mikhail Gorbachev went so far as to attempt to sell the Soviet Navy to the Japanese Empire. This was a time when Mikhail Gorbachev approached the Japanese government and said, "We cannot maintain our fleet in being. I am willing to sell you the entire fleet to help refinance the Russian state." And this included the nuclear aircraft carrier, the Admiral Kuznetsov, and all of these nuclear destroyers, which are just, these are weapons the Americans don't even have equivalents of, that they were going to sell outright to the Japanese. And so the Japanese went in and they inspected the entire Russian fleet, and they said, "No, thank you," because the Russian fleet was just so damaged. It was so the Admiral Kuznetsov has got a leaky nuclear reactor. The Russian submarines were cracking open in their hulls. The Japanese said it'll be cheaper for us to just build everything from scratch. But had the Japanese gone for it, overnight Japan would have become the largest naval force in the world, second to that of the American Navy. They're already en route to that anyway, but they've built it all themselves. So they just went the correct route. They didn't need to do that. What happened was, by the way, in case you don't know this, Pepsi wound up buying the Soviet fleet in being for a time, and for a time, Pepsi company had a nuclear navy that was the largest in the world, second to the United States, for a period of time. You can look this up. But
not surprised.
yeah, and how are you not surprised? What do you know about Pepsi? What do you know about them? Or it's just your cynicism. Just your cynicism in general.
Just corporations.
Thank you.
All that.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. And so, but what happened was, at the time,
You could have said Nestle or anything.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I get it. So then what happened was the Soviet Union, in collapse, wound up turning a bunch of super weapons over to Aum Shinrikyo through their cult followers. And so, for those of you who don't know this, and you can look this up, after Shoko Asahara was sent into prison in that long interminable period of time before the Japanese executed him, then the Russians attempted to rescue him by hijacking a plane. A Japanese plane full of civilians was hijacked by Russian terrorists who were Aum Shinrikyo Buddhists, who were apocalyptic in nature, who were trying to rescue Soko Asahara from prison. Soko Asahara, excuse me. So you had this element of Russian cultism involved with the Japanese that most Americans are totally unaware of, and that's how they wound up with scalar weapons. Now, the Aum Shinrikyo cult purchased an enormous amount of land in Australia at Banjawarn Sheep Station. Now, Australia is seismically stable. It's just a hunk of sand covering a huge solid rock. It's like the Rock of Gibraltar, the size of a continent. In other words, Australia does not suffer earthquakes. Earthquakes do not happen in Australia. They're just physically impossible. Any geophysicist will explain all of the reasons why. But what happened was Australia started experiencing earthquakes, and these were artificially generated at Banjawarn Sheep Station. This is a fact. This is verifiable. You can look this up. And the Australian government found out that land had been sold to the Aum Shinrikyo cult, where they were testing out the scalar weapons technology. And it was shortly after that that Soko Asahara predicted that Japan would be attacked. And that was the word he used. Not that Japan would suffer a earthquake. He predicted that Japan would be attacked by an artificially generated earthquake. And so he predicted the Osaka earthquake of 2018 down to the date, because he was the man who caused it. So on June 18th of 2018 at 7:58 a.m., Japan Standard Time. An earthquake measuring 5.6 on the Richter scale. That's a moment magnitude scale in the Japanese measurement, 5.6 actually. In America, on the Richter scale, that would be like 6.1 or something like that, even higher. Hit Osaka, Kobe, and within a very brief period, something far too short for an earthquake. It was like one of the shortest earthquakes in all human history. It created $1 billion worth of damage. It generated $1 billion in damage at Osaka, Kobe. And his next target was Tokyo, at which point he would have destroyed the world economy. Because at that point, in 2018, a vast majority of the world's economy was anchored and tethered around the Japanese economy. And Tokyo is that economy. Tokyo is the largest city in the world. It is enormous. It is so large, they don't even have a mayor. They have a fucking governor, as if it were a fucking state. And so that's how big Tokyo is. And so in order to stop him from attacking Tokyo, the Japanese government turned towards another cult, which was Soka Gakkai. And so Soka Gakkai got involved in this whole setup that led to the Tokyo subway station attack, so the Japanese could crack down on Aum Shinrikyo, and the public would understand why, because the Japanese did not want to panic the world and cause disinvestment in Japan by letting the world know that a madman in charge of a terrorist cult had his hands on a doomsday weapon. Because Americans would have started divesting from Japan, as would have the rest of the world, and the economy would have collapsed. The world would have collapsed, and it would have been a world collapse of the economy. The world would have entered a crash, not just a depression, but a crash. So Aum Shinrikyo was taken out by the Soka Gakkai launching the gas attack against the Tokyo subway stations. And then they blamed it, with the help of the government, on Aum Shinrikyo, and that's how they took him out, in a way that they could divert all attention from the earthquake weapons. And so when they did this, that's how serious the context was. Now, just to put this into some context for you, for anyone who has any skepticism on this, at that time, the man in charge of the United States State Department was General Colin Powell. And he was retired from the military at that point. And General Colin Powell was, at that time, the United States Secretary of State. The moment 9/11 went down, in the year 2000, Aum Shinrikyo was still under investigation in the United States for all of its assets in the United States. And at that time, when 9/11 and the Twin Towers collapsed, Colin Powell went on record saying, that looks like a seismic weapon. That looks like a scalar weapon. That looks like artificial earthquake generation. And the reason he said that was because Nikola Tesla had demonstrated in New York City that he could generate earthquakes artificially. This is on record. If you don't believe me, there is no rumor here.
Can I say
there's no urban legend? I'm sorry.
That's
go ahead.
also part of a magic ritual, Douglas.
Yeah.
I'm getting strong vibes about it. I just gotta say.
Yeah, thank you. Go on.
Max would say this too. Listen, Pepsi Cola, Colin Powell, Nicola.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Nikola, as in Nikola Tesla. Nikola. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, honey. So Nikola Tesla had generated an earthquake so powerful in New York City that people begged him on their hands and knees to stop because he was going to bring the city down. So Nikola Tesla proved he could generate artificial earthquakes, seismic earthquakes that were artificially generated, and it was the Aum Shinrikyo that had approached the Nikola Tesla Museum in New York City for scalar weapons they could purchase when they were told, you don't get it, all of his seismic weapons, etc., were confiscated by the U.S. government in World War II by the OAP, the Office of Alien Property, which was the same office that stole all the Japanese real estate when they were interned en masse in World War II. They stole Nikola Tesla's property, not the FBI, not the CIA, the OAP. And all of that was done because they had divested Nikola Tesla of his citizenship so that they could declare him an alien, enemy, and a spy of the Axis powers. And that's when Nikola Tesla killed himself. He did die by suicide. Now, all of you can, look all of this up, and you will not be surprised, I am sure, that the man who was running the confiscation of Tesla's property for the Office of Alien Property was Donald Trump's uncle. It was Donald Trump's uncle who confiscated Nikola Tesla's property. And that will tell you everything you need to know about Donald Trump's background.
I will say Donald Trump's family does have time travel experience. They have messed and dabbled in time travel.
And this was one of the sources. The individual in question, Donald Trump's uncle, was Dr. John G. Trump, an electrical engineer with the National Defense Research Committee of the Office of Scientific Research and Development, who was called in to analyze the Tesla papers in OAP custody. For those of you who have any skepticism about any of this. So, of course, Trump shares, in his own mind, his famed uncle's science genius. I must emphasize that Donald Trump is, of course, a legend in his own mind. And no one else's. Yes, there we are. But that I could go into a different episode on a different transmission on the curious connection between Nikola Tesla and Donald Trump and the mystery of Nikola Tesla's missing files. But the point should be taken at the moment 9/11 occurred. That's when Colin Powell, for all these reasons, said, "I think Japan has conducted a second Pearl Harbor," and he did not blame the Japanese Empire. He blamed the Aum Shinrikyo cult. And instead of freezing all Japan's assets in the United States, Colin Powell ordered the freezing of all of Aum Shinrikyo's assets in the United States on September 11th, 2001. That's how seriously he thought this was an attack by Aum Shinrikyo on the Twin Towers, like what they had done in Osaka Kobe. So that should tell you everything. All of this is true. All of this is not urban legend. All of this is real. So that puts into some perspective the seriousness of the cult.
The Twin Tower things are the Twin Towers of Baal.
There we are.
They're in the tarot, and they do that in a ritual. I'm not saying the Illuminati and all that, but I am saying that the dark forces that are not anybody that you can see. It's not a personality here on Earth. It's not an Illuminati I'm talking about. I'm talking about dark forces do use occult magic to bring about social engineering, basically.
Yes, and the man who designed the Twin Towers was a Japanese-American architect named Minoru Yamasaki, who was basically a person who collaborated with the U.S. government during World War II so that he and his family would not suffer internment. So the U.S. government said, okay, we'll let you run free as a cockroach along with your family in exchange for doing evil things for us. And one of them was building the National Record Center in St. Louis, Missouri, with a plan for total self-destruction. And when they housed all of the records of the U.S. military veterans in that building self-destructed so they could destroy basically all the records of every serviceman who served in Vietnam, Korea, and World War II, particularly in the Army and the Marine Corps, so they wouldn't have to pay them any veterans benefits. And so that record was designed, that record center was designed by Minoru Yamasaki to self-destruct. And he also designed the Twin Towers. And he based the design because most of his contracts were overseas with the, other than what he got with the U.S. government to build things like housing projects and shit, most of his designs were overseas for the House of Sound. So he designed their airport, and the Minoru Yamasaki airport in Saudi Arabia is on their currency, their, version of $1,000 bill, or what they spend at lunchtime in Saudi Arabia. So here's this guy who designed the Twin Towers, and he based the design of the Twin Towers in terms of their shimmering effect on Arabian mosques. And because he designed them to look like an Islamic mosque architectural effect, yet they're the closest architectural edifice parallel in the material plane of existence to a dollar sign. This is why Osama bin Laden and other Muslims felt that this was an affront to Allah himself, certainly to Islam, that a Japanese architect would design Twin Towers as an edifice to capitalism on a mockery of Islamic architecture. And that's why they vowed to help the Americans take them down. And so there you have that whole complicated story behind it. And then when they were taken down, the edifice of this Japanese-American architect who escaped internment by contracting with the government to build self-destructing buildings, that's when Colin Powell froze the assets of Aum Shinrikyo. So Jameson Reese says there's a catch to the ritual. Now, based on the column that you read that I wrote on all of this, and what do you have to add to this, Jameson?
Well, technically, because he incorporated that into the design, that sort of mosque-like effect of the Twin Towers.
Thank you.
Technically, the fall of the towers also symbolizes the fall of Islam.
Thank you.
Because shortly after that, the entire world went to war against Islam and has not stopped ever since.
Thank you.
So the felling of the towers was a sacrifice to symbolize the felling of the entire Islamic empire.
Yeah, thank you. And so, Honey Crystal, what's your insight into that altogether? Now that I've kind of contextualized all that horror story, so people get a better understanding of Noreen Halpan's background.
So I would say that a ritual that big, that affects that many people's consciousness, has even more layers to it.
Yes.
I would say that what Jameson is saying is absolutely true, as well as 1,000 other things. This is like a intricate, masterful. This is not like, so I'll have a car by Friday. This is like, I want, something really big, and so I'm gonna change the consciousness of millions of souls, like hopefully the whole world. That's so
right.
It's even bigger than that, but
Right.
It's also that.
This is cosmic. And so this is your true Illuminati level cosmic trigger. Fuck the bullshit novels written by Robert Anton Wilson. He's just a goddamn Satanist. But I'm talking about the real thing involving the real cabal, the powers that be. By the way, MK Rel says, Max literally changed my perspective of consciousness with the Pink interview, as he calls it, as everyone will probably call it from now on. And he says, I'm watching this delayed.
He would love that. That would mean so much to him. He was like, any little compliment or comment on his work, he just, even if it was negative, he was so glad you even looked at it.
Right. Right.
He was really appreciative. So.
By the way, MK Rel says, more crystal, all in the uppercase with exclamation marks. More crystal, he says. So
the trick to Crystal, she's really freaky. Like, she doesn't like to make a plan ahead of time because she'll flake out on it. That's inevitable. She's a stoner. So she never wants to commit to, okay, I'll be here Sunday or Wednesday. But I feel like this is our best show because it was the most organic, and I just popped on. And it wasn't like there was no stress ahead of time.
Except for, of course, they're trying to stop us, which brings me back to the point I was trying to make about Noreen Halpan. So what happened with Noreen Halpan was that she conducted an interview with myself about the Soka Gakkai. So when I tried to interview her about Soka Gakkai, keep in mind the context I've just given you. At that time, our producer was Kat Jenkins. Her name was Catherine Jenkins. So everybody called her Kat. And Kat Jenkins was this older woman, I mean, literally in her 80s at the time. And Kat Jenkins had her own issues she was dealing with at Revolution Radio. She was letting some of the people who were working or volunteering their time at Revolution Radio live with her. One of them turned out to be a child molester who was convicted, a convicted child molester who was living with her, who was helping Mike Ringley. And of course, That tells us what we need to know there, doesn't it?
Yes.
And she freaked
Sure
out.
does.
Yeah, and you know what she did? She was so frightened. She's an older woman, like I said, in her 80s. She didn't have the physical confidence to kick this man out of her home. She abandoned the home and moved somewhere else, leaving this guy there as a squatter while the police came to find him and arrest him. So that's what she did. She literally moved out of the home until the police arrested him and brought him to justice. But with that, she was our producer at the time I brought Noreen Helpand on and was trying to interview Noreen Helpand about Soka Gakkai. And Noreen Helpand forewarned, well, this is, in her perspective, a good thing to talk about Soka Gakkai, to proselytize on air, essentially. And she said the evil forces will do their best to stop us. Now, we were knocked off bandwidth. We were, like, sabotaged in so many ways. It was like the Lilith Aquino attack to an extent, almost. Not nearly as severe, but, you know, halfway there. And so all kinds of things happened, glitches, interference, static, everything you can imagine, other than what happened with the Lilith Aquino attack, where we were forced to transmit out of a separate station, so to speak. What happened was up there. And Kat Jenkins, as a producer who's 87 years of age at the time, she said, I have never produced a show that was that difficult to produce. Never had that many attacks, that much difficulty before in my life with anything. And that was, when I look back on it, this is how I interpret it. Noreen Helpand interpreted it literally as demonic or diabolic interference. That was evil forces. I had a much more secular approach. I felt that because of everything I just explained about context for the Japanese Empire, that you had this girl talking about Soka Gakkai, which the Japanese, they have a very different form of reality than Americans do. They intervene over things we would consider worthless. It's like dealing with elves in The Lord of the Rings. They have a totally different paradigm of what's important. To the elves, it's like making the world a more beautiful place. It's like with the Japanese, they feel that they need to interfere with transmissions that would be embarrassing to the Japanese government. So when this girl's talking Soka Gakkai, the Japanese government, I felt, just found it an embarrassment and just interfered with it and tried to prevent people from learning much about a situation they felt was like a national secret that they didn't want anyone to know about. And so that's how I took it, but it's probably a combination of both. I don't know what kind of readings you have on this, or Derek Talley, if he remembers that interview.
Well, there was a ritual involved, so definitely that's to be kept quiet. That's why it's called the cult.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. The occult means hidden. That's a literal transliteration of the occult is hidden, that which is hidden. So, yes, and before I go into some of the stories to provoke anything else out of all of you, does Jameson or Derek have any memory of that interview or any opinions on that?
I do have a memory of what you had written me on Facebook many years ago when I was in my other that account that's now completely gone. But I am familiar with that. That cult. Oh man, what is it I wanted to say? I'm sorry.
Well, there's two cults involved. Two major cults in Japan were involved at war with each other. Yeah.
But I mean, that goes to show how powerful these cults really are.
Yes.
It sort of brings to mind that other cult of that other guy also as well, who had like a whole area of the state to himself before they took him down.
And which one? Do you remember which?
The Indian guy.
Yes, Rajneeshpuram was the name of the city in Washington State or Oregon, and it was Bhagwan Rajneesh. Yes, the sex cult of Bhagwan Rajneesh.
The guy who that what do you call it? That Nostradamus wannabe is so fixated on.
Oh God, yeah, his name John Hogue. John Hogue is a Rajneeshi. He's a fucking, cultist of Bhagwan, Rajneesh. And so he's always trying to justify him, and he's an apologist for Bhagwan. And Bhagwan's dead now, of course, having been exiled from every continent on Earth except Antarctica. I'm not shitting you. I mean, literally, this guy was literally forbidden to enter Europe, Asia, North America, South America. I mean, because he was an international terrorist. The only place he could have legally moved was Antarctica, and he finally died en route. So there you have that. Evil motherfucker. John Hogue is an evil piece of shit. He's just a little fucking gnome of and an apologist for a terrorist cult. Fuck him and tell him I said so. So John Hogue is literally just a piece of shit. And there's nothing good to say about this son of a bitch. And all he talks about is how great Bhagwan was and shit, and he always acts as an apologist for him. You're talking about somebody who tried to wipe out half the state of fucking Oregon with he had enough botulism brewed in his chamber pots, these massive biological laboratories to carry it out. But they fucked up by telegraphing their attack, like a puncher who you just can't get it right. Just betrays himself with his movements. They started off wrong by assassinating a political figure by trying to poison him to death in their stupid restaurant. Zorba the fucking Buddha was the name of their restaurant. Zorba the Buddha and shit. So, which is exactly what John Hogue always promotes as his ideal role model, is this concept of Zorba the Buddha, that we all need to be like Zorba the Buddha. For those of you who don't know, the original film was called Zorba the Greek, and it starred Anthony Quinn playing this exuberant Mediterranean man who was an example of living life largely. And so a combination of that exuberance with Buddhistic serenity is the shit that was promoted by Bhagwan, which he said you could attain by, multiple orgasms a day, which he availed himself of by fucking all of his female followers. And I wouldn't doubt it, quite a few of the male ones as well. But he wound up trying to kill the city that was outside his own city, which was called Rajneeshpuram. He had a whole fucking city he had built. And in order to populate it, so he could change the vote of the entire county in which he lived, because all of the normal people in the county wanted to get rid of him. They were voting to have his cult evicted. So he outbalanced them by increasing the population of the city Rajneeshpuram by literally importing hundreds of thousands, I'm not shitting you, hundreds of thousands of homeless people from every major city in the United States. And he kept them under control by pumping Haldol into their food. If you don't know what Haldol is, Jameson Reese will explain it. Tell us a little bit about Haldol, Jameson, and what this is.
It is an old-class antipsychotic that has a shitload of negative side effects. You don't want to take it.
Thank you. And so he started pumping this en masse, way beyond the safety dose levels, to all these homeless people, and got them all to vote to make the Rajneeshpuram cultists the majority of that county in Oregon. He basically countered a part of, conquered. He conquered a part of the United States and made it his own, a part of India. And he bragged, this is no longer the United States. This is my India. This was his Indian empire. And you thought the Patels were really bad landlords. So
It also goes to say, if anyone is doubting that the Japanese successfully invaded the United States, we're a country that almost got conquered by a fucking lunatic terrorist.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and there's any doubts that we lost World War II.
Thank you. I mean, this is where we're at, and so with that, I'm going to read a few news stories to you, and just kind of get your feedback on this. I mean, as I said, there were at least 40 rounds that were fired during the shooting in Rochester, New York, that left 2 people dead and over 14 people critically injured. And when the police showed up, they ran into a bunch of... This is like the typical horror film. The police show up to respond to an emergency, and you've got a wave of people running in the opposite direction that they have to plow through to get to the situation at hand. They encountered no less than a wave of 200 people attempting to flee, both in vehicles and on foot. And the way that the mayor of Rochester, New York described it, her name is Lovely Warren, by the way. I never saw a photograph, but I'm assuming somebody named Lovely is going to be female. If somebody names their boy Lovely, well, they're pretty revolutionary, and I'd have to give them credit. So let me look up the mayoress, what I presume to be the mayoress of Rochester, New York, and confirm for myself, yes, she is a female. She is actually a black African-American female, Lovely Ann Warren. And she's the 69th mayor of Rochester, New York, which is, of course, near and dear to my heart. I wish my father were alive to see this. He was the man who was born in Rochester, New York, who raised and guided me. Now, she visited the neighborhood yesterday where this happened. And she said a number of our young people, babies, she used the word babies, that just came to just hang out a little while, left running for their lives. Now, the party's host told her, and it's actually hostess, it's a female, told Mayoress Lovely Warren, well, to quote the lady in question who remains anonymous, the hostess, of course, being innocent, apparently, of any wrongdoing, so far as can be ascertained, said she invited a couple of friends over, who invited a couple of friends over, who invited a couple of friends over, and it just got out of control. And the way Warren describes it, she's just traumatized. Well, I can imagine. Now, the Mayoress Warren has appealed for calm and healing in a city that's recently roiled by protests in a different high-profile case, the death of Daniel Prude, after an encounter with police earlier this year that I did not know of until I was informed of it by Lena Shea, my former web mistress. Now, the party itself took place despite several restrictions on gatherings. That must be so noted. Because of the coronavirus pandemic, of course, the city of Rochester has told residents to limit social gatherings to household members and not to gather in groups. Obviously, this really got out of hand. And additionally, since July, now that I think of it, the city of Rochester, which I follow desultorily in terms of developments there because of my latent sainted sire's roots there, it's banned gatherings of more than 5 people from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. in the morning to curb what the city has noted as a rise in violence. Now, police, yeah, there you go, right? Now, police were not aware of this party beforehand, and they had not received any calls for disturbance. And this is from the acting police chief, Mark Simmons. Now, that's a pointed term, acting police chief. This is kind of like Donald Trump's staff. Everything surrounding him is acting because he's fired everybody and nobody's ever been legally elected. So he's surrounded by an acting government. So in terms of Rochester, they've got something going on where their acting chief of police is this dude named Mark Simmons. Now, when I called Rochester's police department, I've been able to ascertain this much, that the shooting came as the city and the police department are still dealing with the ramifications of the Prude case. That is a black African-American individual who died in March after the Rochester police pinned him to the ground. Now, the release of body camera footage this month led to protests and accusations that local leaders had hid the details about Prude's death from the public. Well, I shouldn't even use the term accusations or allegations. It's just a fact that the Rochester police hid the details of this man's murder, for lack of a better word. Now, this week was when...
Ritual.
Thank you. Yeah, it may as well have been. It may well have been. I mean, these things are so common, they don't make any sense.
Why would you want to be a policeman? Because you're doing your own kind of ritual, like you're getting you're bloodthirsty.
I agree that, I mean, there is that element there. And certainly this is what I always emphasize. Do not hire fucking veterans for police work. You don't want someone trained in combat to be serving as a police officer. A police officer is supposed to be a peace officer. They're there to maintain the fucking peace. You want a fucking social worker. You want a social worker in uniform, not a goddamn combat veteran. For any of you who have any misunderstanding of this, the best example comes from the Los Angeles riots after Rodney King. And during the Los Angeles riots, they called in the National Guard. You know, they're, of course, a branch of the military. And they're trained to respond in a military manner. So, when a policeman shouts, "Cover me," what he means is, hold your gun up and be at the ready in case some shit comes down. In the military definition of cover me, when you shout, "Cover me," that means open fire. So what happened in the Los Angeles riots was you had LAPD, or policemen, saying, "Okay, we're going in. Cover me!" And the National Guard opened fire. And that's how scores of people died that you never heard of. This is why you never want anyone who's been in the fucking military to serve as a peace officer. You don't untrain someone from combat level training. So all you're going to get
That is so important, Douglas.
Thank you, honey. Thank you. Now, I was able to ascertain from the phone calls I conducted that this shooting, of course, came as the city and the police department of Rochester were dealing with the ramifications of the Prude case. And so it was this week that Mark Simmons succeeded the previous chief who was fired over the fallout. And a New York City law firm is leading an independent investigation into the city's handling of the case. I was able to get that much out of them. Also, New York's Attorney General has said she would impanel a grand jury to investigate the late Mr. Prude's death, and I cannot overemphasize the fact that New York's Attorney General is a black African-American female who is suing the National Rifle Association, the NRA, which comes in very timely in this case. Now, on top of this, we had a Kentucky man who was arrested after killing his girlfriend and transporting her body parts to Illinois. I made some calls over to the police department there as well. Now, a Kentucky man was arrested Monday in Illinois after his family discovered dismembered body parts of his deceased girlfriend in a duffel bag, which I confirmed with law enforcement authorities. Melvin Martin Jr. of Louisville, Kentucky, which was the city of Mike Ringley of Revolution Radio, appropriately enough, who killed his girlfriend, LaDondra, by the way, he is a black African-American male, and by the name of the victim, you can ascertain she's a black African-American female, LaDondra Ellington. Now, he dismembered her body. I confirmed this with Terry White, the chief of police in Markham, Illinois. Now, Martin's 30 years of age. He transported the majority of her body parts in duffel bags aboard a bus to Markham, which is a suburb of the city of Chicago, Derrick Talley territory from the old days, to visit his family. The family eventually discovered the remains nearly a month after Ellington died and went missing. Now, I haven't been successful reaching Martin's attorney, but I do know that Martin confessed and told authorities where the rest of Ellington's body could be located, which might put some rest to both her soul and give some closure to her family. Now, Louisville Metropolitan Police Department Sergeant Lamont Washington, and you can tell by his name he's also a black African-American male, did confirm in a statement that the Louisville area authorities had found part of Ellington's body in Louisville's Bingham Park. And then the Jefferson County, Kentucky Coroner's Office confirmed to CNN that the dismembered body was that of LaDondra Ellington. And Martin transported the rest of her dismembered body, sorted by her lower half, her head, and her organs, to Illinois, which means he gutted her, eviscerated her, and took out her intestines, her liver, her kidney, and her spleen. And after arriving in Illinois on September 11th, come on, where's the key word here? Everybody shout, ritual.
I'm screaming it, but I was on mute. But yes, I was saying ritual.
Thank you, hon. Martin would not let the bags containing Ellington's dismembered body parts out of his sight, as confirmed by his family. Now, for some reason, Martin went to the public library in Markham, probably to cruise for child porn where his parents couldn't see it. And a family member opened one of the bags. Now, I can't understand how the fucker wouldn't know this would happen. But, of course, everybody would be curious, right? And the family member found a human leg and, well, actually what they saw, what poked out immediately, like from a horror film, what poked out almost of its own accord was a human leg and calf. And that's when they didn't need to see anymore. The body parts had been wrapped in plastic and did not exude a particularly strong odor. They were not particularly malodorous. Which leads me to suspect that Martin probably perfumed them heavily or lathered them in a deodorant, which can be done. This is something a coroner would do, or rather a funeral director could tell you about. Now, when he was confronted by authorities as to why he had brought some of Ellington's body parts to Illinois, Martin said he just wanted to have part of her with him. Now, Martin has waived his extradition hearing and will be extradited to Kentucky sometime within the next 30 days. He has not been formally arraigned in Kentucky on murder charges yet, but he does have a lengthy criminal record. What a surprise, right? All eyebrows are raising. Including, of course, domestic violence. Yeah, that's like a given, right? That's almost any male on the planet. Yeah, thank you. And he's got robbery charges to boot, according to the Kentucky Circuit Court clerk. Now, Martin's also been charged as a criminal fugitive in Illinois and is currently being held in Cook County, Illinois jail, in case you want to write him letters. And, of course, I reached out to Cook County and the Jefferson County Public Defender's offices, as well as Martin's attorney. From his 2019 charge, I have not gotten any responses. But that brings us to the third case, which brings us to Daniel Arola and Crystal River territory. And that's Bryce Watkins, an Oklahoma pedophile who raped his friend's baby while changing its diaper and was actually present during that infant's birth and was therefore technically its godfather. So this 22-year-old filmed himself raping the 6-month-old baby and was finally apprehended in San Marcos, Texas. Do you know where San Marcos, Texas is, honey?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's a college town.
College town. Could you, throw a dart on the map for us? Give us a general area in Texas. I mean, Texas is the size of fucking, half the universe and shit.
Near San Antonio, like an outer
Thank you.
city of there, and more of a country town because it's less populated. It's a college town.
Thank you. Okay, so
San Marcos University.
Okay, so I was able to ascertain. Thank you, honey. I was able to ascertain that Bryce Gage.
I've seen this story on the local news here.
Okay, you did. Okay. So
yeah.
The guy's name is Bryce Gage Watkins. He's 22 years old. He raped a baby. He's charged with 3 counts of lewd acts to a child under 12 and 1 count of manufacturing child pornography because he filmed it. He shared this video of himself sexually assaulting a friend's baby while changing that infant's diapers, and that video was shared with 2 female friends of his, one of whom recognized both the child and the background and immediately reported Watkins to the police. And Watkins was apprehended by the police on, keyword ritual here, September 11th.
And in Texas prison, he will never do that again, because now that's going to happen to him in these Texas jails for sure.
We can only pray. He was apprehended by the police on September 11th, 2020. By the way, I want to give all credit to the Black African American perpetrator's mother. The lady who turned in the motherfucker who was carrying around his girlfriend's body parts, Melvin Martin Jr. of Louisville, Kentucky, the man who was carrying around the organs and head of LaDondra Ellington, among other body parts that he valued and was probably rubbing against his own body parts. The lady who turned him in was his mother. We can only imagine the horror of a mother who has carried this child under her heart for over, well, around 9 months, and then birthed him into this world to see him become a monster, and then have the fortitude, the courage, the moral upstanding to turn him in when she had to. That she did not hesitate for even a moment. And that is, I cannot imagine her pain. Now, when it comes to this other piece of shit, this Bryce Gage Watkins, and I have to emphasize, we can only hope that what Crystal River says is true, because I know more than likely that's not going to be the case. And it's not going to be because the prisoners don't want to rip this guy a second asshole. I hope it happens. I hope you're right. Maybe Texas is different. But, you know, there's so many prisons where I know for a fact these guys come in to prison and everybody says, oh, they're going to be, you know, the butt fuck of every prisoner in the jail, because
no, not every. It's their own ritual. They have their own counterculture.
It's
a gang culture, and they do believe that if someone does that, and because most people end up in there
because they were molested as kids,
even if it's drugs, trying to escape that, right? Yeah. And so that is, you know, when they see that someone has done to kids what's been done to them, there are certain people that will take that action. I mean, they're in there, and the inside of Texas prison, I know at least for sure, they are run by demonic forces. There are demons in those walls.
Oh, all prisons are. But, you know, and Texas is very much its own world. We'll see what happens. I do know for a fact, however, you know, a lot of these guys come out of prison as fresh as a daisy, who are pedophiles, and they're taken care of in the prison by, you know, we've explained it on air before. There's a whole phenomenon of how they're protected. And I'll go into that sometime in the near future. But in terms of Shelby Minnick, she was the lady who turned this guy in. She was one of the friends with whom the video was shared, and basically she was in prison for totally separate charges. She shared her story from jail, and she was being held on completely unrelated charges. That has to be emphasized. But she spoke to the U.S. Sun about it, which is where I sourced the original story before I followed up on it. And she said she saw several clips of Bryce Gage Watkins sexually assaulting this infant while giving her a bath in the process of changing her diaper. So I do want everyone to know the infant he assaulted was female. Now, prior to the incident, Minnick revealed that she thought of Watkins as to be her best friend and a good guy. And she said, I was beyond disgusted. He was there to see the child born. I never in my life thought he would do anything like this. And she said the footage featured a screen recording of someone scrolling through his phone's camera roll gallery with a message, whose baby is this? And she said, you could see in the video, he had set the phone up to film. He had taken multiple videos, 5 different videos in one recording, when she was like 6 months old. And Minnick immediately recognized how old the baby was and when it happened because of Watkins' haircut and from what he was wearing in the clip. And she was also the one to inform the baby's mother of the assault. And we can only imagine, well, to use the words of Lady Minnick herself, she said that by the time that she called the mother over, and this is Shelby Minnick's own description, she said, and I could not find out the name of the mother from her, but from what she told me, she said that she started panicking. She got there in about 5 minutes, and Shelby Minnick says, I had to show her, and that was probably the hardest thing I have ever done. She lost it, bawled like a baby herself, how any mother would act. Now, the Oklahoma City Police Department officials were only able to confirm that Watkins had been arrested in Texas when they put out a request for any information on Watkins on various social media like Instagram and Facebook, if you can believe that. And that's when the OCPD, the Oklahoma City Police Department, well, on the afternoon of Thursday, September 11th of this year, same time that you had that dude, the black African-American carrying body parts doing his thing, all in a national ritual of remembrance, reenactment of human horror. The OCPD said on September 11th this year, our investigators just learned that fugitive Bryce Watkins was taken into custody in San Marcos, Texas. Members of the U.S. Marshals Lone Star Fugitive Task Force received that he was possibly hiding out at a residence in San Marcos and were able to take him into custody this afternoon. That was stated September 11th. Now, what I was able to confirm via a clerk from Garfield County, which is where Watkins is from, that it's not yet known whether or not Watkins has been extradited from Texas to Oklahoma. So I don't know if he's even going to be in prison in Texas, which we could only pray would be the case. Nor has his court date even been set yet. So the whole thing is up in the air. But the one thing that blew my fucking mind, when I was able to coordinate with all sources, with my own law enforcement and Department of Defense research background, I was able to ascertain that it took no less than 56 fucking local task forces working together to locate and apprehend Watkins for his crimes. This just, my jaw fell open when I was able to conclude that, when I added together all of what the various departments were telling me, over 100 departments had to get together to get this guy. And my jaw is still hanging down. This is not working, people. Can you imagine?
The only reason they went to get that guy is because, once certain people to the public were alerted to it, they had to act on it. Otherwise, they wouldn't even care.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I want everyone else to put their feedback into this, starting with Derek Talley. Derek, what do you make of all this? This vomit, this pattern. What do you see? I hope he's still with
I don't even know what to say. It's demonic. I mean, what's really going on with this?
Well,
I really don't know this. The messing with children like that and raping the infants, one that can't even speak up for himself. That's awful.
Herself. But I think you know what's going on. You said it. Demonic. But add that to the dates involved. September 11th for all these cases as the central date for all these cases.
Well, if it was California and he was only 10, that'd be okay, right?
Don't even get me into that. Obviously, this is like the stuff that Michael Aquino himself wanted to see happen, and that his wife Lilith is living to see happen. And this is something I do need to bring to people's attention. I brought up the fact that Michael Aquino was behind many of the rituals that led to the start of many of these fires. As a matter of fact, Derek, you have a video saying these fires are not natural that you've published on your own timeline. Tell us a bit about what that's emphasizing. How are these fires not natural? Is it emphasizing the satanic ritual aspect, or what other aspects is it emphasizing?
Well, they're obviously, not natural. So I don't really have all the answers to why these fires are taking place like they are. I know it's kind of an unrelated subject, but there's so many people homeless because of the fires that are in California. My friend Anthony Vincent, the one that originally put me onto your show, he owns property in Las Vegas, and he just got a call from the sheriff's department telling him that people are squatting on his land.
I'm sorry, that's awful.
There's multiple cars and people who just pulled up on his property and just living in their cars on his property. And he's an over-the-road truck driver, so it's not like he can just go over there and tell them to get off. So he's got neighbors that are kind of spread out over there. But that he's bought his retirement land. He got himself a houseboat, and he got himself some retirement land, and he's still working. And when he retires, he's got his land to go to put a house on or a trailer on or whatever he wants to do. And
looks like other people are doing that for him.
Right, yeah. So now because of the fires, a whole bunch of people are squatting on his land now. Some of them are living in their cars. Some of them are living in tents. People putting up tents. So now he's got to go clear that off. And, his neighbors are helping him out. But the sheriffs, all they could do was inform him of what's happening.
Why can't they do anything?
Well, as far as I know, they can just issue a citation. But, on top of, making everybody, you got swarms of homeless people coming in to live in their cars in Nevada. I don't even know if they know what they're going to do.
Right. What about your friend Vincent? When are we going to get him on? Is there a chance you can get him on before you go to work?
Sure. I'll give that a shot.
Okay, thank you. I'd appreciate that. And and
Douglas?
Yeah, honey, please.
Can I say something?
Please.
I don't think it's ritual. I don't feel like the fires are ritual. Okay, I feel like it's a combination of nature and also, and by nature I don't mean environmental. I don't mean we're abusing the planet so it's getting fucked up. I don't feel that way. I feel that it's a natural thing that happens, and I feel like it's being exploited for those same reasons like an evil scientist would do, because I don't think it's a ritual, but I think that it is being experimentally used.
Okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate what you say, and I definitely respect your observations. So somebody else was going to say something? I heard an intake of breath there. Was that JMO?
All I'm gonna say is I'm not certain the guy who hacked up his girlfriend is a ritual that much, because there are guys who are just fucking batshit crazy.
Yeah, all too many of them.
And no doubt the pedophile is just your average piece of shit. He's my fear is that the COs and guards are gonna protect him, because they seem to have this culture with these rapists and sexual offenders where they protect them for some reason.
They do. And
if you go on a website to look at a sex offender registry, they'll say that if you use this that you will be prosecuted if you use this to harm rapists. In fact, I came across a case of a guy who I think this was in I don't know if this was in Alaska somewhere. I can't remember exactly where, but he had tracked down a sex offender and he bludgeoned the guy.
Right.
And the guy was left in critical condition. Now I know these pedophiles and rapists, they get really light sentences for what they do. They get really light sentences.
Yes.
Meanwhile, this guy got over 20-something years.
Yes.
For beating his ass.
Yes.
For doing a public service to all of us, and I'm sorry he didn't kill the pedophile.
Yeah. Yes, and that's what I had was at one time. I'm trying to remember his name. I'll have to bring Michelle Carmela Saldana on again at some point, and soon. I'm always worried about her, of course, but she seems to be hanging on quite well, and. She scared me half to death during Halloween of last year when she painted her face in blue grease paint. And honest to God, I saw the little photograph on Facebook and I thought, oh, fuck, what the hell happened to her this time? Because she was going to the emergency room a lot. And I thought that she had turned cyatonic blue, because she had locked all oxygen or no longer any blood circulation. I thought, oh, shit, this is it. And then it turned out it was a bunch of grease paint. So she tricked me with that one. But in terms of her brother, who had spent time in prison, I did an excellent interview with him at one point. He, in fact, was saying how intrigued he was by my cross-dressing. And, of course, when I was publishing my promotional banners on his timeline, he ultimately blocked me because he was trying to normalize with the general public. Like, he was delivering speeches at Rotary clubs and shit. And I says, oh, great. From the big house to the White House. It's like this guy wants to be fucking president. But, when he was in jail, which is what I interviewed him about, he was pointing out the fact that the biggest problem is that you get a lot of these fat bull dyke prison guards who are basically not really bull dykes. They're just fat and ugly women that nobody wants to sleep with in the world. And so in prison, they get laid a lot because the prisoners have no choice. And so they wind up protecting the child molesters or the pedophiles because they're the most vulnerable of all the prisoners and they're the most sympathetic. Now, for those of you who don't get what I'm saying, because obviously I would be like yourself, I would find nothing sympathetic about a pedo predator. But what people tend to forget, and I had to explain this to my old school psychiatrist, Dr. Harry Z. Corin, who's been retired. He may not even be alive now. He was one of the last few practicing Freudian psychiatrists in the United States, basically in the world, because many people have dispensed with Freud completely. And he was an older Jewish man. And he had, of course, when he was counseling myself, and the subject came up of all the pedophiles I was dealing with, he said, God, in our training, they had always taught us adamantly that the axiom was that the reason people become pedophiles is because they can't relate to adults, and that they're totally incapable of interacting with adults, which is why they retreat into pedophilia. And I said, that's all bullshit. That's all that classical, crap where they're trying to rationalize or compartmentalize behaviors. The reality is that pedophiles are the most charming people you will ever fucking meet. This is how they get through the parents to the children. They're
groomers, yeah.
Thank you. This is how the guy wound up being trusted with the child. So these are the people who are able to seduce the parents to get to the children. And so when it came to this kind of phenomenon, I always knew this and saw it in action at the Presidio military base all the time. Michael Aquino is an excellent example of this, as well as many other people whose names nobody would recognize anyway. But the point is, with Michael Aquino, because he's a celebrity status pedo predator, there's an example of a charming individual for you who adults loved. I mean, nowhere that Michael Aquino went did you ever see anyone run up to him, throw him to the ground, and start beating him to a bloody pulp. Nowhere. Everywhere he went, people were like saying, oh, have a seat. Oh, hey, how you doing? Oh, wow. And they'd listen to his stories. Because he had an ability, which I learned from him to a great extent, to charm.
The Bible says the devil keeps transforming himself into an angel of light.
Well, there you have that. And so when it came to the fact that you get these pedophiles in prison, they look like the victims to these fat bull-dyke woman prison guards who are starved for sex. And they wind up protecting these guys from all the normal prisoners. Now, in prison, there's an hierarchy. And at the top of the food chain are bank robbers. bank robbers tend to be at the top of the food chain. At the bottom of the food chain are supposed to be the pedopredators, but they're constantly protected by the fat, ugly bulldogs, and they're like children to them themselves. And when you have incidents like Michelle Carmela Saldana's brother, whose name I can't remember, unfortunately, because he blocked me from his timeline, and I can't see his timeline because, he didn't want, oh, your promotional banners, Douglas, they're so overtly sexual. I'm trying to look normal. Shit, that's when I started making jokes about his running for president and shit. But, after Trump, I guess, why not? I mean, like Jameson said, fuck, now we got satanic transsexual anarchists running for sheriff in Cheshire County, New Hampshire, and strapping guns in public to boot. Yeah, why not? From the big house to the White House. Lena Shea joked I could have been his campaign manager if I had stuck on his good side. But at any rate, he was saying when he was in prison, there was this one guy who, because one of the prisoners was a man who had raped his own baby daughter at about the same age as this motherfucker raped that girl, and he had dislocated both his daughter's legs from their hip bones because she was so small when he inserted his penis inside her, and then later on raped her anally with a carrot. That's when one of the prisoners went up to him and had a bunch of carrots on his tray. He had picked up about 40, 60 carrots on his tray just so he could do this. He dumped them all in that pedopredator's lap just to psych fuck him, just to mind fuck him over what he had done with the carrot. And that's when he was put in isolation chamber status, put in isolate for 6 months or something like that, for what he did to the pedopredator, for dumping a bunch of carrots on his lap. This is how protected the pedopredators are. So don't anyone hold the delusion that there's justice. The pedopredators are protected by the nationwide cabal of the cult of the kings of Edom. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure you must have seen some examples of that in Texas as well, Crystal, if anything.
I was going to say they're getting away with it every day, and the ritual isn't like what those crimes were. Those people weren't doing rituals, but the greater ritual was the MK Ultra programming that has these people getting into these violent mindsets. So that's more of the MK Ultra stuff. I would say it's a cultural thing. And it's happening every day, but it got reported on 9/11 because that's a day to traumatize people by shocking them with these stories. They could report this stuff every day and actually do something about it, but they don't.
Well, thank you. Interestingly enough, the elements of the stories were reported, but they're really just emerging now. The elements of the story were reported on 9/11, like this guy's a fugitive at this point in time, this guy, got arrested at this point in time. But when it comes to that element, there is that ritualistic aspect to it, and then it kind of is emerging at this point in the year now, converging in the sense that when I'm bringing this out at this time. Now, everybody knows, who's listened to me regularly, everybody knows I don't normally go into criminology, even though I have a background in criminal psychology from City College of San Francisco, which was exactly where the founder of the First Church of Satan, the Black Pope of San Francisco, Magus Anton Szandor LaVey, was educated in criminology. And Magus Anton Szandor LaVey educated himself, well, rather, he got an education at City College of San Francisco in criminal forensics, so he could become a criminal forensics photographer for the San Francisco Police Department, and that was how he avoided the Korean War era draft. And the same men who taught him, who were young men at the time, who had just taught the first course that was ever launched in criminal photography and forensics, etc., at City College, the young men who helped open up that course at the time that Magus Anton Szandor LaVey attended were the same men who, on their retirement, taught their last course to Douglas Dietrich. So when I learned criminal psychology, because I was also a psychology major at City College, it gives me a background where I could be bringing this shit up every day. But everybody who listens to me regularly knows that on my transmissions, I barely ever touch criminology. I barely ever bring it up because obviously that would be the whole transmission. I could be doing this every night. But these stories, they stood out, which is unusual. They stood out because of the timing, because of the nature. There was something about them that made them all part of a pattern that is emergent, an emergent pattern, and one that exposes the seething underbelly, the festering sore underneath the surface of our society at this very moment, and it presages further chaos. These are sacrifices to the anti-gods. And when it comes to that Bryce grifter raping this infant girl and filming himself and then sharing it with friends, then no one seems to have brought this up. Didn't any one of you three listening think, what possesses a man to film it? Might be understandable if he wants to jack off over it later or put it on the dark web.
But sending it.
Yeah, that's the part. What possessed him to send it to woman? To woman, which is almost like a, begging to be
Right.
to be turned over to the
Come
police.
and get me.
Yes,
Right.
yes. What do you think was behind that, honey?
The same thing you think, that it's, that one crime that I've talked to you about and has that aspect of the filming it.
Yes.
So, I mean, that's just been ringing in my ears since you said it. So I don't want to talk about that.
Thank you. I understand.
I see how the connection too with that now.
But beyond that, it's
So you're saying,
beyond that.
so,
Before you go on, JMO, beyond that, and I want JMO to speak to this, beyond that is his obvious sense of impunity. He may truly have believed he would suffer no consequences. He may truly have believed he had something equivalent to diplomatic immunity, a criminal immunity. Go on, Jameson, take it from there.
So what you're suggesting then is that these two crimes share a sort of how am I going to put it? A sort of I don't know, a sort of underbelly that if I were to try to put it into words, I'd say like a source, but something that's not visible. I don't know, like there's a sort of pattern behind them or a sort of design.
Yes.
Is what you're getting at.
Very
like
much.
a message to us, the public, viewing it to get used to this.
Right.
Because this is how it's going to be.
Like a normalization of the unspeakable. But the good news is, in all of the cases, whether the party where you get 14 kids injured and 2 killed, the woman who was the hostess is the one who's did her best to basically put an end to it. You had, in the case of that black perpetrator's mother, she reported it to the police and turned her own son in. In the case of the women who were involved, very peripherally with this individual, they were the ones to alert the mother, the authorities. The women in general are, again, the life force in this world. And so there's no overemphasizing that. We have to empower more and more women to the point where they don't need to be vicious assholes to get into power. We've got to normalize that to the point where they can help make the world literally a better place to live. Now you can hear the sirens behind me out there in the streets. San Francisco has obviously got its own issues to deal with. But when it comes to the fact that I always emphasize that, that's why I find it so hard to understand. Only 20% of my listeners are female, and I've got 80% of the men listening for, as Daniel Arola probably said, the majority of them just to plagiarize what I'm saying and put it on their own YouTube channels with their own political spin on it, but such is life. So we do want to get more female listeners, we will do so hopefully by bringing on, hopefully, I beg her on bended knee, Crystal River more often, and she can come on whenever she wants. As far as I'm concerned, she can spontaneously say, oh, I want to come on tonight. And unless, of course, I have someone else scheduled, which is very seldom, I would bring her on gladly for as long as she felt comfortable staying. And I'm glad she stayed this long. And we're privileged to have her this long because it's actually about close to midnight, or, a little less than 45 minutes, about 3/4 of an hour, a little less than till midnight in Central Daylight Time, where she's at. And she may have to leave us soon because, of course, her own work is pretty much throughout the night, and that's got to be freaky at times. Honey, have you ever had somebody call you that's just scary? Like that is scary? Like,
Never.
Oh, good.
Never.
Oh,
I had one on one of the websites that wanted to call and actually speak instead of chat, and he was just lonely. He didn't really want readings, and he was asking me to marry him and all this stuff, and he kept calling night after night, and I asked them to not put him through to me anymore. That happened once, though, in all this time.
Wow. Well, I thank you for sharing that, and but it wasn't like did you feel physically potentially threatened by this individual?
No.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
That's good. That's good. He was just kind of like a dork.
Just like cringe factor, like
cringe. Oh, it's so sad. It's so sad. I mean, but I could see why. He was hooked on you. So there. Yes. He saw a few of your photos, and the crush factor came in. That's understandable enough, though he should have behaved much differently, of course.
Hey, at least he was calling me instead of looking at these weirdo porn sites or whatever.
Well, there you go, honey. Yeah. He had some level of taste. And, yeah. So with that, what I'm going to do is invite you, of course, to just leave whenever you feel like it. But you're welcome to stay here as long as you want, Crystal. But, whenever you feel like it, go ahead and excuse yourself. Just let us know you're leaving. And
okay.
But I think that your presence has been a gift tonight. I look forward to your gracing us with the gift of your presence more in the future. And
I'd like to come on when Selena's on sometime.
Yes, we've got to do that soon.
And even Maureen.
Yes, thank you. Yes. With either of those ladies or both at the same time, that would get us some real good feminine energy going. And
Brendan, you guys are all great, though. I probably will check out like at midnight.
Okay.
It's like 20 minutes from now. It's like 11:20 here.
But do explain to people, your workday is just beginning, and I do want to emphasize something I didn't before. I'm going to give out the actual links to our young ladies' Facebook timelines, where, of course, you will be able to reach her. Remember, the young Ma Dame Cartomancer and Fey Wisdom Theriologist Crystal River can be reached at facebook.com/Crystal River Fey Wisdom. And that's spelled Crystal with a K, River as it sounds, Fey as in Fae, and then Wisdom. And she's also a totem, which would imply spirit animal communicator and spiritual psychic life energy healing coach. And you can pay respects unto she at her more personalized Facebook timeline at facebook.com/Crystal River Readings. Again, Crystal is always spelled with a K in this case. And of course, she has Crystal River psychic readings and occult knowledge that you can find at the Facebook timeline, addressed as follows: facebook.com/Crystal River Tarot, which be spelled Tarot, which was the task force I was a part of during the Gulf War. Task Force Tarot. Believe it or fucking not, the Marine Corps actually named.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. Of course.
Occult in the military.
Yes, no surprise. And of course, Crystal River is the manageress of Yauguri. Am I pronouncing that correctly, honey? Yauguri? Augury.
That's perfect.
Yeah, thank you. Augury Apothecary, which you can like and follow at facebook.com/Augury Apothecary. For those of you who don't know, Augury is spelled Auguri. Apothecary is the classical word for pharmacy, That would mean an herbal pharmacy, a pharmacy of herbaceuticals. That would be spelled APOTHECARY, apothecary. Look that up. Honey, explain to us the term Yauguri. Give us a definition, if you will.
An augur is a seer, a psychic seer, and that name, actually someone else came up with it for me, but it's a combination of names of people in my life, really, is why I named it that. But that's a page where when Derek Talley asked me what I feel about health, I pretty much post everything I feel about health on that page.
Yes.
About diet, health.
Yes, and so people understand an augur is an event or a circumstance that portends either a good or a bad outcome. Something augurs something else down the road that is either good or bad. A kind of truly a portent. It's a portent.
Like reading dice, reading bones, reading entrails. That's really what an augur
is. Yes, thank you. In ancient Rome, it would be a religious official who observed natural signs, especially the behavior of birds, interpreting these as an indication of divine approval or disapproval of a proposed action. So people understand the background for that. And finally, Crystal River is the manageress of Heal Your Water, which you can find at facebook.com/Heal Your Water, in which she participates in energetic healing. Remember, of course, the Fey Lady Crystal River's telephonic number is listed on all of her Facebook venue-hosted pages, where from she books readings and energy healings through any of her Facebook pages, whereon her phone number be electronically accessible, that clients may also text her telephonically to schedule psychic readings and or energy healings, or DipMess, direct instant private message her via any one of her Facebook timelines to schedule a session with her. Plus, she also does animal and animal spirit readings and energy healings for pets. So, with that, I think that you're in a comfort zone enough now where I can leave you with these two gentlemen for just a few moments and then come back. And I know Crystal River told me never to do
no
this.
hands. I can do it.
Yes. Crystal River told me never to do this, never to leave her alone to carry on a conversation. But that would be, she's not alone. She's got these two guys with her who are quite the gentlemen and should be able to kind of shepherd her into kind of an ongoing roundtable. And I'll be back in a few minutes. I just want to kind of take a break and inhale before I go into monologue, which I'll do around the bottom of the hour or a few moments thereafter, which is only 5 minutes from now. So, Derek, if you're still with us, along with Jameson Reese, who I feel is still with us. It's Derek I always wonder about because he kind of, when he disappears off the line. So, Derek, you're still with us, right? Yeah, okay, good. Carry on a conversation with Crystal River along with Jameson Reese. I'll leave all of you here, and both of you gentlemen I expect to behave in her presence and help guide her through the comfort zone. I'll be back. Gonna go mute.
Okay. Well, actually, I'm making myself a healthy snack right now. I'm making a tuna salad sandwich with some provolone cheese.
Nice. Well, I'm smoking a joint right now.
You both sound happier than I am. I got a shotgun headache. Oh my god. Caffeine withdrawal.
Is that voluntary?
Yeah, you know what? I haven't drinking.
Yeah, I can't pick up I'm not pick up caffeine anymore. It's just I just didn't think that it would be this painful though.
Right, it is. And once you get off and then you can stay off and it won't be that, like, it'll take not that long for it to be out of your system, really. It's a psychological, it's like if you used to smoke a cigarette and have caffeine, then that cigarette can be a trigger. So if you can eliminate the triggers for a short while, you'll be good. The tapping, the EFT tapping works for that. I can send you a link how to work on that for yourself. With the tapping really helps to get out of any habit and to get the substance out of your system faster.
Yes, I would like that. I would like that.
Now, as a truck driver, I usually drink about a cup or two a day. And since I've been off of work for medical leave, I haven't had any coffee in 8 months. But I reckon when I go back to work, I'm probably going to at least have 1 cup a day. But one thing I was doing was I was putting a tablespoon of extra virgin coconut oil in the coffee. And
That's
that
how
was
I
that.
drink mine.
Yeah, that would help me feel fuller for one. And it would give me some energy.
Yes, it does, without the crash.
Yes. Yeah, I don't do Red Bulls or those energy drinks.
No, that's number one killer. That's the worst part of the diet out there is those, I would say, right now.
Honestly, if that I could only do those because coffee has properties in it which reduce the lymphocyte count, and my lymphocytes are already horribly low. It's just by condition I have, so I have to stay away from coffee itself. Doesn't
Well, there's an herbal way to do it without having to mess with any chemicals. I would say that would be less harsh on you.
Yeah, it's just that the problem with coffee is, again, honestly, I don't want to touch caffeine anymore. It's just that, I went from using 600 milligrams of caffeine a day to 0, and yeah, fucking shit. I literally feel like somebody has a chisel and is tearing my right eyeball out.
Can you use CBD oil or cannabis oil where you are?
Oh yeah, I do. I have some that I smoke, but I haven't smoked any yet.
Well, that's what your problem is right there.
It might be. Yeah,
I'm
honestly,
just teasing.
you're probably right. You're probably
Hey,
right.
I think it's the answer to pretty much everything.
Yeah, I would light it up, but the thing is, I'm used to doing it before going to sleep, and I don't want to wind up sleeping on the program. I don't know. Maybe I'll talk to Douglas about it when he comes back. But yeah, the CBD is definitely great for sleep, especially if you have the one with a higher THC level, because I think it's the 19:1 ratio is pretty good, which more like THC than CBD.
Yep, absolutely.
Now, I noticed you. I was gonna ask you, what are the Fae like? Because that sounds very interesting to me. The fact that
Well,
you.
what's cool about the subject is you can look at, you can research any culture and they all have a version of it. And so that helps to document it as something that's real. But I would say it's a matter of, it's kind of like saying, are there UFOs out there? I don't believe there are clunky UFOs out there with a gray alien driving them. I believe that when we get to a certain level of consciousness, we're allowed to see certain realms that are more etheric, and that's where the Fae live. But they're a race of beings that are a seed race of humanity. So humanity is made up of more than one strain, and they are one of them. So they're very connected to humanity, but they're not fully only human. They're more like a cross between human and nature. So I would call them nature spirits. So that's why when they're depicted in art, they'll show them as a butterfly or like a dragonfly type, because I think it's trying to convey what type of energy they hold rather than what they actually look like.
Ah, I see. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, I have had experiences where I've seen beings that look sort of elf-like,
Yeah.
but I've only had one out-of-body experience like that, and they seem to be guarding something, and they seem to not want to let me through. It was like it was almost like
Psychedelic.
no, this was like out of body.
Okay.
You know those dreams that are so vivid that you literally are not in your physical body anymore.
Yes.
something like that. I literally felt myself going through the like outer body process beforehand, you know, where you have that sort of vibration, then you sort of just separate. And they seem to they seem to be in some cavern underground, and I wanted to see what was underground past a certain point, but you know, I couldn't get by. Because there was one that seemed to be standing there, and it was guarding it with like a sort of a bladed staff or something. And so I just yeah, I was like, all right, fuck it. Go
It
back
sort of
up.
sounds like you kind of, for lack of a better term, like you remote viewed something, but on a different, more ethereal dimension. And so it's like that's whatever they were trying to guard or trying to do is not like representative of what all Fae would be doing. It was just like you happen to check in on that group of
Yeah.
people, and that's what they were doing, you know?
Well, I'm sure there are as many different individual types as there are different individual humans or everything else, right? I mean,
But I
some,
would say what they all have in common as a like a race of that type of being is that they're connected to, they care about the earth as much as we do, even probably more. They're like the environmentalist race. You could look at them that way.
I would imagine at this point they're pretty pissed.
They
I, I
are.
I would be pretty pissed at what the human race has done with this. And I can't honestly say that I'm not to some degree guilty of contributing to it, having to buy, you know, buying products and shit like that. So I'm not completely. The thing is, I can own my moral fuck up in that sense. I mean, and it does seem like events are happening. Things seem to be popping up more and more with flooding. Flooding seems to be a very big one. We seem to have flooding in we seem to have flooding that seem to have hit Greece. We have France, which is experiencing flooding. I guess everywhere is going to start experiencing this. We've got another hurricane heading towards the what is it, the East Coast. So it seems like all that water that melted off those ice caps has to go somewhere.
They were talking about something coming here. I'm in Houston, and they were saying Tuesday there might be a hurricane activity.
Yeah, let me see. They would definitely have it on like the Weather Channel or something. I'm going to browse and just see what they have coming. There seems to have been a typhoon that hit South Korea as well. Another one at that. Let's see.
I know not too many years ago, one of the things that the Fae were concerned with that I got the message about was about sinkholes. It's almost something that I had never heard of before. Not that it, you know, I knew about like quicksand or something, but it started being like a big, like happening a lot and being
Yeah,
more in the news, visible.
yeah, especially places like Florida. You got like whole communities that are just like being sucked up into these massive holes in the ground. A lot of it has to do with erosion from all the rain. And of course, with the rain, we definitely contributed as a species directly to that by not heeding any of the scientific warnings, or the fact that I honestly I can't. I would say that I think more people would be for making certain sacrifices in the Earth's favor than less. But I think a lot of that has to do with that corporate agenda, that corporate steam engine that just doesn't want to stop. And they don't care who they'll destroy. They don't care, you know, what's going to be. They don't care that if nothing's left, so long as they have a few more $1 billion.
Well, you know, I used to deliver liquid nitrogen to their name is on the tip of my tongue. I forget their name. It'll come to me. But their job is to search for sinkholes. They have like special cameras that they put underneath the ground and equipment to where they could drive over the ground and tell how hollow it is, or tell if the ground's getting ready to sink. And their job is to stop a sinkhole before it. If there's signs of a sinkhole, they'll go to that area and they'll stop the sinkhole before it actually occurs. And I reckon the liquid nitrogen was for some of their equipment. I don't see how it would help them to use it in the process of, filling the hole or whatever they do. But then we used to deliver the liquid nitrogen for some of their equipment that they used to detect whether a sinkhole was going to happen, or if a sinkhole happened, they would go there after the fact and repair it. But one of their main things was to try to catch the sinkhole before it happens, and then repair that area so that it wouldn't happen.
Well, I don't think they could really stop it. I think the best they could, if anything, I imagine the nitrogen might be for the sensitive equipment that they're using to detect it. I honestly don't know if they can stop them, then that'd be good. But I don't see how that would be possible. Because
there's pipes that erode underneath, because you got sewer pipes, you got big pipes, and some of these pipes are made out of iron, and which is corrosive, and once it collapses, then the road on top of it collapses down in there. So
I see. So they use the nitrogen to try to keep it hardened until they could repair it, I guess.
No, I don't think so. I've never seen them out there with a tanker truck. I know, because their nitrogen tank was pretty small. Man, the name of them is on the tip of my tongue. They got a 2-word name, but I'll see if I can look them up. But their job is to stop sinkholes before they happen, and of course, if a sinkhole comes out of nowhere, they're the ones who go there and repair it.
Yeah, in most cases, the sinkholes do come out of nowhere. Very seldom are there cases where people have a sign that something's wrong. Especially when it comes to areas, you could have a home, you could have a house built on a sinkhole, you could have a whole community built on a sinkhole, and nobody would know until the thing's gone the next day.
Yeah. By the way, you're all doing so great. I want you all to continue to take us to the top of the hour while I get some calories in myself to prepare for monologue. What happened to Crystal? Is she on mute because you're talking about sinkholes? I mean, where did that come up?
I brought up the sinkholes.
Oh, what happened, honey? What happened?
I was on mute listening, but I'm the one that brought up the sinkholes, so I was just letting it play out.
Oh, okay. But I mean, you didn't have one near your home, did you? Or
no.
Oh, okay.
We were talking about the environmental aspect of the Fae, and I was saying that I had received a message that had to do with sinkholes. That's where it started.
Thank you. No, deeply appreciated. That's wonderful. Both you gentlemen, please continue. I'm going to be stuffing my face, and I'll come back on more towards the top of the hour, closer to midnight. Though, of course, Crystal, I do beg of you that before you take your leave, of course, that you make your exit formal and say your good night to us all when you decide to do so. In the meantime, I'm going to go mute.
I will around midnight or a little after, whenever it's convenient around midnight.
Sounds good, honey. And,
okay.
All right. And don't forget, honey, to give your phone number where people can reach you if they want to call in for some of your expert advice. Okay? At that time. Okay, so I'm going to go mute now.
All right, so the hurricane that's going to go to, it's actually a tropical storm. The tropical storm heading towards Texas is called Beta. It threatens heavy rain, coastal flooding, and we also have extremely high tide here in the northeast due to Hurricane Teddy, which seems to be churning up a lot of high surf.
Now look at these names. Now first, hurricanes used to have women's names. Now they're getting male's name. But then another thing, the name Beta. I suppose since our president is an alpha male, that's his way of saying the hurricane. It's a beta male.
That's the first thing I thought of was that fade us
Well, I
into.
think that the storms and hurricanes are named by the people who find them. So whoever's like tracking the forecast and discovers it first gets to name them, I
But
guess.
don't
Yeah,
they?
but this
They used to alternate between male and female.
that's right. Where this beta shit comes from is bizarre to me. I thought of the
And
same thing everyone else did. Go on, honey.
I was just gonna make a joke about the gender reveal for the hurricane.
That's funny in itself.
Thank you, Eddie. Yes. So go on, gentlemen, and yeah, very enlightening, very educational. I'll let you all continue.
Douglas, just want to bring something up. Tonight, I think I can only go till midnight, 'cause I got a cluster headache that really is making me wish I could just, put a bullet in my own head.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to hear that. Is there any painkiller that works for you, or are you just so used to taking so many drugs the painkillers don't work anymore?
I think I think I might be in the second category. I'm probably gonna smoke a little of this CBD stuff and see what happens. Maybe it'll help.
Right. I apologize for everyone hearing me chewing. I'll go back to that. Thank you for letting us know.
We
Oh,
can't hear.
yeah. Thank you, honey.
I'm serious. It sounds good.
Okay. Thank you, honey. I appreciate that. And Derek will hold on with myself as long as he can. But you do have an appointment tomorrow, Derek? What time are you getting out?
I do have an appointment tomorrow, but I don't think that one is early. My appointments have been on. Let's see. So
Well,
tomorrow I have an appointment at 4 in the afternoon.
okay.
So no, I don't have one early in the morning. So my appointment is at 4 in the afternoon. I do have to wake up early to take my son to work, and so from that point, I'm just gonna go ahead on over to the pool.
I see.
But
Okay, so
other
just,
than that, I may take a nap, but I'm gonna keep my phone on. And just like before, if I hear my name, I'm gonna jump up and have my articles ready.
thank you, sir. And so just hang for as long as you can and go to sleep when you need to and just do everything as you normally would. So I'm essentially going to pack enough calories to last for as long as I can through the night. And obviously I have to stop at around 4-ish in the morning, a little before then my time, which is about 6 in the morning where our Lady Crystal River and our gentleman Derek Talley is at, and about 5 a.m. where Jameson Reese is at. So I'll try and go till around that time. And in the meantime, let me get back to chewing. Thank you.
Derek, can I ask you a
Yeah,
question? How
sure.
do you feel about when we talk about doing tarot readings? Because you're Christian, correct?
Yes.
Does that come in conflict with your beliefs? Does that, do you just
Well,
not
it's
want to
not
do
something
that?
that I'm into. I mean, it's just like I just listen. It's all interesting to me, you know. So it's just something that I listen to. I learn as much as I can. You know, I'm not one that goes around and tells people what they should or shouldn't be doing. But I actually like listening to people who are experts in their field, in especially in things that I've never been involved with before. So this is educational to me. So that's probably why I really don't have a lot to contribute to the conversation, because I'm still in learning mode. So you guys, you're the one who I'm learning, you know, a lot of this from. So
And I'm sure people who feel the way you do represent a good portion of Douglas's audience, and that's why I wanted to not have everybody get bored. A certain amount of people get bored on that part, or
yeah, well, it's interesting, you know, and I do believe in spirits. I kind of hit a lot of the same subjects, but just kind of from a different angle, because see, my grandfather was able to see spirits, and you know, my grandmother was telling me once about a couple whose car had broke down, and my grandfather helped push their car to you know, his house, you know, their house down there in southern Alabama, and he fixed their car for them, and they offered him money. He said, no, it's free, you know, I'm just helping you guys get on the road. And the people were so grateful, and they had left, and then my grandfather had seen them walking back on the property, And so he asked them, "Hey, what are you guys doing back?" And while he was asking that, there was ambulances and there was police cars going down the highway in front of the house. My grandmother's like, "Who are you talking to?" And he goes, "They're back. The people who will fix their car." And they just kept walking, and they disappeared. Turns out that after they left, they had gotten into a car accident and were killed. And my grandfather was able to see them. And there was many stories like that to where he was able to see. And we had a house that was way out in the country where he kept like some of his livestock and different stuff. And we called it the camping house. And I was always afraid to go to the camping house because the camping house seemed like it was haunted, especially the woods. I mean, if I was ever going to make a horror movie, I would go back out to that location because just the woods, the forest back up in there, it was just so creepy and scary. And so I've always been interested in, the spirits and in the spirit realm. And I know it's real, So I kind of look at it probably from a different angle, but I don't discount anybody from their experience or what they say and tell them that, you're not supposed to do this, you're not supposed to do that. Now I can tell them what the Bible says, what I'm saying, but if they're not, readers or believers of the Bible, then it doesn't matter what they, once you tell them what the Bible says. So, you see what I'm talking about?
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Yeah, absolutely. And I have like a strong religious background, the way I was raised. And so I've read the Bible, and I've been really... Douglas's sister is a Jehovah's Witness. I'm not sure if she still is, but my mother was one, and extremely, every meeting, every week, all 3 meetings, and Bible studies, and giving talks, and going out service, and all that. So, yeah. And then before that, I was raised with my grandparents while my parents went off to work, and they were like devout Catholics, but like old school, like Vatican I Catholics. And
are you from the Midwest?
I'm from Houston, Texas, born and raised.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I lived in Chicago. Chicago's a big Catholic town, and then I moved to Gary, Indiana, it's a different state, but it's basically part of Chicago. I mean, our airport is called the Gary Chicago Airport. So, you've heard of Midway and O'Hare, the airport in Gary is like Chicago's 3rd airport. So, but Gary, Indiana is a Jehovah's Witness town.
Yes.
And
that's how Michael Jackson became one, right?
Yeah. And I used to work the night shift, so the Jehovah's Witnesses used to come knock on my door all the time. And see, they scope the neighborhoods out and know who's at home. And it's usually, since we had the steel mill and everything, it's usually the men, the husbands that are at work, and then the wives are at home. So then they have these handsome-looking studs that go 2 by 2 and knock on all the doors and try to coax all the women that are home to stay.
That's an urban legend. I never saw them there.
Well, when I had the guys come to my house a couple of times, next thing you know, they said, okay, there's a guy in that house that's home. So they sent 2 women. They started sending 2 women to my house. Yeah, so, and then there was a young, pretty one. I mean, she was gorgeous. But see, their method of operation is once they get you in, then they tell you, well, your husband or your wife, they need to become with you, or else you're going to be unequally yoked. And if you're unequally yoked, well, then you can't be with that person anymore. And then their job is to break up the family. So. They sent 2 women my way, and once I got to talking to them, I think I was blacklisted.
Well, that's the goal. But when they go to the door, they actually keep a record of like notes of that. They start profiling you that way, and they collect information on everybody in a file that way.
So my question is, how deep in bed must they be with the intelligence communities? I mean,
They're
Well,
like
Jordan
their.
Maxwell
Yeah, go on,
said
honey.
that
Yeah, what did he say?
I met Jordy. I met Jordan Maxwell in 2013, and he's one of the big ones that was very high up in it. In fact, like their highest member is called a some kind of an overseer, circuit overseer, or something like that. Anyway, this guy that was way high up in it, Jordy did like what Peter Moon did for L. Ron Hubbard. Jordan Maxwell was to this guy. And so he got to know inside and out about it and got invited to all like the big wigs of it to their luncheons that were, of course, only men. And Jordan got to hear them talking. And he said the bottom line with the Jehovah's Witnesses is that the person who signs their checks is Rockefeller Foundation. And that it's just social engineering for one of the like messianic religions. It came out as the same time around four other religions. One is Seventh Day Adventist, and then there's two others. They're all kind of similar.
Yes, yes, and thank you, honey. Thank you. That is more education than I could have provided. Go a little further if you could, or if you wish.
And one of them is called the Bible Students. I know exactly what
they're
you're talking
called
about.
like the international. They used to have their oh, this is interesting. They used to have their main building in Brooklyn that was called the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society, and that building now has been, it was famously like theirs for years, and it was just recently purchased by Donald Trump's son, that building there. But that they have like they like grow their own food, and they have bug out bags because they think that it's about to be Armageddon, and everything's going to go down, and they're going to be the only ones to make it into the new world. So but shit's going to get heavy before they actually make it. They'll be tested.
oh, they have no clue what's
Persecuted.
coming. If they think they're gonna make it, they had best think again.
Well, worse yet, if they were truly the majority and you were stuck in a world where they were the majority, I think that would be one in which the world is over as you know it anyway, and you wouldn't want to be part of it. But as for my elder sister, yes, she is still part of the Jehovah's Witnesses. And for those of you who don't know, there are detective agencies who are specialized in finding missing people, such as celebrities who disappear and don't want to be found. And they make the professional claim they can find you in hell, so to speak, or anywhere that you might be, alive or dead. But when it comes to the Jehovah's Witnesses, they're impenetrable to such agencies. And that's because they are such a close-knit cult that they basically hide their own. And the way that they hid my sister, was that they got her declared legally dead. If you're missing for a certain period of time, you will be declared legally dead. And she was put off of the grid for that period of time. We're talking years. And and that's because she's an elderess in the religion. She just dedicated her entire life to proselytizing for them. So
You can only get so far as a woman, though. You can't even be an elder if you're female. You're looked down upon.
It's something different. Yes, you're right. You're right. There's something profoundly different there, where the females.
But the real, there are the sisters. They really are the ones that aren't the pedophiles within it. The men are doing the dirty stuff, and then the women that are into it are really into reading the Bible.
Yes.
In my experience.
Yeah. My sister turned into, from what she was, which I much preferred her as an experimental lesbian, but no, she instead, after some period of time where the trauma just overwhelmed her in the flashback, she became a Jehovah's Witness, and as far as I'm concerned, she was dead. I always refer to her as my late sister, because if anyone's ever lived with a Jehovah's Witness, I mean, you may as well be with a cadaver. Honestly.
They teach you to turn on your own family if it comes between family and Jehovah, like Derek said. And then the other thing is they teach that if any crime happens within the, like, say, one of your other brothers molests you or rips you off or whatever it is, that you're not allowed to go to the police. You have to settle it all within their own little jury.
Yes. That's
why they have this organization called Silent Lambs. Yeah. Silent Lambs is an organization. It's a nonprofit organization founded by William Bowen that assists victims of child sexual abuse experienced within the religious organization of the Jehovah Witnesses. So it's just like they have a code of silence, just like Crystal was saying, and silent lambs is to help people because they will cut you off. Black Lives Matter founder, everybody talks about, what she was, how liberal she is and how she comes from like some kind of open outdoor community, communist community there in California. Well, I read the book, When They Call Us Terrorists. It was about, that was her big brother that the police had called a terrorist. But the reason she's in the predicament that she's in and grew up dirt poor is because her grandparents were filthy, filthy rich. And when her mother got pregnant at age 15, the Jehovah Witnesses told the grandparents that you have to excommunicate her from your house. So they kicked her out the house pregnant and never spoke to her again. And she was just on the streets at age 15, pregnant with nobody. So, and that's why she ended up living the life that she lives. And, I've heard a wise man once say that extreme legalism actually breeds liberalism. So if you look at someone who's extremely liberal, somewhere down the line there was somebody who was extremely legalistic or extremely right-wing that opened the door to them, to that liberalism that come up, from rebelling from all of that nonsense that comes with that extremely legalistic, right-wing, self-righteous, blowhard attitude.
Thank you. Yes, it's so important and cannot be overemphasized. Deeply appreciated. Yes, you're all doing wonderfully. Please continue. I'm still chewing and getting calories into myself. So, yes.
There's a famous rapper out there whose mother was also. It's not DMX. It's the other New York rapper.
Biggie Small's mother was.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
But Wallace. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that. But
there's more. Like there's a reason.
Yeah, the one that starts with an R. His name starts with R. But anyway, his mother was excommunicated from Jehovah Witnesses for smoking and drinking. I guess she went to a bar and she ordered a drink and had a cigarette, and somebody was following her and saw her in the bar with smoking. So they had excommunicated her for like over 20 years, and then it's the guy who raps with Ashanti. He was from Murder Inc. Records. Well, anyway, once he got rich, all her Jehovah Witness friends started coming back into her life, and he's like, Mom, you know what I'm saying? These people excommunicated you.
Yeah, they lay in wait.
Years.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
but changed now.
yeah. And now that he's got money and he gave money to his mom, now all of a sudden and his mom was just so happy that all her friends came back, and she wasn't in the mindset of fuck you guys, the way you treated me, and she was just happy that all her friends came back, and they came back because he was giving her money.
Wow. Yeah, not surprising.
Disgusting.
I've seen a lot of that stuff that they in the Catholic Church is excommunication, which no one ever gets, because the more evil you are in the Catholic Church, the higher up you go. You don't get over here in the Jehovah's Witnesses. I had an experience with them. If you want me to tell it before I check out for the night.
Okay.
But I actually got what they called disfellowshipped, which is excommunicated. And the reason why is when I was about 14 years old, I ran away from home because I couldn't stand the oppression of the Jehovah's Witness religion. So I used to run away, and I didn't go party with other kids or anything. I went to my grandmother's house, and she was Catholic, so she would hide me under the bed. She was like, yeah, fuck these Jehovah's Witnesses or whatever. So one of these times I had run away from home, and my mother took my 14-year-old girl having a diarrhea under her pillow. That's so innocent. And they took the diary to these elders saying that I did stuff like kissing boys or whatever. And so they disfellowshipped me so that I could not associate with any other kids within that church, because what they read in my diary was like rebel stuff, right? They didn't want me influencing other people that were witnesses. So they did this thing where they disfellowshipped me. And what I did was, they have a book. They have lots of books. That's their deal, is selling books about their own rhetoric. But they have a book that is like it describes their entire legal system. And like, these are our rules. These are the beliefs you must have before you get baptized. And if you go against these in the future, you get excommunicated. And then when you get baptized, and they get baptized as an adult so that you know what you're doing. You have to answer all these questions. And so when they excommunicate you or disfellowship you, that means you've broken one of these rules. So I went and got their little fucking book and circled all the ways that I did not break their rules. And I took it to them as a teenager. I took it all the way to the Brooklyn, New York Society. I sent my letter, and they wrote back to me saying that you're right, you proved your own case, you didn't break the rules according to like our own book, and we're letting you back in. And then I was like, deuces, fuck y'all. But I did get myself back. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, the rapper who I was talking about, his name is Ja Rule.
Yep.
Ja Rule. Yep.
Yeah, as in God rules. Ja means God, so that
they take advantage of Black people. I feel there's a great majority of they put them into the Black neighborhoods and try to cull them because they know they already are Christians, and that everybody has, like, not everybody maybe, but a lot of people have a bad experience in whatever church they grew up in, because church is associated with the way your parents raised you and things being strict and whatever. So a lot of times the witnesses just get people that were already Christian but disillusioned with something that happened to them, and then they pick up like all the second people, the sloppy seconds, and that tends to be a lot of the witnesses. People that are they try to prey on people that are already spiritual and then just twist them, bring them in like they're going to be a brother or sister and treated, but they really treat women bad.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I think the Nation of Islam kind of does the same thing, because if you ever hang around the Nation of Islam and you ever hang around the Seventh-day Adventists, at a certain point you'll say, hey, you know what? The Nation of Islam is just the Seventh-day Adventists on steroids.
Yeah, I feel that. I had a friend in school who was that. That's how I knew she was the most thing. I was always looking for a peer. No one could understand me because I was in this weird culty thing at home and trying to be normal at school. And I bonded with this girl who was one of those because we had a similar background.
Yeah. What, Seventh-day Adventist or Nation of Islam?
It was Seventh-day Adventist.
Yeah.
No, I would doubt it would be Nation of Islam involved with Crystal River because she's not Black. But at any rate, Jameson was trying to say something, I think. Maybe he was just telling us the headache was killing him.
No. I was going to say
Found
that
an Alka-Seltzer.
They all seem to be like, what do you call it? They all seem to be what I would call intelligence cults. Because they seem to groom. They
gather information and make files.
and they're able to gather information about their followers and keep track on them with exceptional accuracy. In a way, in fact, they may be even more effective than some of the alphabet agencies that work for the government in that way. So
I would posit that they sell that kind of information to agencies too.
Yeah, exactly. That as well.
Thank you. Yes, go on.
And I could see how they could be used to harass targeted individuals as well by trying to sell members of certain communities false information about individuals as a means of getting them to behave a certain way.
I read the book Raven, the untold story of Jim Jones and the Jim Jones followers, the book called Raven. So not only did they used to go through people's trash, they used to call people's homes and pretend to be survey takers and ask about survey. And then then Jim Jones would come and he would have all that information ahead of time, and he would be seen like a psychic, or a prophet. He would know everything about that person, go into their trash, what medications they're on. And there was one lady who was at the church, and they whisked her to the back and put her arm in the cast, and even though her arm wasn't broken, then they brought her out, and Jim Jones healed her arm, and he said, "Now take off the cast." And they had some people come and take the cast off, and he said, "All right, move your arms around. Is it broken?" "No, it's not broken." "Hallelujah. Well, I fixed your arm." And everybody's standing up and standing in line so they can get healed. So he would take chicken livers out of the supermarket and tell, say, "Well, you got cancer, but I'm pulling that cancer out." And then he would pull out some chicken livers and hold it up. He said, "The cancer's gone. Here's the cancer right here. This person is now cancer free." So, yeah, Jim Jones was a piece of work.
Well, you see, that right there is the cancer that our future has if the anarchists get their way, because everybody's going to be like really they're either going to be under these fucking intelligence cults, or they're going to be under some kind of corporate serfdom, which is slavery as well. I mean, it's from one it's a type of that level of tyranny. It's slavery.
Well, to show you how
Jim
that
Jones also targeted the
Mhm.
black people.
Oh yeah,
Jim Jones also.
Well,
And
there's
I
a
want to
reason
say
why
that
they
part of
target
those they have a certain spirituality that's what they want to understand, because first of all, they themselves who are investigating it, they don't have it, and second of all, they want to take it away from us. They don't want us. They want to find a way to work that out of our DNA. So we don't want to have that spiritual connection with God anymore.
Thank you. Yes.
I don't know about that. I don't know if it's a spiritual connection with God that they want, or it's the fact that people
what
who have that.
Crystal is saying is they're trying to deprive us of that natural genetic connection we have with the divine. Is what she's saying.
But that's the thing. That's where I have to kind of agree to disagree, is only because I tend to think that quote unquote connection with the divine, which they've isolated, that God gene, I find that has brought a lot of destruction in the human race. Maybe that would be a good thing. Maybe without this religious fanaticism and just straight up nuts and bolts science, we wouldn't be killing each other over what fucking tribe your prophet came from.
But then we have to look at we also have to look at the atheist states such as communism, which have murdered just as many people as religion ever has. So you can't really.
Of course, I mean, there's no. I'm not saying.
But Crystal's talking about the spirituality of the what you see like in a lot of the black churches.
But I know I grew up with that spirituality, but for me, it's always been oppressive. It's always been one of those.
But intelligence has always been interested in altered states, and that's an altered state that can be achieved through that.
Right. There we are. The altered state that Crystal is referencing is the state of ecstasy and euphoria that one has when one
speaking in tongues.
Thank you, honey. Yes. And by the way, in terms of the black community, yes, when Jim Jones conducted his massacre at Jonestown, the overwhelming majority of the victims there were indeed black. That was why it was a genocidal church meant to engineer an auto-destruction of an ethnos. But when it comes to the, what was it that all of you brought up that I felt the need to really speak about, that when it came to this church and the Seventh-day Adventists and so many others, you had all brought up, I had it right on the tip of my tongue. It was something that, now what did you bring up, honey, Crystal?
Messianic, about them all believing in like that apocalyptic story? Is that
there was that, but there was, what was the order? The order in which you were speaking would bring me back to it. Derek was talking about something and then you spoke of something else. Do you remember? I'd have to listen to it again and I'd probably remember, but if any of you can retrace the steps, it would help me there. But there was something of monumental importance I had to bring up that would kind of, provide some insight into all of this, which is important. I might remember it later, but Obviously, when it comes to this sort of thing, as I said, I got a theology education the wrong way, working with Michael Aquino, which would include much of the social engineering that you're speaking of. But certainly,
Honestly,
yeah.
if honestly, I would think that Michael Aquino would probably have been the best source for your theological education, because the stuff you know is the stuff that goes on behind closed doors rather than the bullshit that they feed other people.
Well, that's appreciated. I understand what you're saying, believe me, and don't think I discount it. Quite the opposite. You're right in many ways. Many of these religions are a facade. They're an exercise in cynicism to those who are within the positions of power. But when it comes to...
But also, a person who really loves the Bible can go there and read the Bible 3 times a week and reach their own thing. Like, that's not... I saw that too.
Yes, honey. And so when it comes to, let me see now, what was it you had all said? Anyhow, it totally slipped my mind for now, and
Was it when she
we'll
was going
remember
into
it.
Jordan Maxwell?
Oh, well, thank you for bringing that up. It was a pointed case. It was Jordan Maxwell brought us to the Jehovah's Witnesses, which brought us to to my sister. But no, it wasn't about the Jehovah's Witnesses specifically. It was about something else. It had to do with. It was anyhow. It was profound, but we'll get there.
Was it anything about Muslim and what we were saying about that part?
Oh no.
Okay,
Thank you for
sorry.
asking. But I'll go on mute again for a few moments, and you're all doing so well anyway. I'm sure just hearing you a few more minutes might bring it up in my mind, and if not, that's okay. All of you will be retreating soon, and I will, per force of circumstances, start to monologue, which is fine. I just want to get a few more calories in me before I get to that point, so I'll let you get back to talking.
All right, so what I will say about ecstasy is under the right conditions, and this is probably the only time in my entire life that I've ever really truly felt any degree of ecstasy. But I think I was getting a muscle biopsy on my right leg at Staten Island University Hospital. And they anesthetized me, and I think they had to cool off my body temperature to the point where it was like really cold. Anyway, yeah, I had an experience where everything around me was white, and when I had came back to this realm, I was like, why the fuck didn't I die, man? God, it was so incredible being there, and being here in comparison is like, what the fuck? That's all I could say on ecstasy. I think
Well,
it
I
was.
thought it was going to be an MDMA story.
That's what I thought.
Well, I'm not sure what they gave me to put me under, but I'm sure they might have had morphine in there too. And that's about morphine and a very good anesthetic, one that puts you out for a long period of time. There's nothing more spiritually ecstatic than that. Because I see, as far as spirituality is concerned, I see it all as chemicals, brain chemicals. So whatever you can do, in fact, with chemicals, you can actually get states that are far more intense than anything that you could achieve naturally. So there's nothing more spiritual than a nice chemical.
I feel like that's our natural state, and that's where you're going to return to. And all the drama that we play out here is to expand our consciousness, and that whatever that great feeling of bliss that you felt is the best we can do is try to achieve that in our own life every day, because that's where you're going to end up anyway. So all the rest of it's really
I should
just
hope
drama.
not. I've honestly decided I want my ego to survive. I don't want my ego to be dissolved.
By the way,
Even if
go on.
Well, tell them where that cryogenics place is.
no,
Derek.
not in that way. I'm sure it could be done by generating a strong enough thought form.
Well, yes, making yourself into a tulpa. By the way, Brandon Young has been with us. I don't know if he's still with us right now, but he checked in. He said, "Hey everyone, much love to you all," and was interacting with Maria briefly. Hopefully he's still with us. A shout out and hugs to Brandon Young who's given us so much, and Anne Shirashi, who was a donor of $250 United States dollars. Shout out to her. She is a black lady married to a German man in Australia. I believe I've got all that down correctly. And Anne Shirashi says ex-Jehovah's Witnesses here as well. So she also is how would you say it? A recovering Jehovah's Witness, because it's like a trauma. You recover from it the rest of your life. And she says, Jameson, feel better, my love. So do check into the chat room, Jameson Reese, to acknowledge her before you check out, okay? And Shirashi says, yes, that's right.
Oh,
so
and you know what? I do have the name of that company that repairs the sinkholes. I couldn't think of them because they were our customers. I delivered nitrogen to them. But the name of the company that repairs the sinkholes and tries to prevent sinkholes is called Instaform. I don't know if you guys ever heard of that company before, but if you ever see some Instaform trucks or some Instaform vehicles in your neighborhood, it's because they know that there's a sinkhole around there somewhere.
And what do they do? I mean, to fill the sinkhole, so to speak. What do they do?
I don't know their procedures, but they have cameras, and they're able to. They got radar equipment. They know if they're driving over a road that's going to have a sinkhole or that has corroding pipes underneath it, so that they can fix the corroding pipes before it causes a sinkhole. So,
thank you. That's fascinating. Yes.
Yeah.
I'll go back to chewing on that note. Thank you. I'm not being facetious. I'm fascinated by that sort of thing. Civil engineering is a fascinating field, and honestly, it's completely underrated. Obviously, our cities would die without it. So go on, all of you. You're doing so well.
Well, actually, it's obvious that some of our cities are dying because some of it is so poorly done.
No, or rather, it's what you have is a lot of corruption from a lot of people who aren't doing it. Let's put it that way. They're supposed to be doing it, but they're not.
Well, they're definitely not taking the experts' advice.
Yeah, and let's put it this way. In San Francisco, it is a fucking crime. We have, like, the people who repair shit in San Francisco. It's a scam. They break up the street, do something, and reseal it, break up the street again. I mean, traffic in San Francisco is a fucking nightmare because these motherfuckers in the hard hats are just ripping off the fucking city with their scams.
They did the same thing in New York. They did the same thing in New York.
Oh
my God!
Yeah.
They must have torn off. They must have torn up this street that's outside of my community. They must have torn up this one patch of road over the years, over 20 or 30 times.
Oh, I hate it.
So it sounds like in Chicago, we have two seasons, winter and construction.
Thank you. Yeah. In San Francisco, it's construction season all fucking year round, and they've got a non-stop scam going here. It's disgusting. I want to kill them all. Whenever I see someone in a hard hat, I just want to machine gun them to death. So, please go on before I go on with that fantasy.
Well, I think they also scam by putting up buildings that don't have anyone. They'll partially construct a building, and then they'll wait another 5 or 10 years. Then they'll add a glass pane here, then another 5 years, and then another glass pane. It's almost ridiculous. And the thing is, it's the city doesn't care. They really don't care. Because they're more than happy to let them continue to take advantage of it this way. In fact, I think a lot of the people in certain offices are heavily connected with the people who are doing the work. So they're like, you scratch my back, I'll scratch your back, that kind of thing.
Yes, it's a form of white-collar crime combined with blue-collar crime. That is just all around a crime. It's just we're all getting ripped off by these people. So yes, that's where civil engineering turns into something totally different. Some kind of civil mafia of parasites that are just anyhow. I won't go any further. I'll start going into fantasies of mass murder. some kind of purge really needs to be conducted on these people when it comes to this.
Well,
But,
I think to successfully do that, we need to do a intelligent purge on the human race. And I think that the best way to do that is by letting nature continue to do what it does.
No,
No matter
I
how
would be more selective,
unnatural
and like I
it
said,
may seem.
wipe out
I say,
75% of the male population would be better. But I'm sure
well,
you
the
would
reason
agree
why I
with that.
say nature is because I know that once humans get involved in the culling process, we start to discriminate, and then things start to get racial, and things start to really just get stupid. We're not very good judges of ourselves.
Well, I can understand what you're saying in that regard, but let's not go too far with the exterminatory fantasies right now. We can carry that
All
out
right.
maybe another transmission. At any rate, definitely, let me check in to see if her icon is still there. Just checking in to see if Crystal's still with us. Oh, good. She's not even on mute. I don't know if she started her bonbon diet for the night, but
No, I was actually waiting for you to finish eating before I check out. Are you finished?
oh, not just yet. I'm enjoying myself too much.
Okay,
I'm
well,
sorry.
that's
Yes.
what I'm hanging in here for.
Okay,
Yeah,
honey. I'll be
that's
finished
okay.
soon enough. I'll let you know. And in the interim, both these gentlemen will continue taking us into further territories. Let's go a little bit beyond the sinkholes into something, you know, organically. I don't
Like,
know.
more could I find some more disaster porn, perhaps?
That's a good way of putting it. Did you try smoking some of that CW yet? I mean, what did you call it?
All right. Well, maybe I'll give it a hit or so.
Oh, hell, here we go.
You and Derek
Yeah.
say
Yeah, Derek and
say-
I will occupy. Well, Derek will occupy the bandwidth. You can inhale some, and let's see how you feel after that. Because you know, this being the forum that it is, I've got no qualms about anybody drinking or smoking on air. I mean, oh my fucking god, you remember Lena Shea used to come on, and she'd be basically.
I've been smoking the whole time.
Oh, have you really, honey? You handle it
Oh,
well.
heck yeah.
Yeah. And
Well, have you guys heard about that? The no mask cult that's going around, and they're yelling at everybody to take your mask off, take your mask off. And
oh god.
people are,
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, right-wing assholes. Tell us about it. Come on, give us some horror stories about what these fuckers are doing while we listen to Jameson Reese die on air. Remember that time?
I actually have a video of them. I'm looking for it. I actually posted it in my group. I didn't post it on my actual page yet, but I have a video. Here it goes. I'm gonna see if you guys can hear this.
By the way, Jameson, it helps when you have an actual pipe instead of taking
Smoke
that.
through it, Jameson.
Yes, he's taking that toilet paper roll and he's using steel
milk
wool
carton.
as his mesh. Yes, and a milk carton and the toilet paper roll. He's got them both together, MacGyver style. He's using the steel wool as his mesh, which he's inhaling the burning steel as well. But you know that doesn't bother him. Causes a lot of coughing, but hey, it gets that high.
no, it's
Well, I use organic, raw, unbleached papers.
All right, honey. Yes, there we are.
I have a vaporizer, so the vaporizer,
Nice.
like, it vaporizes the cartridges.
Yep.
It's just that I have a tendency to just pull everything all at once. Because I've been criticized for doing that, but I find that once you've had that cough, that's when it really kicks in, like, wham.
Okay. So there's
Oh,
a method
yeah.
to your madness. All right. I was wondering about that. Okay.
I think the cough is a mental thing. It's a part of the high. It's a part of the body's way of like letting go of energy. And so it really isn't a thing like any other type of cough.
Yeah. And so now that
So
they've
the better.
there we are. Now that we've,
You connect your brain with your heart through your vagus nerve when you do any type of inhaling, smoke.
thank you. Interesting. That is fascinating. I appreciate that, honey. I appreciate everything from you, of course. So go on, Derek. Take us in the direction you were going to go in with that. What the fuck were you talking about?
The mask cult.
Yes.
This video is called "Warning: The No Mask Cult is now invading stores all across America." So I'm wondering if you guys can hear this.
Nope.
Can't hear anything.
Nope.
Can't hear
Okay,
No,
I
it's
anything.
played
like
it
the
on my phone.
streaker, but the
You got a
modern
whole bunch
version
of
of it.
people yelling, "Take your mask off! Take your mask off!" And they all have their mask in their hand and they're holding it up over their head. A bunch of white folks make it great again. And one guy has a shirt with Obama on the front of the shirt, wearing a "Make America Great Again" hat on. So these
Delightful.
people are crazy.
No.
That's chaos magic.
Yes, that is. That's like a picture of
God.
Adolf Hitler wearing a yarmulke.
Yep.
So there we have that. By the way, a
man,
yarmulke, for those who don't know, is a skull cap. And it's not what you call it politely, of course. But go on, Derek. Was there anything else you wanted to point out about these crazies?
No, just that you know, they do seem to be kind of a cult. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the way they're
Well,
so
I'll just say right now,
about
I'm anti-masker.
if that's cool, but the way they go around telling other people that you're being brainwashed, you're being mind controlled, you're just a sheeple. Once people start that, you know, hey, I got an inner Kroger's that said, you know, a mask must be worn, so I'm wearing a mask. Has nothing to do with me being brainwashed. Has nothing to do with me being, you know, part of a mask cult, or you know, forcing
I don't
other
believe
people.
in it for health reasons. I went to the post office and there were 9 people in total at the post office. I was the only one not wearing a mask, and there's like a TV screen in there with a continual loop, and one of them is saying, "We suggest you wear a mask," and I don't believe in it. So, but nobody in there. I make the joke that everybody else in there was looking at me like a canary in a coal mine, but really, nobody was rude to me at all, and everybody was respectful in this situation.
Yeah.
What I can say is I got a mask that has what do you call it? The mask I have 2 masks. I only wear the other one when I have enough filters to replace it with. But I got one of those 3M masks that goes over your entire face. So this way no one can spit in my eyes or any stupid shit like that, because people are that fucking outrageous. Or at least I would expect that from people.
They are. I can tell
And
you
so-
that from working in security. By the way,
Well, how else are you going to build up an immunity?
well, honey, we'll go into that sometime. But
The best immunity is to something is by not being exposed to it to begin with. If you're not exposed to it, you won't get it.
No, there is that logic, and
You won't get it. There's a prediction for you.
okay, yeah, thank you. I can see both
I
sides.
had it right, Douglas.
You did probably. I know that that definitively many people that I spoke to had it, and they lived. Just remember, there are people who don't.
Right.
I think someone like me with the underlying conditions I have would not live.
Or that there is that.
Or if I lived, I wouldn't want to, because they'd have to amputate this, that, and everything else from not getting enough oxygen into my extremities and whatnot.
That's conceivable. I mean, you do want to be careful. You do want
And
to.
so
Take
because of that,
some zinc with tonic water.
I can take all the things that I can possibly imagine to put in my body, but it's not going to do anything if you have hereditary conditions that.
Right.
How do we say?
Yeah, it just make you more vulnerable. By the way, I'll be back in just a few minutes,
so
and when I get
If
back,
you build up your immune system, you'll be impervious to just about anything.
oh, I understand what Crystal's saying.
Well, what I'm trying to tell you is.
But by the way, I'll be right back, and when I
some-
come back, I'm going to start monologuing. And when I come back, we'll have Crystal exit. Per her, she'll say her goodnight at that time. So I'll be right back in just a few minutes. Thank you.
What I mean to say is genetically, if somebody has somebody has a condition where they normally don't get enough oxygen to their extremities, where if you cut them with even a mere paper cut, allows them to bleed out for long periods, someone like that, if they were to get a condition like that, chances are more likely than not, they wouldn't be one of those 40% of Americans running around with no symptoms, no matter how much you boost their immune system, because what it does to the body is it causes an inflammatory response. And in
Right.
some people,
Cytokine storm.
and in some people, it does cause such a response that it causes a swelling in the brain, which results in irreversible brain damage. Now, I, for one, would rather not rely on immunity. I rather rely on not getting it, not being exposed to it, period. This way, I don't have to worry about, oh
Are you
shit.
sure? What kind of a mask do you have that gives you the guarantee you don't have to worry about that from that piece of paper?
It's a 3M mask. It's a 6800. It also has, I also bought these retainers for the side so that I could put in I think they're called something 100 filters that are able to filter out the particulates such
Kind of
as
like what a
viruses.
painter would wear.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's the filters on the side that are added on with the retainer that actually prevent the
How many hours a day would you say you wear it?
I'm usually out from like 2 to 4 hours a day, and because I walk a lot.
The reason I ask is because there are laws on the books that are OSHA laws, which are environmental working conditions, and they say that a worker cannot be required to wear a mask for over a certain period of time because it isn't healthy.
Okay, well, I don't have a choice. You see, I have to deal with either one unhealthy thing or another. And again, I
It
would say,
causes something called pleurisy.
explain to me what that is.
Well, I'm not a doctor, but the rough idea is that when we exhale as humans, that's part of our system that detoxes us, just like when we go to
You're
the
talking
restroom or
about
whatever. So when you,
CO2 buildup?
right, so when you're breathing in your own all day, it can cause a condition called pleurisy, where you're basically breathing in your own toxins to the point that it gets you sick. It's another sickness.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but the question is, in the long run, what sickness is going to cause the most
There you
debilitating
go. Lesser of two
damage in
evils.
the short term? Right away, with that, I might not have to worry about something like that for maybe another year or maybe another 6 months. Who knows? But if the SARS-CoV-2 virus enters my body, I have to worry about that right then, right there, and that can fuck my life up irreparably, as it
Yes.
has to many Americans.
Yes.
So it's so why take the risk?
Yes.
If I'm already going to take a gamble with something that's going to give me quote comorbidities, at least the buildup of CO2 is reversible after a certain point. But if we're dealing with something like a virus, that virus could come back and I could be symptomatic again a week from now, or
Yes.
I could get infected, not get the virus until 6 months later, and then when I have a full-blown COVID infection, and next thing I know, it's fucked. The question is, what's going to cause more damage right here, right now, and become a threat to my life right here,
Or the
right?
quality of life. So
Yeah,
it's
and
yeah.
I would
Well,
say the
I
same.
would feel like a slave if I had to wear a mask.
I understand, honey, and honestly, I
I
understand.
would feel like I had given up my freedom.
I don't.
I would feel that I was a part of a ritual that was trying to make me feel less than.
Well, you see, that's something I don't understand.
Like I do feel that the COVID really happened and it's real. I don't think the Illuminati made it to control the world, but I think that, or the idea of it, I think that it really happened, and then dark forces spend it to cause a great fear and exponential. I don't know the word exponentiate, exponentially make it a greater story, and to we
Well,
use that fear to then make ourselves sick or
well,
be more
I understand
susceptible.
I understand where your cynicism sources from, and I understand what you're saying in terms of the psychodynamics of the effect of the power of the mind to actually take something to a conclusion it didn't have to reach. But definitely, I very much am aligned with Jameson Reese generally in my behavior.
I know.
Though I do feel he's
Yeah.
far more vulnerable than any of us for reasons that we're all too painfully aware of. He's abused his body to a far greater extent, to the point where an assault on his immune system would be such that it would. There's no point in his risking it. He really does need
Yeah.
to behave like the boy in the bubble boy.
Well,
so
to be
that-
honest,
Right. Well, don't
to
risk
be honest, I like the
diplomacy
mask
either.
though.
yeah, and he doesn't find the mask to be a burden, so it's
No,
fine
no,
with
no.
him.
Right.
The thing about the
That's
mask
the
is,
thing too. If it's not giving you that mindset or making you feel that way, then it's not doing it to you. So
it actually makes me feel safer because I never liked, even before the virus, I never liked people in my face.
right, that's
I
cool.
never liked people too
It'd be like
close.
if they told me you can suck your thumb in public now. I would.
That's adorable.
And it's kind of like, and it's like I don't like the fact that, you know, humans give off particles, spit, stuff. I don't want people's fluids in my face. I don't want to breathe. I don't even want to breathe the same air as the human race. So it's only natural. It's only natural that I feel good when I have a mask on, because it has like this sort of Darth Vader like effect that tells them,
Right.
stay the fuck away from that guy. He's wearing a whole fucking bubble on his head. He looks like he's from another planet. Great. I
Right.
like that.
Right.
I can add that to my personality, you know? All I need is a cape,
Right.
and I'm done.
Well, there, you have that, and deeply appreciate it. And honey, do bid us good night, and then I'll send these two gentlemen on their way, and I'll start monologuing for the evening. And I want you all to know you've done profoundly well tonight. I'm proud of all of you. And whenever I remember what the fuck I was going to say concerning religion, I'll announce it to the stars. I remembered. Of course, I'll probably remember, in the middle of the day while I'm sleeping. So what I will ask of our dear Lady Crystal River is to bow out with your normal grace, honey, and give us the farewell that only you can do.
Good talk, guys. And I'll come back around Halloween if you like.
Oh, honey,
Thank you.
we want you back well before then, but Halloween, of course, most certainly. How about we schedule it? I will put you on my calendar now. Crystal River for Halloween.
So I think
Let me take
Halloween's a
look at-
Saturday. So do you want to do the Sunday after or do the one before it?
It would have to be the Sunday after, because God knows what I'll be doing on Halloween. Obviously,
Right.
I'll probably be up to no good. So what we're going to do is schedule Crystal River for November 1st, Sunday, November 1st, and that will be the day after. So let me add in Crystal River and
On All Souls Day.
on All Souls Day. Yes, thank you, honey. The day after All Saints Day, Halloween, All Souls Day, and
Okay, good night, guys.
Good night, Crystal.
Right. Good night.
Hopefully
Good night,
you come
Crystal.
back earlier, you know?
Yes.
Because it was fun chatting with you.
Yes,
All right, y'all too. Thanks.
Yes,
Good night.
I do beg you on bended knee to return earlier, okay, honey? And I'll be pestering you about that soon enough. You and I will be speaking privately. All right? There. And with that, we'll ask both of you gentlemen to say goodnight to our listeners, if both of you would do so. Age before...
Right. And,
Yes, go on.
good night, everyone. It's been good talking to you. I'm going to stay hanging around. And Douglas, if you need me or need to take a break or anything, just call my name and I'll wake up.
Thank you, sir. And go to sleep whenever you wish. And love you dearly. And with that, we bring on Jameson Reese for his good night.
Good night, everybody. I love you all. With the exception of the gang stalkers who can go fucking die with the Trump cultists.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
No, and we love you in return. And thank you for sharing that. That's courageous in terms of, his general distaste for humanity. That's courageous of him to express the emotion of love, and it's appreciated. So, thank you, sir. Good night, and blessed be thy dreams. Hopefully your headache is going away as we speak. And with that, good night to Derek Talley as well, and to the lovely Madame Crystal River, who is a wonderful human being and has helped to make tonight a marvelous experience for us all. With that, we will enter into monologue. I will start, of course, with my solicitation. Mein Kampf, my struggle be thine own, and contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com, and in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, the good Mr. John Henry McMills Warrington, not to be confused with John Henry Hagman, the medical doctor I was had purged from my mind to great extent and is still loose. And what do you say about criminals at large? Just remember that in disambiguation from he, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. And of course, there we are, just giving my final good nights to Our Lady Crystal River on the text messaging. Remember, of course, that you can subscribe to his YouTube Maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Maggotaur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof, as well as Team Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist. And that's at DouglasDietrich.com, where you can find his works in the archives, which of course you'll have to subscribe to gain access to. He of course is, well, were it not for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if no financial aid, well, if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay some monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmagotmillions, which would be spelled tinyurl.com/MMAGGOTMILLIONS. Again, donate to the Maggot Man. In the Celtic culture, to be a maggot or acting the maggot means getting attention at a party through outrageous behavior. Hence the term the Maggot Man. Also known as John Warrington. You can find the easy donation link by searching on Facebook for Maggot Millions. Put that in the search bar, and then look for the building under construction post. And if anyone were to deserve any financial assistance aside myself, it would be he, because of his own initiative. He downloaded the majority of what I've produced online and published on YouTube into his own hard drives. So we were able to reconstruct my legacy when it was completely scrubbed from the internet, no less than three times. And in that sense, because he's enabled me to interact with you via my electronic persona in the data matrix, he is, in a very real sense, my creator. And most certainly the bridge between the Akashic records and cyberspace and the material plane of existence. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether it be of my legacy from the internet or of all life on the surface of the earth, as it be the objective of the cult of the kings of Edom to annihilate those cultists who you would consider to be a diabolatrous, are in actuality, many of them, not worshipping devils and demons, but instead the anti-gods, which are an entirely different beast of the cosmic order, or disorder in their case. So, to continue our struggle against them, spread the word to all and sundry, far and wide, about Douglas Dietrich. That he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Let it be known to everyone that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. Confer, while you're looking into my background on douglasdietrich.com, a footnote on my bio, sire, which is on the homepage of showsdd.com. And there you will find out the meaning of my biological father's name, the name what made the man, and, if at all possible, emphasize to all you spread the word unto that they, too, should electronically relay their contributions at douglasdietrich.com. This is because people are forever asking Renegadus Humanus Arma Maza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make us donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Lin Zuchin, Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated, nigh immediately aftermath San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or a Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the dawning, or rather the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich, long ago established his high-profile visibility platform for rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you could visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Now, I want to ask the lovely lady, Ann Chirashi, whether or not she was processed into access for the archives. Hopefully she was. Do let us know, honey, whether that was the case. And so Sarah Shields says that was a great discussion, everybody. And Chirashi gives us the thumbs up. She's talking about a combination of both. I'll have to re-listen to the show to see where she interjects that to know exactly what she's referencing. But for now, honey, just let us know if you're able to access the archives. If not, I'll turn towards Selena Khan, towards processing you in, where you can do such. And you're the last sponsored donation, the last donation and sponsorship thus far, before another one comes in that will be solely under the management of Selena Khan, as opposed to my former web mistress, Lena Shea. Just remember, whatever the situation, only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his former lady and mistress, Lena Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's our dragon's heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, whom you can friend and follow at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7. His channel to subscribe to would be youtube.com/user/BizarreHD, which be spelled BIZAREHD. He being mine own personal hero, who hast substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and who self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich, both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions, along with the trailering available on his YouTube channel at BizarreHD, to the documentary he's working on, a short documentary like the ones he's pioneered so far, entitled The Thousand-Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Flugelrad and Hannibal Technology of the Third Reich. Gonna check the live dashboard again. And Chirashi has not yet answered whether or not she's been processed into access to the archives, but I hope to find out from her sometime tonight, before dawn. Of course, it is dawn, probably. Oh, well, still away from dawn over in New York. Or, well, she's in Australia. She's a full fucking day ahead of us. 17 and a half hours, likely. And she's in the next day already. So she doesn't need to worry about the dawn. She's in the middle of the afternoon. At any rate, all of the documentaries of George Edward Knight be substantiated per mine own expositions and are produced with my full seal of approval. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulviers, the son of Dietrich's, transliterally the son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Melyek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. To re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Sunday and Wednesday night. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com. Sponsors, and sponsors alone, will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from the 2011th year in our Lord unto the present. Now, checking in, and no response in the chat room just yet from Ann Jirashi. Looking forward to it. She probably went on an errand, and that's fine. We've got plenty of other viewers and reviewers and listeners, so we're doing good, and I'm sure she'll be back. And with that, allow me to hydrate myself. And thank you to Sarah Shields for sticking with us throughout that time and into the rest of the morning, where it is in New York. Oh God, I'm going through the same coughing fit that Jameson Reese was going through. Only mine is based on a different kind of high or low, depending on how you can interpret it. And now that I'm gaining my breath back, do remember we've got some terrible air quality here in San Francisco, which I'll go into in arc of narrative over the next 6 hours. Or, let me see, it's 11 p.m. How many hours have we got left? Here on the western Pacific coast. Going by live dashboard timing, we've got about 6 hours left. So what I'm going to do is carry us, if I can, through that half dozen hours worth of time. We'll start, of course, based on how we closed off our conversation, the roundtable, with coronavirus. Global coronavirus cases have now topped 30 million cases, as officially admitted from nations the world over. And the United States, Brazil, and India have had more than half of the world's infections put together. However, the World Health Organization is also concerned about Europe. The WHO has warned of an alarming surge of cases there, in some instances exceeding infection numbers from the pandemic's first peak in March. Officials say it's a sign of what's to come as colder weather arrives and people tire of safety measures. European governments are imposing strict local measures and weighing up further lockdowns in a bid to halt this second growing wave. And in these United States, New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio has delayed in-person public school openings for most students as schools across the country try to balance reopening procedures and coronavirus safety. Now, before I go into my own state and their experience, allow us myself to change back into my sweatshirt so I don't catch a cold as the night temperatures creep upon us at a much lower level on the thermometer than they were throughout the day, which was quite hot. So you're going to hear a muffling of my voice as one type of cloth is removed from myself and another is placed upon me. And I wrap my body in a different garb. Alright, with that, I'll drink some more water as soon as this is settled in and get myself hydrated enough to continue to last through the next half dozen hours. I may have to call for a break in order to refill my copper cup here, gifted to myself by Selena Kahn. My new manageress and web mistress. So, get my earbuds back on so I can continue to resonate with sound quality. And we'll start with the fact that wildfires, coronavirus, and an earthquake collided for California's terrible week that ended, hopefully, prayerfully, with the closing of this weekend, on which I relate to you California's time of troubles. We'll start with the earthquake. A magnitude 4.5 or a 4.5 earthquake was reported late Friday night, the morning of yesterday, rattling a wide swath of Southern California. There were no immediate reports of serious damage or injuries, but the 11:38 p.m. quake was felt across the region as far as San Diego, according to the United States Geological Survey. I do want people to know that for the people who experienced it, this was as stressful as anything you may imagine. And we've got it going deadly again with at least 15 deaths on the record thus far via the North Complex fire in California, quickly moving into the state's 5 deadliest fires ever. The initial details illustrate the speed and ferocity with which it moved and how inaccurate or incomplete information may have been the difference between life and death. So everyone, make certain in situations like this to always stay tuned to the officially transmitted news. Keep abreast of developments as they are announced, are related through your mass media, and try and stay ahead of the situation. It may save your life. But we come down to the crux of the occult matter as it converges, the Bobcat fire, and it's spreading across California. Even as the firefighters managed to save the famed Mount Wilson Observatory, the Bobcat fire doubled in size in but a single week as it raced north toward the Antelope Valley, triggering evacuation orders and threatening homes. The smoke blanketed Los Angeles, raising concerns about the effects of long-term exposure, but the weekend promised respite. I want everyone to know that what I pointed out about the Bobcat fire, you can look this up yourself. This is one of the most unusual fires on California record. It is supernatural in nature. It did very little damage to property. In fact, it destroyed no homes whatsoever up to this point yet, and has killed no one. Yet it moved with an intelligence all its own to evade all fire containment efforts. It breached all barriers, and it headed with a singular purpose of intent, its own sentience, towards the Mount Wilson Observatory. The reason that this stood out to me so much, aside from what you can read about it yourself and what all the fire experts are saying, is the fact that it had such a targeted objective. Now, the Mount Wilson Observatory was brought up to myself from Michael Aquino as one of the areas that he had hoped to someday destroy because he felt that that particular observatory was slated by his own prognostications, his own gazing into the crystal ball, so to speak, his shoestone, in the aping, his mockery or mimicking of John Dee. What he was able to gather was that that was the observatory which might save the world, in the sense that it might give us forewarning of an incoming bolide strike, specifically the coming too close to our Earth of the Apophis comet, which will potentially destroy the world, or at least align with the world enough as to throw it off its orbit and render a new dark age more severe than any that history has brought us before. And if man were to have forewarning and time enough to respond, that catastrophe could be averted and the anti-gods deferred in their ultimate objective of annihilation. Aquino wanted that observatory destroyed. It is in his memory that Lilith Aquino has overtaken the cult of the kings of Edom and basically guided the fire toward Mount Wilson. That has been averted. Yet the West Coast wildfires are still so severe, Yosemite National Park has had to close due to hazardous air quality. Firefighters were hoping better weather for some areas would help them gain ground this weekend. But we've lost all ground to a political fire. Trump doesn't care if wildfires destroy the West. It didn't vote for him. The climate crisis is upon us. All but the president pursues more rollbacks. Do you understand the travesty of this. The climate crisis is upon us all, but the president is pursuing more rollbacks to prevent our preempting it. This election offers what literally be an existential choice between survival and annihilation. When President Donald Trump visited California on Monday, opening Yester Septimania, the work week last, to address the raging wildfires, his comments denying climate change instead pushed the issue to the forefront of the election, and once again put on display his tempestuous relationship with my Golden State Nation. That term being used in disambiguation from a nation state, as my state is the size of a nation in the most legitimate sense. Economically, population-wise, it's the 6th largest economy in the world, larger than that of the greater British Empire at this point in history. And the engine of the United States in terms of economic clout. And yet, my Golden State Nation, which was once a republic, as unto Texas, is the avowed enemy of Donald Trump. The air outside my window was yellow today. It was orange the day before. The air quality index is over 200. That's bad. The EPA, which be acronyms for the Environmental Protection Agency, defines this as a health alert, in which everyone may experience more serious health effects if they are exposed for 24 hours. Unfortunately, the index has been over 200 for several days. The West is burning. Wildfires in California, Oregon, and Washington are incinerating homes, killing scores of people, sickening countless others, causing hundreds of thousands to evacuate, burning entire towns to the ground, and consuming millions of acres, whilst blanketing the western third of these United States with thick, acrid, and dangerous smoke. Yet our president has said and done nothing. A month ago, Trump wanted to protect lives in Oregon and California from rioters and looters. In his words, he dispatched federal forces into the streets of Portland and threatened to dispatch them into Oakland and Los Angeles. Today, Portland is in danger of being burned to the ground, and Oakland and Los Angeles are under health alerts that may prove lethal to the elderly and infants. Trump visited California on Monday, but said nothing of consequence. One reason? These states voted against him in 2016, and he still bears a lethal grudge. Indeed, Donald Trump came close to rejecting California's request for emergency funding. Former Department of Homeland Security Chief of Staff Miles Taylor went on record to say, Trump told us to stop giving money to people whose houses had burned down because he was so rageful that people in the state of California didn't politically support him. Another explanation for Trump's silence is that the wildfires are tied to human-caused climate change, which Trump has done everything humanly possible to exacerbate, to worsen, to bring about its logical conclusion of the annihilation of all life on Earth. Extreme weather disasters are rampaging across America. On Wednesday, midweek, Yester Septimania, this week last. The National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, acronymous as NOAA, NOAA, released its latest State of the Climate report, finding that just in August, these United States were hit by $4 billion calamities. 4 calamities worth $1 billion each in damage. In addition to wildfires, there were 2 enormous hurricanes and an extraordinary Midwest derecho. For those of you who may not know what that is, a derecho is a line of intense, widespread, and fast-moving windstorms containing thunderstorms within them that moves across a great distance and is characterized by damaging winds. So, to reiterate, so this becomes a part of your vocabulary, because you're going to need it in a climate-changing world. A derecho is spelled D-E-R-E-C-H-O, like derecho. A widespread, long-lived, straight-line windstorm that is associated with a fast-moving group of severe thunderstorms within it, known as a mesoscale convective system, potentially rivaling hurricanic and tornadic forces. Derechos can cause hurricane-force winds, tornadoes, heavy rains, and flash floods. It is, in some ways, the ultimate natural disaster. Now, the correct pronunciation would be more along the lines of derecho. Derecho. That, oh my god. If you wanted to explain it as concisely as possible to your kids, derechos, in the plural, are fast-moving bands of thunderstorms with destructive winds. Now, Des Moines, Idaho, has got a lot of sticks. They've collected more than 9,000 truckloads of debris since derecho. That is pretty fucking intense. So you've got this widespread, long-lived windstorm associated with a band of rapidly moving showers, thunderstorms within it, variously known from my late and sainted sire's sailor terminology as a squall line or a bow echo. What the scientists, what my father would call learned men, reference technically as a quasi-linear convective system. These were once seen only at sea. Now they've come upon the land to hit the heartland of America. So, the derecho has flattened Iowa corn. We're talking about a line of thunderstorms with hurricane-force winds causing widespread damage to crops. This is unusual to say the fucking least. Derechos are formed when warm, humid air rises into the atmosphere and mixes with cooler, denser air before returning to the surface. Something that was, until now, primarily a nautical phenomenon. Now we've got a derecho storms, a storm line, a super storm front ripping through the Midwest. This is not your father's world anymore. These are all inconvenient facts for a president who has spent much of his presidency dismantling every major climate and environmental policy he can lay his orange little hands on. Starting with his unilateral decision to pull out of the Paris Climate Agreement, Trump has been the most anti-environmental president in American history. He has called climate change itself a hoax. He has claimed, with no evidence, that windmills cause cancer. He has weakened Obama-era limits on planet-warming carbon dioxide from power plants and from cars and trucks. He has rolled back rules governing clean air, water, and toxic chemicals. He has opened more public land to oil and gas drilling than ever before. He has targeted my golden California in particular, revoking my state's authority to set tougher car emission standards than those required by the federal government. In all, the Trump misadministration has reversed, repealed, or otherwise rolled back nearly 70 environmental rules and regulations that I myself be aware of. More than 30 rollbacks are still in progress. And now, 7 weeks before Election Day, with much of our nation either aflame or suffering other consequences of climate change, Trump unabashedly defends his record and attacks Joe Biden. In a Rose Garden speech, yestermenses, meaning last month, Trump harumphed, "The core of Biden's economic agenda is a hard-left crusade against American energy." Well, not quite, Great Pumpkin. While Biden has made tackling climate change a centerpiece of his campaign, proposing to invest $2 trillion United States dollars in a massive green jobs program to build renewable energy infrastructure, his ideas are not exactly radical. The money would be used for improving energy efficiency, constructing 500,000 or 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations, and increasing renewable energy from wind, solar, and other technologies. Biden wants to end the use of fossil fuels to generate our electricity by 2035, and to bring America to net zero emissions of greenhouse gases by no later than mid-century. It is the 2050th year on our Christian calendar. His goals may be too modest. If what is now occurring in the West, what was once America's frontier by any indication, 2050 will be far too late. Nonetheless, Americans have a clear choice. In a few weeks, when they decide whether Trump deserves another 4 years to end the world, it be climate change itself that will be on the ballot this election and the next, should the human race survive to see it. The choice shouldn't be hard to make. Like the coronavirus, the dire consequences of climate catastrophe, coupled with Trump's utter malfeasance, offer unambiguous proof that he could not care less about the public good. Trump's attacks on California are short-sighted for more reasons than even those aforecited. The rest of the country has historically followed my Golden State's lead, whether any president likes it or not. The President of these United States warns that California's great cities are set to destroy themselves through unchecked homelessness and failed liberal policies. My Golden Gate at San Francisco in particular is in total violation of unspecified pollution rules, and Trump will be giving us notice very soon. He refers to us as them, us being the ultimate they, the other. And, to quote as Trump, Hollywood is racist. really terrible. My Golden State is guilty of gross mismanagement of its forests, even though all of them are on federal land. Our sanctuary cities are ridiculous, and our expansive approach to immigration has put the entire nation at risk. Trump's relentless attacks on my California, the latest delivered during his 72-hour swing through my state this week last, in which he announced he was revoking our ability to set our own tough auto emission standards, be nothing new for the 45th president. Indeed, they'd be nothing new in American politics, which has a venerable tradition of denouncing this nation's leftmost state as a haven for kooks, cranks, and crazy ideas. The veteran Republican pollster Whit Ayers has gone on record to observe, "It's a freebie for Trump that energizes his base. It's not like California is going to turn around and vote Republican anytime in the future. This is part of the messaging that Republicans have used for years to send a signal to the rest of the country that I'm on your side, not their side. Us being them." But Trump's rhetoric has its cost as well. The truth is that much of the rest of the American empire is becoming more and more Californiized with each and every passing year, and that trend is only likely to accelerate as the national electorate grows younger and ever more diverse. Half 100 years agone, Gladwin Hill, the longtime Los Angeles bureau chief of the New York Times, titled a subchapter in Dancing Bear, that's the title of his book on the state's politics, that of the Golden State, in which he said, California, the laughed-at leader. But he went on to note that innovations born here and once mocked were soon imitated everywhere else. Swimming pools, drive-in banks, backyard barbecues, hot rods, capri pants, ranch-style homes, Mexican food, the surfing craze. Today one could easily add environmental regulation, robust state university and community college systems, alternative energy production, consumer protection, and sweeping changes in social policy and public mores, including gay marriage. Republicans can condemn California all they want, but they're risking a demographic backlash in the longer term, and perhaps even among the suburban voters Trump needs to hold on to in order to even dream of winning his re-election. Mark Baldassare, a veteran pollster who is the president of the Public Policy Institute of California, based in my own Golden Gated San Francisco, has so noted that I think it's a short-term strategy, right? As so often happens in elections, Trump is thinking short-term. What do I need to win a few weeks from now? And not what the long-term consequences might be for the Republican Party nationally for years to come, and that might affect the Republican Party here in the shorter term. It's definitely a strategy that will resonate with lots of voters. It's not one that will create the possibility for rebuilding a Republican Party anytime in the foreseeable future. Indeed, California, once the cradle of Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan, is now the bluest of blue states. No Republican holds statewide office, and Democrats have supermajorities in both houses of the state legislature. That's in no small part because Republicans here have adopted a harsh profile on immigration and social issues over the past 250 years, starting with then-Governor Pete Wilson's support for Proposition 187, the 1994 ballot measure that withheld many state services, including public education and vaccinations, from undocumented immigrants. The Republican Party lost half its statewide congressional delegation in last fall's midterm elections. Rather, the fall before last, 2018. And since then, once reliably red counties such as Orange and San Luis Obispo have turned blue. Voter registration is almost evenly divided between Republicans and Democrats in Kern County, home of the House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy's Trump-friendly district. Overall, the Republican Party's share of the California electorate has shrunk from 35% in 1999 to barely a quarter today. Bill Carrick, a longtime Democratic consultant here, has gone on record to say that Trump's attacking California on issues like clean air and auto emissions, climate change, or immigration is politically suicidal. Remember, the Republicans lost a congressional seat in South Carolina, in part because of Trump and offshore drilling, which is one of these California bashing deals. Bill Carrick was referring to the Republican Party's loss the fall before last of that seat held by Mark Sanford, who was thereafter challenging President Trump's renomination. With Bill Carrick going on to say that the bottom line is Trump doesn't get that the California suburbs reflect the views of suburban voters all over the country. In fact, Baldessari has noted that air quality and environmental safety have been bipartisan concerns in California for more than 100 years. The reason the federal government has granted the state waivers from federal emissions rules, a tradition Trump sought to stop, is that it already had strict anti-pollution measures in place when the Clean Air Act was passed in 1970. It's not an issue that matters just to Democrats. It's very important to Republicans and to their quality of life and to the economy of the state. These moves by Donald Trump are things that go against not just whatever the current Democratic leaders in Sacramento, the capital of my Golden State, be doing, but against the ways that Republicans and Democrats have been seeking to do things for half a century by now. And remember, my state is the 6th largest economy on earth, larger than that of the greatest British Empire today. Bruce Kane, a political science professor at Stanford University and a longtime student of this state, my state, notes that Trump's brand of anti-Californianism is different from, and starker than, that of 50 years agone. So what Kane told myself, Dr. Kane, was that version 1 of California bashing was against white, liberal, middle-class, hippy-dippy, countercultural kids. Starting with Ronald Reagan and his picking on kids at the University of California. Trump's attack is less humorous and far darker and more sinister. He's trying to talk about terrorists coming up with Central American refugees and has really taken the fear of violence against white persons and fear of colored terrorism to a whole new level. And that's dangerous for Trump. Inside his own party, he's continuing to put pressure on the well-educated suburban women who enjoy their tax cuts and regulatory relief and the fact that they don't have a Democrat in the White House but are really squirming more and more over the racialized aspect of his criticism. And they have the example, particularly here in Golden, California, that this is long-term harmful to the Republican Party. Trump's broadsides also ignore the reality that however much he might try to paint California as an overregulated, anti-business crucible of failed liberal economic policies, it has nevertheless managed to spawn Tesla, Uber, Apple, Facebook, Google, Intel, Netflix, and Oracle, which provide more jobs altogether than even the U.S. government. It is still, as it has been for decades, the place where the future always begins. At the same time, there be no doubt that my state has grave problems. It has 12% of the country's population, but we have half its homeless people. A yawning gap between rich and poor, and, perversely, a generally robust economy, has produced skyrocketing housing prices and a resulting shortage of homes, and strict building, zoning, and environmental codes oftentimes impede the kind of quick construction that might ease the problem in the short term. The mayors of both San Francisco and Los Angeles acknowledge that the sprawling tent cities of homeless people on our streets have produced an untenable situation that amounts, in some cases, to a public health emergency, especially in time of plague. That issue gives Trump his opening, not only with California's Republicans, as Politico has reported, but with Californians more broadly. Paul Shabbat, a Naval Reserve officer who grew up in inland San Bernardino County and himself ran several unsuccessful Republican campaigns for a congressional seat here in 2014 and 2016, has himself observed, I think it's not only smart of Trump for his base, but it's also smart for Trump to be talking to Democrats and independents in these cities who are fed up. Well, after Trump's victory, Paul Shabbat gave up on his political aspirations in California and moved to Texas, where he belongs. He now runs a business called Conservative Move, which helps relocate similarly disaffected blue state residents to red ones with career counseling, real estate advice, and discounted moving services. And what Shabbat told myself was that the stories you hear from people are very disheartening, referring to complaints about homelessness, lax law enforcement, rising costs, and shrinking opportunities for middle-class white families. And of course he had to emphasize, with his own military service in mind, I can assure us thee, that many of them are veterans, and they compare California to a third world country. They're used to living in tough places and environments, but they're stunned to see the level of homelessness. If you're living in Los Angeles or San Francisco, you can't be happy with what you're seeing every day. Politics aside, people want to live in good, clean, safe communities. But Trump's contentions with California be deeply personal. He can never forgive that Hillary Clinton beat him by some 4 million votes here. And since taking office, he's been determined to punish California and other blue states in ways large and small. At the same time, Trump's efforts over the years to gain a foothold as a developer or entertainment mogul in Los Angeles have altogether come to naught, as Los Angeles Magazine recently reported in a scathing cover story about Donald Trump entitled "The Biggest Loser." Rob Stutzman, a longtime California Republican strategist and top aide to former Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, agrees that Trump is an awful brand for the California Republican Party for a litany of reasons, but most prominently his demagoguery regarding immigrant communities. But Stutzman has added that, well, in his own words, he said, "I'm not so quick to say as that his bashing of the progressives who are running California's large cities is detrimental to Republicans. The homelessness issues and the housing crisis writ large are severely impacting societal norms, and none of these issues are being effectively mitigated. I think even liberals in California would begrudgingly admit Trump has a point on those issues." Well, for better or for worse, there be a sense that those daunting problems must be addressed here if the California experiment is to succeed. As Joan Didion wrote so long agone by now, California is a place in which a boom mentality and a sense of Chekhovian loss meet in uneasy suspension, in which the mind is troubled by some buried but ineradicable suspicion that things had better work here, because here, beneath this immense bleached sky, is where we run out of continent. And that brings us to election 2020, because Russia has been proven to be meddling in the election again. FBI Director Christopher Wray told the House Homeland Security Committee that Russia is trying to actively influence our American elections, chiefly through attempts to denigrate Democratic candidate Joe Biden. According to Chris Wray, Russia is using social media, proxies, state media, and online journals to sow divisiveness and discord and attack Biden's campaign. Biden held a town hall just the other night where he cast the American empire as unsafe under President Trump and claimed he could unite the country as America's president rather than a partisan one. Meanwhile, President Trump criticized what he called the liberal indoctrination of America's youth during his Constitution Day speech, and said he wants to create a national commission to promote patriotic education. Well, that brings us to the death of a giantess. Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who championed women's rights, first as a trailblazing civil rights attorney, then as the second woman to serve on the High Court, and finally as an unlikely pop cultural icon, died Friday of last week. Rather, this week last. Now, Ginsburg, who was the second woman to ever serve on the nation's highest court, died the night before last following complications from pancreatic cancer. She was but 87 years of age, the same age at which both my parents died, each one of them. 5 years apart, in the same month, the month of March, in which my late sister was born. The death of Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg has set off an intense political battle for a successor weeks before the election. Indeed, her death redefines the election and incepts the inevitable fight over filling her seat. With the death of Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg into this weekend, Donald Trump has an opportunity to shape American life for decades to come, whether he wins or not. The American president now plans to make his third pick for the 9-person bench on the highest court in the land. he will almost certainly enshrine an unassailable 6-3 reactionary majority on our Supreme Court of these United States, which means that political change launched by any future Democratic presidents and Congress can be undone by the court's constitutional interpretations, no matter what the majority of our nation wants. Because appointed for a lifetime, justices can change over the years, sometimes in a way that surprises and annoys the presidents who nominated them. They are also supposed to respect precedent, so it's impossible to say as to how the High Court will behave on all issues. But there is now a very real prospect that a woman's right to an abortion, guaranteed by the 1973 case Roe v. Wade, could be overturned or limited. A conservative-dominated Supreme Court could also roll back future attempts to regulate gun laws, hinder attempts to regulate polluters in the fight against climate change, and embolden challenges to legislation on voting rights and outlawing racial discrimination. And fear is growing among supporters of same-sex marriage, only legalized in 2015. Former President Barack Obama's signature healthcare law, which allowed millions to buy insurance plans, already looks to be in trouble. The court will hear the Trump administration's attempt to kill it off after the election. Even if Trump's latest pick is not yet in place and the Chief Justice, John Roberts, votes to save the law for a third time, a potential 4-4 tie among justices would mean a lower court ruling invalidating it would stand. Democratic trends in these United States look unappealing for Republicans. There is a strong argument that the country will become more secular, urban, and urbane, socially, liberally, and racially diverse over the next few decades, so as to be unrecognizable to white supremacists today. But a reactionary Supreme Court could be a bulwark against any and all political change. One reason why reactionaries have spent several generations working toward building this majority, and why Democrats will long curse their failure to beat Trump in the 2016 election that opened the way to this extraordinarily important moment. Now all of this is defined by the attitude that was shown us by Crystal River towards masking. That will bring us, in but a moment, to the madness of Attorney General William Billy Barr. Now I'm going to call on either our man Jameson Reese or Derek Talley to show up for a moment. I just have to do something. See if any one of these gentlemen can appear before I return to how dire the situation is under our current legal system and our top cop acting as Trump's personal battering ram. Mr. Derek Talley, are you there?
Yes.
Oh, there we are, good sir. Thank you. I'll be back in but a few minutes. Feel free, please, to cut into that series of stories that you had lined up. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Well, here's one story I have. The military wanted to use heat ray to clear protesters outside of the White House. It says ultimately law enforcement teams used rubber bullets and tear gas to disperse the crowds for Trump's Bible photo op at St. John's Church. The military police were so desperate to clear the path for President Donald Trump to walk out of the White House and hold up a Bible for a June photo op that they stockpiled munitions and tried to source a heat ray that would make protesters feel like their skin was burning. This is according to Major Adam DeMarco of the DC National Guard, who was in Lafayette Square on the morning of June 1st and received an email asking him the source of the heat ray as well as the sound cannon. So they have heat rays and they have sound cannons, and it sounds like with this heat ray gun, it was going to actually make the people feel like their skin was on fire, and people are going to be running out of the way, and they'll get out the way of the president. So I guess the protesters turned out to be a problem for President Donald Trump. So they came up with some supernatural weapons to get him to move out the way. DeMarco made revelations in written testimony to lawmakers in Congress, which was first reported by NPR. The request came hours before law enforcement officials forcibly removed people who were protesting against the May 25 killing of George Floyd by a Minneapolis police officer who knelt on his neck for almost 9 minutes. The crowd was removed to allow Trump to walk out of the White House and pose in front of St. John's Church with a Bible. In a press conference moments before, he had urged governors of the United States to quell protests by using the National Guard to dominate the streets. So I can kind of see the irony here. He wants to take a photo op with the Bible. Of course, you want to take a photo op with the Bible. It's too many people in the way, so you got to use heat rays to make everybody feel like their skin is on fire, so you can make them disperse and run all over the place and feel like they're dying, so that you can go out there and get some good shots with your Bible. Makes sense. Ultimately, law enforcement officials use rubber bullets and tear gas to disperse the crowds. But according to DeMarco, the Army had considered a number of alternative crowd dispersal technologies and had also authorized the transfer of about 7,000 rounds of ammunition to the D.C. Armory. DeMarco said he was copied on an email from the Post Marshal of the Joint Force Headquarters, National Capital Region, who was looking for two things: a long-range acoustic device or sound cannon, and a device called an active dental system, an ADS, typically referred to as a heat ray. The ADS, which uses military wave technology, was developed by the military 20 years ago, but experts have raised questions about whether the technology really works and about the ethics of deploying it. Oh, what better way to see if it really works is use it on your own citizens right here in the United States. It's been around for 20 years already. Because I know I heard of that before, a heat ray. I mean, it sounds like something out of a comic book, but they want to see if it really works. So rather than use it on the enemy, let's use it on some protesters, see if it gets some fire in their ass. In 2018, U.S. border officials considered deploying the heat ray against migrants just weeks before the midterm election that year, the New York Times reported. So this was supposed to be used in the caravans. You had all these different groups, and now with those caravans, you still got the babies being put in cages. But it's even worse because as those caravans was coming up to the United States, you got all these, people who were coming here for, to live, I guess, in the United States, and they started getting the weapons together to use against them. So they said, well, you know what? We didn't use it against the migrants. Let's use it against the American citizens. It said, those seeking the ADS said the weapon can provide our troops a capability that currently do not have, the ability to reach out and engage potential advertisements at distances well beyond small arms range in a safe, effective, and non-lethal manner. DeMarco said the weapons can immediately compel an individual cease threatening behavior, describing the effect of the weapon as overwhelming. DeMarco responded 30 minutes after receiving the request and said the D.C. National Guard did not possess either the IRAD or the ADS. DeMarco, whose testimony forms part of an investigation into the use of excessive force by law enforcement officials, also contradicted acting U.S. Park Police Chief Gregory Mohan, who previously testified that protesters were given clear warnings to disperse via IRAD. DeMarco told lawmakers that such device was on the scene at the crime, and the park police resorted to trying to order the crowd to leave using a handheld megaphone. Police are required to give demonstrators clear and repeated warnings about possible escalating actions. DeMarco said he was standing 30 yards from the megaphone and could barely hear what was being said. The crowd, which was chanting, was even further away and did not heed the warning. The Department of Defense was not commented publicly, has not commented publicly on allegations, but a department officials speaking to Washington Post said the emails were routine inventory checks about available equipment. DeMarco told lawmakers that he felt he had to speak up because he found the events at Lafayette Square deeply disturbing. So I find them deeply disturbing. And after reading the article, it's even more deeply disturbing.
Huh.
So,
thank you. I appreciate your sharing that. By the way, so were you still awake when I called upon you? I was just curious. Or did you wake up when I called you?
no, I was out. Then I heard my name and I woke up and...
That's amazing. That's incredible. Thank you. I appreciate that. And you responded so well. I was wondering whether you had kind of woken up because but you did well. So thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't think I was going to need anyone that quickly, but I actually ran out of water and I had to go refill that big copper cup of mine that was gifted to myself by the lovely Madame Selina Khan. And at the same time there was a tangle in my hair that was driving me mad. So I combed that out. And I thank you for coming on to.
Did you hear what I was talking about?
No, you can summarize it for me. What exactly?
The military wanted to use a heat ray to clear the protesters outside the White House.
Oh yes,
so
yes. Go on. Yes, go on.
Yeah, they have this heat ray gun, and they were going to use it to make the protesters feel like their skin was on fire.
Yeah,
and it was going to make everybody disperse. And the reason they wanted to use it is because President Trump wanted to come out and do a photo op holding up the Bible.
Yes, that's right. So he wanted to burn everybody alive or make it feel like they were burning from the inside out. Yeah. Insanity. This is what we've come down to. This is where we're at, people, and this is why I come to the next phase of what I'm going to describe. So do stay with us, dear man, just listening, and but you may say goodnight again, and I may not need you again tonight. We'll find out. But I'll call you if I do.
Good night, everyone. It was fun. I had fun, and I'll be here listening.
And you did great, by the way, throughout the night. And I do want people to understand the depravity of what we're dealing with. Remember, of course, that our world is changing, but a reactionary Supreme Court will make us stuck in yesterday. It would be as if we're living in the antebellum House of Dixie when we're like basically turning almost completely black as a nation if we were in a southern independent Confederate States of America. That's what our entire union is going to be like in American empire. We are all turning into a new hybrid race of people, which interestingly enough, Noreen Halpan was somewhat raging against in her speech when she broke in in our latest episode preceding tonight's, or the one before that. And tonight, of course, we had Crystal River expressing what she did about masks. Now, where she got that attitude from was our Attorney General, the top cop in the land. And with a Supreme Court that is going to be packed with reactionaries, this is why the Democrats can't just curse the Russians hacking Trump into power in 2016. We've got to confront the fact that he is a Russian asset, illegally placed in office, do away with the Electoral College that enabled that, and kill the motherfucker. He's a traitor. He's a foreign asset. He needs to be executed. Now, just think of the term recently stated. It's the most ridiculous, tone-deaf, god-awful thing. That was the quote from Representative James Clyburn, sourcing from he to describe the most ridiculous, tone-deaf, god-awful thing he has ever heard. And he's been around the block a few times. But the lawmaker from South Carolina was hardly alone in his reaction to United States Attorney General William Billy Barr's latest firestorm. The man who ought to be administering blind justice as the top cop in the land, but instead serves as President Donald Trump's personal legal bruiser. Midweek, this week last, on Wednesday night, declared that lockdowns and stay-at-home orders to prevent the spread of COVID-19 were like, quote-unquote, house arrest. Now, you might want to sit down for the next bit, because little Willie Billy Barr went on to say, other than slavery, which was a different kind of restraint, this is the greatest intrusion on civil liberties in American history. This is where our beautiful young lady, Crystal River, picked up such an attitude. So rather than it being a statement or assertion of independence, she's reiterating, regurgitating rather, repeating, in a sense parroting, the direct commands from the top cop in the land. Such comments by one of the most senior members of the government help explainist America's lax social distancing and utter failure to contain this pandemic. But the comparison to slavery as a kind of quote-unquote restraint, a seatbelt is a fucking restraint, okay? And temporary stay-at-home safety measures do not belong in the same sentence as one of the greatest crimes against humanity in all human history. The seatbelt is a restraint we partake in by law because it has been proven beyond any shadow of a doubt that if we were to take away those laws, forcing you to wear a seatbelt or else, people would die. You could substantially reduce our population simply by eliminating seatbelt laws. That's a fact. There's no melodrama involved, only statistical science. If we were to eliminate safety belt laws and allow women to carry babies in their laps instead of having child safety seats, we would kill off 10 to 20% of the population. Just like that. And that's why, when we say what we say about lockdowns, stay-at-home orders, this isn't an inconvenience. This is a matter of life and death. You may not die, but senior citizens and infants and plenty of people in between will indeed die if they catch COVID-19. When Trump hand-selected little Willie Billy Barr, some pundits thought that his return to a job he had once held under President George H.W. Bush meant that the Justice Department would be led by an adult who held the rule of law sacrosanct. But even then, little Billy Barr's vision of unfettered executive or unlimited presidential power was no secret. And that same little Willie, Attorney General Barr, has now set about implementing such. He's misrepresented the Mueller report to cover up Trump's obstruction of justice, intervened in legal cases to bail out the president's henchmen, and sent security forces charging into unarmed protesters outside the White House. As Derek Talley articulated, they would have burned them alive had the Department of Defense but loosened the reins on a little bit of technology. Top cop Willie Billy Barr has a prosecutor investigating Obama-era officials who probed suspicious contacts between Trump cultists and motherless fucking Russia, the enemy empire. And Attorney General Barr is amplifying Trump's false claims of widespread vote cheating, stirring fears Trump will exploit his office to tip the scales come this November, which he will. So the Attorney General is a full partner in Donald Trump's demagogic radicalism. And together, their authoritarian impulses will become even more extreme if the president is allowed to win a second term. He must not be allowed to win a second term. He is not legally your president. He is a Russian asset. All people who collaborate with him are infiltrators. They are the enemy. And so, the actions they take to dismantle all environmental safety regulations that restrain our industries from further exacerbating climate catastrophe threaten to kill the human species. That, of course, is extermination not just of a race, but of a species, of all life on the surface of this world, potentially. Much of us will die, potentially all of it. If the greenhouse effect goes full runaway, we become like planet Venus, our twin planet, which be uninhabitable by life as we know it, but habitable by the servitors of the anti-gods, as proven by the signs of life found in Venus's clouds. You can look that up on your own. But with those ultimate objectives of mutating the Earth so that it's conducive for Venerians, the life from our sister world, Trump and his cultists of the kings of Edom seek your death, the death of your children, the death of the human race. They most certainly seek to kill you through the weaponization of COVID-19. Therefore, when authorities intercepted a package sent to the White House that contained the poison ricin, I dare sayest that if the person responsible for that act of attempted assassination of the President of these United States should ever be apprehended and brought before the court, he must use self-defense as his rationalization, and his legal counsel should say that he attempted to kill Donald Trump in self-defense. Trump wants you dead. He wants humanity dead. Trump must himself die! Every military man who has taken that oath to defend America from all enemies, foreign and domestic, is obligated to kill Donald Trump. As a Russian asset, illegally hacked into the power of the executive. Any military man worth his salt and balls would pick up a gun and blow Trump's fucking head off. They should blow his balls off first just to watch him squeal like a bitch. And you should kill William Barr. Slowly. Because that motherfucker wants to do the same to the human race. If you're a Republican, you deserve nothing but death and contempt, and your corpse should be spat upon. It's not even worth fertilizing the fucking soil, because you're just a sack of shit. Not even the kind that could ever be produced, mulched, converted by compost into anything redeeming. Still tired of wildfires, earthquakes, and toxic air, some of my fellow Californians are considering following the red Republican route, that trail to Texas, uprooting their lives. It was a long and dizzying week to be a Californian. My Golden State has been trying to contain the surge of coronavirus cases that started in the summer while dozens of wildfires are burning and smoke is making it hard to breathe. Then, as if not enough crises had collided, Southern California was caught in the clutches of yet another hazard, an earthquake. So let me try to articulate a bit more about what my people in California faced this week last. Wildfires pushed them to flee their homes, as more than 19,000 firefighters scrambled to contain multiple blazes in state. They had to mourn one of their own. As confirmed by officials, a firefighter was killed Thursday in Southern California's El Dorado fire. The blaze sparked this month by a botched gender reveal party, as I confirmed via the San Bernardino National Forest Service. We've got to outlaw these goddamn gender reveal parties, and whoever plans to hold one belongs in prison the rest of their fucking lives. Our state has seen more than 3.4 million acres scorched so far this year, killing 26 people and reducing hundreds of homes to ashes. Numerous communities were ordered to evacuate after the supernatural Bobcat fire in Los Angeles County exploded to 91,000 acres overnight, fueled by strong winds. And fire officials have warned that warm and dry conditions will elevate the danger of fire over the coming days. And smoke has put my fellow Californians' health at risk. Smoke from the devastating wildfires has stretched for miles, creating hazardous air conditions in California and all nearby states. The air was so full of smoke in San Francisco earlier this week that it ranked among the top cities with worst air quality in the world. That's according to IQ Air, a group which tracks global air quality I consulted. And this smoke has impacted other cities, including Los Angeles and even Yosemite National Park, which the National Park Service closed to all visitors yesterday, last week, because conditions were in the unhealthy and, indeed, even hazardous range, to where literally breathing the air could kill you. The vast amounts of thick smoke from these wildfires has also traveled across the rest of the North American continent, through every state and union, and has even reached Northern Europe, as proven by data from Europe's own CAMS, C-A-M-S, all uppercase, which is an acronym for the Copernicus Atmosphere Monitoring Service. So the cams is not like little fucking drone cams or auto cams. This is a satellite data surveillance system that has proven California is enveloping the world in smoke with toxic burn-off that were you to try to use a leaf blower to dispense with it would simply particulate further, get into your lungs, and ultimately induce carcinoma or cancers throughout your body in the years to come. All these hazards to one's very existence, while the pandemic is threatening our lives. The state of California appears to be making progress to slow down the spread of coronavirus, but the threat still lingers. Hospitalizations have indeed dropped 22% in the past fortnight, the last 12 weeks, and the percentage of tests coming back positive is down to 3.6% after a surge in cases over the summer. I found this out through a news briefing conducted on Wednesday, midweek, this week last, by our own governor, Gavin Newsom, former mayor of my own Golden Gated San Francisco. A news briefing in which Newsom said, "We are moving forward and seeing a decline in the rate of spread and transmission of COVID-19. So far, there have been 782,828 coronavirus cases in California, and 14,972 people have died. This according to data I sourced from Johns Hopkins University. But wildfires have become the challenge for health officials, with our Governor Newsom himself saying access to our state's mobile testing sites has been impacted by air quality issues. And an earthquake added even more anxiety to everything I've already articulated. Pictures were rattling on the wall, plants were knocked over, and some people woke up too, their beds shaking their very bodies, because an earthquake hit near the city of El Monte, east of downtown Los Angeles, late Friday night, but it was felt widely in San Diego, Valencia, and the San Fernando Valley areas, as confirmed by the United States Geological Survey, with the San Gabriel Police Department tweeting, "What a jolt! We felt it too. No need to call 911 unless you have an emergency, because we got problems of our own." While there were no reports that I know of any serious injuries or damage, it was a reminder for those in the greater Los Angeles area that the earthquake risk is far from over. Lucy Jones, a seismologist with the California Institute of Technology, told CNN affiliate KABC in area that it's a wake-up call, reminding you that we do have earthquakes here. We have enough disasters going on right now. She's saying, I'm like everybody else, I'd rather not have something else in 2020. While the experts cannot fully predict quake aftershocks, the chances of a subsequent larger quake is usually less than 5%. But California's wildfires are 500% larger due to climate change. Each degree of warming causes way more fire than the previous degree of warming did, And that's a really big deal. On a hot July evening in the year before yesteryear, a rancher tried to use a hammer and stake to plug up a wasp's nest. The hammer slipped, a spark flew, and a patch of dry grass ignited. This according to the forensics, as reported by the Los Angeles Times. And within minutes, the brush fire fed on bone-dry conditions and became simply too big to control. And it soon merged with another blaze and became the Mendocino Complex Fire, the largest wildfire in California's history. It burned almost 500,000 acres, or roughly 720 square miles, before it was finally extinguished 4 months later. It killed 1 firefighter and injured 4. Now, Californians feel like they're enduring an epidemic of fire. The past decade has seen half of our state's 10 largest wildfires and 7 of our 10 most destructive fires, including the year before last's Camp Fire, the state's deadliest wildfire ever recorded. Now, a new study, comparatively new, it was actually published yesteryear in the journal entitled Earth's Future. There is an Earth's Future journal I recommend that found that my state's fire outbreak is very real. Pyrodemic, it is called, an epidemic of fire. And it's being driven by climate change. Since 1972, California's annual burned area has increased more than 5-fold, a trend clearly attributable to the warming climate, according to this paper I'm sourcing. This trend is dominated by fires like the Mendocino Complex Fire, huge blazes that start in the summer and feed mostly on timberland. Over the past 500 years, these summertime forest fires have increased in size by roughly 800%. This effect is so large that it is driving my state's overall increase in burned area. Now, why are summertime forest fires so much more likely? Because climate change has already redefined the seasons in Northern California. Since the early 1970s, summers in Northern California have warmed by about 2.5 degrees Fahrenheit. That would be 1.8 degrees Celsius by the rest of the world's measure. On average. A few degrees may not sound like much, but heat has an exponential relationship with forest fire. And so Park Williams, a climate scientist at Columbia University, and an author of this paper I'm citing, told myself that each degree of warming causes way more fire than the previous degree of warming did, and that's the closing deal. Every additional increment in heat in the environment speeds up evaporation, dries out the soil, and parches trees and vegetation, turning all of them into ready fuel for a blaze. For that reason, hot summers essentially overpower anything else happening in Northern California. Even during a wet year, an intense heat wave can choke forests so that it is as though the rain had never fallen. And it matters that heat is prompting this 800% explosion in forest fire because among the many ways climate change might be messing with the environment, extra heat is among the simplest and the most obvious to measure. Heat is the most clear result of human-caused climate change. In other words, the climate models prove that Northern Californian summers should be getting hotter as climate change takes hold. And that's exactly what the data confirms, and exactly what's driving an unprecedented outbreak of forest fires But this outbreak of climate-addled fires is limited to summertime fires in forests. It does not extend to other types of environment or other times of the year, as this paper I'm citing precautions. Williams and his colleagues found that the amount of burned non-forest area, such as Southern California's shrub and grassland, has not significantly increased. And while autumnal wildfires, such as the deadly Camp Fire, have dominated the news, and whilst there is some evidence that they be getting larger, there is still not enough data to say that any increase is statistically significant. Yet the climate models do suggest that the autumnal fires across California will get more common as climate change continues to rack my state. Revisit this in 20 years, and we'll almost definitely be saying, yeah, fall fires have the global warming fingerprint on them. But right now, we're still emerging from the range of natural variability. So I turned to Don Hankins, the professor of geography at California State University at Chico, the party university at Chico State, who told me that he wanted to see more data before agreeing with the paper's results in question. The paper in question's results. And he said that some large-scale changes to the landscape itself, such as the suspension of seasonal burns by the indigenous peoples, which I'll go into later in Arc of Narrative, actually be producing the rise in fire. And there's no reason to say he's wrong. In fact, I'll explain why we've got to let the Indians take over. The American Indians, not those from Asia like Rajneesh Guru, Rajneesh Bhagwan, the cult leader of John Hogue, the Nostradamus freak, the poison dwarf, the lawn ornament. But going back to more enlightened people, they agree that climate change is not the only potential driver of increased fire in our state. Over the past 100 years, Americans have gotten better at suppressing fires, meaning that easily burnable fuels actually be accumulating in our state's forests. But even if fires are burning through that excess fuel, the effects of climate change are much clearer because of this study during this time frame. That's because the fundamental relationship between excess heat and additional fire never changes in this study's data. The correlation is just as strong for the last 20 years as for the first 20 years. That proves that across 5 fucking decades, half 100 goddamn years, the forests have remained the same. Only the air temperature has changed. There may be a day when the forests do change. So, Dr. Williams has recently asked some of his students to simulate the survival of our state's forests forward to the end of the century under a worst-case carbon pollution scenario, and they simply couldn't do it. It's basically impossible. The state gets so hot that in the 2070s, you have individual years when a quarter to a half of all the forest area in California is burning. But that couldn't happen because by then there will be no more forest left to burn. Fires will have finished clearing all of California's woods. The once mighty Californian forest will by then have given way to scrub, grassland, and desert, types of ecosystem that can rebound quickly after a wildfire or that never burn at all. It's not a foregone conclusion that all of California's timberlands will vanish. It depends on how we reduce carbon pollution now and in the years to come. The future of the forests in my golden state, it be inescapable is simply up to us, the citizens of California. But it's the United Nations that be front and center this week. The 75th United Nations General Assembly continues this week with debates, roundtables, and addresses on climate change and other topics of global importance. Tomorrow, Monday, the UNGA, the United Nations General Assembly, will hold a high-level meeting on the theme of multilateralism. If multilateralism is too long a word for your tongue to twist around, it asked if it's not in your vocabulary. It means countries working together for a shared goal. President Trump is scheduled to speak, but refuses to attend in person. That in itself be symptomatic of the New World disorder. Forget the bullshit about the New World Order conspiracy. It's all a load of shit. A sack of crap. What we have is a New World disorder. The coronavirus pandemic and the Trump misadministration together threaten to change our world order as once defined by cooperation. Each year, in mid-September, Manhattan taketh on a heightened buzz as the United Nations General Assembly holdeth a fortnight or 12 weeks of debates and meetings and motorcades carrying the likes of Vladimir Putin, Benjamin Bibi Netanyahu, and Donald Ducky Trump crowd city streets teeming with representatives from international organizations and the private sector. Not this year. The United Nations had planned this year's General Assembly, which began this week last and lasts into early October, as an occasion to honor the 75 years since the propagandized Allied victors of World War II founded said organization in an effort to avoid the mass destruction of war and spread economic prosperity, or so goes the myth. The reality, of course, is that the United Nations is a wartime organization established during the war, immediately after the attack on Pearl Harbor, the preemptive surgical strike against an American attack on the Japanese Empire, and on losing that war, then went into the peace business. But the global coronavirus pandemic has shuttered the United Nations Midtown headquarters and reduced this year's General Assembly to a series of online meetings. Which is why Trump might be forgiven his personal absence. The muted United Nations celebrations, in and of themselves, be a telling symbol of how the pandemic and inward-looking domestic politics are threatening to change a long-standing world order defined by increasing global cooperation with the United States as its standard-bearer. Already, some see signs of regression. In just 25 weeks, the coronavirus pandemic has wiped out 25 years of progress in global development in areas ranging from health to the economy, all proven by a report released this week last from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. This report, which tracks regressions in lifting people out of poverty, improving conditions for children and women, and overall vaccination coverage, is but the latest sign of an unraveling of institutions and structures lacking orchestration from the American empire, as concurred by all analysts involved. Steve Tsang, a Chinese professor and director of the SOAS China Institute at the School of Oriental and African Studies, that's what the SOAS stands for, University of London, has been quoted as saying, "I don't see a breakdown, but a transformation of the post-war order." The prominence of the American empire as the clear leader of a liberal world order is giving way as America faces near peer competition from the communist Chinese empire, celebrated by Steve Tsang. The current style of American leadership, oft seen as belligerent and prosaic as Trump be critical of international agreements and trade pacts, is hastening this global shift by Dr. Tsang's own observations. So as the trade pacts and international agreements be severed, shredded, and cast aside, well, Dr. Tsang's own words, which I will quote unto you, say it all. And they say, Trump has taken an approach that makes even staunch friends of the USA uncomfortable and unable to support enthusiastically U.S. leadership in global matters, since the U.S. government itself is not interested in providing any such leadership. And within these United States, a series of statements from Trump himself and officials in his misadministration this week last has underscored a growing sense of chaos and a shaking of institutions long seen by the world as the gold standards in science. Last Sunday, when Noreen Helpan was on transmission with us, the day before we went on bandwidth, that Sunday during the sunlit hours, that same Sunday we were on bandwidth, but before eventide, a top spokesman at the Department of Health and Human Services accused government scientists of sedition in their handling of the pandemic and claimed that left-wing hit squads were preparing for violence after the November presidential election. By Wednesday, midweek last, Michael Caputo apologized for his comments and announced he was taking a 2-month leave of absence. On Tuesday, at a televised town hall meeting of voters who identified themselves as undecided, Trump responded to a series of aggressive questions with contradictions and falsehoods. Let's just say he lied throughout, as he always does. At one point, he downplayed the virus and then later said he had unplayed it. Later at the forum, televised by ABC, the American Broadcasting Company, Trump blamed his Democratic presidential opponent, Joe Biden, for the lack of a national mask mandate. Trump also claimed he was loved by South Koreans, while a recently released survey proves just 17% of South Koreans have any confidence in the American president at all. And on Wednesday, the day thereafter, Trump chastised the head of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention for saying a vaccine for the coronavirus wouldn't be widely available until next year. Trump also criticized CDC Director Robert Redfield for saying that masks are the most important, powerful public health tool we have. But as he did at the Tuesday town hall, Trump questioned Redfield's statements on the value of wearing face masks to prevent the spread of coronavirus. Trump himself saying, as far as the mask is concerned, he made a mistake. Such rhetoric matters in the eyes of the international community. In May, the British medical journal The Lancet editorialized that the days of the CDC being seen as a global leader in disease control, be drawing to a close. The Trump misadministration's attacks on scientific institutions extend beyond America's borders. Earlier this year, the president announced plans to withdraw the United States from the World Health Organization, criticizing the global public health agency's response to the coronavirus, and rightly so, by my own admission. That announcement is part of a larger pattern of the United States pulling back from other United Nations agencies and international agreements as well. Trump already has withdrawn these United States from the United Nations Human Rights Council and pulled American funding for the United Nations Population Fund and the agency that provides aid to Palestinian refugees. Those actions follow as Trump announcing the American withdrawal from the Paris Climate Accord and criticism of the International Criminal Court. Now, the Trump misadministration is setting up a new showdown with other countries at the United Nations as it plans to announce, it planned to announce yesterday, that all international sanctions against Iran have been restored, a move that few countries believe is even legal. These moves have wrought havoc on the conventional world order led by the American empire, as observed by Zhang Baohui, a professor of political science and the director of the Center for Asian Pacific Studies at Lingnan University in Hong Kong. Just so you know, he's not a communist. Well, let me quote his words. To sayest, better than I, the situation at hand. And his words read as follows, as I translate from the Chinese. The rising chaos associated with the return of geopolitics and great power rivalry have profoundly weakened the post-Cold War order that rested on liberal beliefs of global governance, interdependence, and cooperation for the sake of progress. Now, such a breakdown has far-reaching implications in these United States and worldwide. Yesteryear, a board newly formed by the World Health Organization and the World Bank warned of a calamitous health pandemic on the horizon and urged countries to take its action then. On Monday, opening this work week last, that board released a new report discussing lessons learned from the coronavirus pandemic and fresh warnings that new pandemics will inevitably come. That report and this week's Gates Foundation assessment punctuate the importance for countries to collaborate on public health and other crises. The coronavirus pandemic has led to a 7% increase worldwide in the numbers of the impoverished. Amid this bleak picture of worsening global health and an American government increasingly at odds with scientists and other countries, is the growing American rivalry with the communist Chinese empire. Professor Zhang has gone on record via myself to say what people fear now is the prospect of a new Cold War, which would certainly imply a breakdown of that order. But the Hong Kong professor hastens to add that those fears may be dampened by Beijing's view of these United States. You see, Zhang concludes by saying a consensus in China says that attempts for global leadership will only lead to imperial overstretch, a syndrome that causes the inevitable decline of an ambitious great power. Chinese elites have keenly studied the lessons for the rise and decline of great powers, and this is the most important lesson for them. So what Dr. Zhang is telling us is that we can only hope that the Communist Chinese Empire will view us with enough pity that it realizes it doesn't want to become us, and therefore will avoid our mistakes by avoiding imperial overstretch, and therefore not attempting to rule the world or even lead it of their own accord. But someone has to be in charge, because there be yet another recently released report which warns us that climate crisis will displace 1.2 billion people, the entire population of communist China or India, by mid-century. In other words, the global climate crisis will see more than 1 billion people displaced from their homes in the next 30 years, as ecological disasters drive mass migrations and greater armed conflicts, as concluded by yet another new report released midweek this week last, on Wednesday. The ETR, the Ecological Threat Register, conducted by the Sndy-based, that's Sydney as in Sydney, Australia, based Institute for Economics and Peace, the IEP, Institute for Economics and Peace, in Sydney, Australia, has projected that at least 1.2 billion people around the world will be displaced by the 2050th year in our Lord on the Christian calendar. No country will be able to escape the impact of the climate catastrophe, but the world's most poorest and most vulnerable populations will be the hardest hit. To read from this report, which be writ in the English, ecological threats and climate change pose serious challenges to global development and peacefulness. The world's least resilient countries, when faced with ecological breakdowns, are more likely to experience civil unrest, political instability, social fragmentation, and economic collapse. This report draws on data from international organizations like the United Nations, the IDMC, the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center, the Food and Agricultural Organization, and the IEP's own prior research on countries' resilience levels. And using these figures, the IEP then calculated the relative threats of population growth, water stress, food insecurity, droughts, floods, cyclones, and rising temperature and sea levels. And it found that more than 1 billion people lived in 31 countries that had low resilience, meaning they aren't even equipped to withstand the impact of ecological change in the coming decades. The regions facing the highest number of threats are Sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, the Middle East, and North Africa. The IEP report reads, not all of these people will be displaced. However, it is likely that a large number of them will be. The lost billion. The better resourced countries in places like North America and Europe will be more able to manage the effects of these disasters, but they'll likely face huge flows of climate refugees. This report warns, well, IEP founder Steve Killaley, in his news release, his surname being spelled Killelea, Kilauea, like he's a Hawaiian volcano or something. He has gone on record to state this will have huge social and political impacts, not just in the developing world, but also in the developed, as mass displacement will lead to larger refugee flows to the most developed countries. He's added that ecological change is the next big global threat to our planet. So that brings us to food and water scarcity. The global population currently stands at 7.8 billion peoples. That number is expected to reach 10 billion by mid-century, straining the world's already stretched natural resources. This report, citing data from the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, to conclude that most of this population growth is expected to take place in countries with ongoing armed conflict, like those in sub-Saharan Africa. And by citing research from the global non-profit organization World Resource Institute, this report projects that by 2050, global demand for food will increase by 100%, and 3.5 billion people will suffer from food insecurity. Water scarcity may be an even bigger issue. Already, there be more than 2.6 billion people facing high or extreme water stress, meaning they either don't have enough water for their needs or that their water supply be at risk of disruption. This report proves that climate change has caused disrupted rainfall, rising temperatures, and other ecological impacts that are already creating water crises. In 2019, but yesteryear, Chennai, India's sixth biggest city, nearly ran out of water. Water had to be trucked in daily from other states, with people standing in line for hours in the sun to fill up jugs with their daily water ration. By 2040, a total of 5.4 billion people, or more than half of the world's projected population, will live in countries facing high or extreme water stress. India and China, the world's top two most populous countries, will be among those countries. It could also spell even greater violence and conflict, which not only destabilizes economies and governments but drives mass migration. In the past decade alone, water-related violent incidents have increased by 270% worldwide, with the IEP citing water solutions company World Water for these numbers. And that brings us to the natural disasters I've been articulating, because recent years have seen dramatic increases in natural disasters around the world, which experts have long warned are the symptoms of a worsening climate crisis. Raging wildfires in my own California, of course, heat waves across Europe, fears of a dam collapse in communist China, and a record-breaking hurricane in the southern United States. Asia Pacific has been the most affected region on Earth. 29% of all natural disasters in the past 30 years have taken place there in my homeland. Or so this study has proven. Europe has the second highest numbers of natural disasters globally. The two most important places on Earth that anchor the future of humanity are being assaulted by a wrathful nature. But yesteryear, India, the subcontinent on the Eurasian supercontinent, faced the largest population displacement due to natural disasters, with 5 million people having to leave their homes. Globally, natural disasters displaced 25 million people yesteryear, and the number will keep rising. The research team of IEP has stressed the reality that these natural disasters strike hardest in poorer countries. They kill 7 times more people in the least developed nations than in highly developed ones. Using socioeconomic indicators from the IEP's own previous research on ecological resilience, this report concludes that it's not because the disasters in poorer countries happen more frequently or with greater severity, but because those nations be less able to handle the super shock. All these threats combined create a migration crisis that then causes spin-off effects like heightened political instability, global insecurity, and greater hostility toward immigrants. This report concludes that international cooperation and foreign climate-related aid will be essential in mitigating these effects and helping developing countries build better resilience. This type of international aid has already increased 34-fold from the year 2000 through to the year before yesteryear, the 2018 year on our Christian calendar, as the full extent of this crisis has become clearer. But these measures still fall well short of what be needed to address these issues going forward. The report so warns us that we must build a united front against the greatest threat to our survival as a human species: the burning of the world around us, with the very temperature rising to cook us as a frog in a pot, until before we become aware of the problem, we're already cooked. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take his thee to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book and scenes clipped from film documentaries he's been working to produce. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Spell Tucson as Tucson, or it's pronounced Tucson, but spelled Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it for the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben himself to personally and privately guide your tour through the hellscape of the Southwest by calling him at 1-520/323-3406. Once again, that's 1520-323-3406. And don't forget to subscribe to the Baron Ben's Man of the Soil YouTube channel. At Man of the Soil channel, you can see aerial drone footage of his landscape architecture landscape architecture. And get a look at, let's take a look at Man of the Soil channel on YouTube. I'll just turn here to YouTube and turn it on for shit, grins, and giggles. And look at Man of the Soil. Don't forget to subscribe. And what we see is fenced in, beautify and protect your property. Get tips for fencing your yard now. Oh, another film set in the diminutive Caribbean island of Dominica. A portrait of a man called Jerry Maka West. That has nothing to do with Man of the Soil, the one I know. Instead, I turn over here to Man of the Soil, and I see this hot blonde chick with big tits in her commercial for Ace Hardware. And a skinny little geek who says, I love LA. Okay, these are all Man of the Soil. It's got 3 subscribers. Come on, you can do better than that. Go over there and hit the subscribe button. After all, it's fun. Take a look at it, and you won't be able to take your eyes off. All right, enough of that. Let me take a look at the live dashboard. Okay. And there we are. Afterburner says, Miles Johnston is one sick individual. Indeed. And Chirashi says, hey, thank you, honey. All right. Shout out unto she. And when we're dealing with all of this climate catastrophe, crisis doesn't even do it justice. This is not climate crisis. It's climate catastrophe. We are actually dealing with a psychological problem as well. The psychology of loss. The loss of the world we knew. And in a sunny Australian city, known for being one of the world's largest coal export ports, an environmental philosopher would oftentimes field pleading calls from residents, and as they spoke, their distress over the sheer scale of the impacts from the open pit mines and other heavy industry in the area was palpable. Now, sitting at the dinner table with his wife, the philosopher that I'm sourcing struggled to characterize the specific nature of their pain. A pain experienced when there be recognition that the place where one residest and that one lovest be under immediate assault. Now, Glenn Albrecht be the philosopher in question, and his wife Jill. Together they first thought of the concept of nostalgia because, as Albrecht himself has writ, the term nostalgia was once linked to a diagnosable illness associated with the melancholia of homesickness for people who were distant from their home, that Australians would know about intimately because the overwhelming majority of the population of Australia were exiles, mostly from the Isle of Ayr, the Irish, exiled from the British Empire to the continent that was to become their eternal home. And they missed the land of mist as they were subjected to the heat of the southernmost continent on Earth. But the distressed residents of Australia's postmodern Hunter Valley are not emigres in exile longing for home. Quite the contrary, they have remained in place, even as the landscape that had once brought them solace has become unrecognizable. So eventually, Albrecht coined the term solastalgia, a neologism, a new word, a combinative of the words nostalgia, solace, and desolation, to describe this profound sense of loss and isolation, and the overwhelming feelings of powerlessness that comest with it. Now, as Albrecht himself defined it in an essay published circa 2004, a long time ago by now, solastalgia is manifest in an attack on one's sense of place, in the erosion of the sense of belonging at all. It is one's identity to a particular place, and a feeling of distress, that of psychological desolation about its transformation. In short, it be a form of homesickness one gets when one is still at home, but the world around you is mutating into the unrecognizable. Something you don't know anymore. Like a person whose personality is turned, and you can no longer trust the world into which you were born. Solastalgia is a word that has started to be used more frequently in recent years, particularly in the context of climate change. Perhaps it describes some of the destabilizing sorrow you've experienced as the ash rains down and fire burns in every direction. Because we Californians have long defined ourselves against an unforgiving landscape of grand beauty and destruction. But it's never been quite like this before. On Thursday, the massive August complex fire burning in and around Tehama County officially became the largest blaze in California history, meaning the first, third, and fourth largest fires in California history are all burning right now! It's difficult not to wonder what our state will look like when and if the flames ever subside at all, or if we will ever feel fully safe here again. Dr. Susan Clayton, a professoress of psychology and environmental studies at the College of Worcester in Ohio, explains that we have relationships to places. They're very significant to our history and our sense of who we are. Clayton herself studies the psychological effects of climate change. It's a relatively new area of focus in the field of psychology, which makes it difficult to speak definitively about the longer-term impacts. But researchers believe that climate change will have both chronic and acute impacts on mental health. According to a 2017 American Psychological Association report, which the Doctoress Clayton herself co-authored, or co-authorized, the acute impacts will probably include more trauma and post-traumatic stress disorder in the wake of climate change-induced extreme weather and other major destabilizing events. Chronic impacts could manifest as a heightened sense of helplessness, hopelessness, or fatalism as people reckon with profound changes to their environment or what they see as their lack of control over all what's happening. Yet, Dr. S. Clayton says some of the more incremental impacts of climate change will damage our psychological well-being. She explains that there be very good evidence, for example, hot weather actually is bad for our mental health. You see increases in suicide rates, increases in aggression, and increases in psychiatric hospitalization. The looming existential threat, the threat to our very existence of climate change, can also create a background level of worry. Anxiety. Static anxiety. Forever there. Like screams you can only hear within your mind. As Clayton explained, some level of anxiety can be a motivating force, spurring action and change, but too much be debilitating, paralyzing us. So what is the middle ground between sticking our heads in the sand and becoming overwhelmed by what we knowest? Say you'd be lucky enough to be outside the path of acute danger, at least for today. How can we lead a meaningful life with these threats looming, knowing so much be beyond our control? The Dr. Clayton told myself that, for all of us, we need to find this way of thinking. There is something I can do. Maybe you cannot save the world, but you can exert some small sense of control over your corner thereof, even with something as simple as readying your own evacuation plans. She has also mentioned pressing local officials on certain issues or voting to address the matter at hand. And writing about his own reckoning with climate despair in a recent edition of his Boiling Point newsletter. Sammy Roth, an energy reporter at the Los Angeles Times, I believe, quoted a line from the rabbinical teachings of Pirkei Avot that I myself have thought about oftentimes in the weeks ever since. It is not your responsibility to finish the work of perfecting the world, but ye are not free to desist from it either. With that in mind, I will do my best to explainest unto thee just why the West's wildfires are so enormous. I mean, it's the worst. Again! The worst fire season ever. Again! Because although fire season is a perennial challenge in California, a Los Angeles Times analysis found that wildfires and their compounding effects have intensified in recent years, and there be little sign things will ever improve. Fire season in California simply looks different these days. Temperatures are hotter, fires are bigger and more destructive, air quality is the worst in decades. In recent weeks, dozens of wildfires have ignited across my state, threatening to burn rural and suburban communities and blanketing cities in a smoggy haze. And, as I said, even though fire season is the perennial challenge in my state, the scale and destruction of fires in recent years feels worse than anything many can remember. And to ascertain, to confirm the truth of this reality, the Los Angeles Times analyzed decades of data tracking California wildfires and the destruction they have wrought. And the analysis found that wildfires and their compounding effects have intensified in recent years, and there be little sign things will ever improve. In the last 10 years, the last decade has simply shattered all records. And 2020 tops them all! Record-breaking wildfires are occurring more often. 8 of the 10 largest wildfires in California history have burned in this past decade. On September 9th, the massive August complex became the largest fire in my state's history. Taken together, these fires dwarf the 10 biggest fires from the decade before. Hundreds of wildfires of varying size scorch my state each and every single year. The total area consumed has increased sharply this decade. With fire season still beginning, 2020 has already shattered the all-time record with 3.2 million acres burned so far. Since the state's fire season usually doesn't peak until fall, when Santa Ana and Diablo, the devil, winds pick up, this record-breaking year will still get much worse. Fires are burning more populated areas and damage is increasing. Californians have long built homes in fire-prone areas, but the past several years have brought unprecedented property loss to communities. 7 of the 10 most destructive fires in state history have burned in the last 5 years. The home and property damage is scattered across my state, oftentimes isolated to rural areas, but taken together, the devastation has been massive. To compare, there are roughly 5,100 buildings in downtown Los Angeles. From 2001 through to 2010, wildfires destroyed 12,428 structures across the state. That's a building footprint more than twice the size of downtown Los Angeles, one of the largest sprawl sites on Earth. However, these totals pale in comparison to those of the past decade which followed that time which I've just cited, in which almost 30,000 structures have been destroyed. That's the equivalent of more than 5 Los Angeles downtowns. Wildfire smoke is contributing to the worst air quality in decades. Large fires are releasing smoke into the air, covering our cities in an orange haze, the color of Donald Trump's decaying flesh. It's not just a Californian problem now. Wildfire smoke can stretch clear across the country. On Monday opening this work week last, smoke plumes reached all the way to the Atlantic Ocean and crossed that ocean to smother Europe. When wildfire smoke settles close to the ground, it spreads harmful microscopic particles. These invisible granules, when inhaled, can enter the bloodstream and cause inflammation that affects many parts of the body. Since 2015, scientists have reported very unhealthy levels of these particles in the Napa Valley area 15 times, a reading not recorded in the 5 years before at all. Daily microscopic particulate matter readings that average among Napa, Sonoma, Solano, Mendocino, and Lake counties from 2010 through 2015 have proven this out. Increasing heat and drought are likely to make things even worse. The average temperature in state has risen slowly but steadily over the last 100 years. Summers in California are getting hotter. On the 6th of this 9th month in this 2020th year in our Lord, Los Angeles County hit its highest recorded temperature when Woodland Hills reached 121 degrees. The average temperature in California has risen 4 degrees since 1990. Hot summer months dry out vegetation. Combined with lower precipitation levels, large swaths of California are primed for fire after years of drought. The largest fires are currently burning in areas experiencing moderate or severe drought. The effect of this climate change is a longer fire season, with conditions friendlier to fire. And so, Brandon Collins, a scientist at the Center for Fire Research and Outreach at Berkeley Forests, right across the bay from me, cites the Creek Fire in Fresno County, which began on September 4th and was fueled primarily by dead trees ravaged by drought and invasive bark beetles, has himself concluded that there's more opportunity for an ignition that's going to encounter a bad day. The climate crisis is a factor, but so are efforts to fight fires, which have had the opposite effect of intent, or from intent. The opposite effect from intent, meaning we're causing these fires by fucking fighting them. Or at least fighting them the way we have. And so, what we need to realize is that we call them wildfires. But that might not be the right word anymore. Because wildfires are striking closer and closer to cities. And we know how this will end. Because in recent days, at least 5 entire towns have been destroyed by fire in Oregon. So has much of Malden, Washington, and swaths of Big Creek and Berry Creek, both in my Californian republic. To many people, this will seem like deja vu. Because the year before yesteryear, another town was also wiped off the map, in the most dramatic recent example of this horrible genre. Paradise, California, was much larger, home to 27,000, and it was destroyed within less than a matter of a few hours time span. 85 people were killed during those few hours. The places now being ravaged are not forests or chaparral located somewhere out there in the wilds. Instead, the current wildfires demonstrate how easy it has become for fires to invade our suburbs and towns with their 7-Elevens, gas stations, and doctors' offices, and lay them to waste. Where will this end? Well, the prospects be disturbing. To understand how we got here, it'd be important to knowest that we have come to expect control over such conflagrations relatively recently. Prior to European settlement in the West, fire flowed freely, sparked by lightning or intentionally by Native Americans, to encourage the growth of favored plants or clear areas for easier hunting. As much as 4.5 million acres of California's 105 million acres might burn every year naturally. These low-intensity fires did not kill large trees, and some plants even came to depend on fire to regenerate themselves. A shrub called camis, or chamise, appears to encourage fire by releasing combustible gases in the presence of flames. This is plant or botanical intelligence. And it implies a pyronomic biology. A biology based on fire. Like the gin of myth. The shift to a different approach occurred after several instances in which wildfires became appalling urban fires. In October of 1871, railway workers sparked a brush fire in northern Wisconsin, which swept into the city of Peshtigo and killed 1,500 people there. And elsewhere, across a gargantuan footprint of 1.2 million acres. And in the Great Fires of 1910, fires burning across several western states killed hundreds and razed a number of towns. People escaped by train as the fires virtually licked at their heels. After this, the United States sought to suppress all wildfires before they could even ever gain a foothold. In the 1930s, the United States Forest Service instituted its so-called 10 a.m. policy, according to which fires had to be stamped out by that time the next day. Later came the 10-acre policy, dictating that fires should not be permitted to grow beyond that size. Fire was the enemy, an idea catalyzed by wartime imagery of firebombed cities such as Dresden, Hamburg, and Tokyo. Smokey the Bear helped to reinforce it too. This strategy had a pronounced effect, though not necessarily in ways that were intended. Yes, fire activity decreased. It be true. But with scouring flames removed from our environment, forests grew far denser and brushier than they had ever been before. In one Arizona forest, 20 trees per acre became as 800 trees per acre. These unnaturally dense forests can and will burn more severely. In addition, the climate crisis is rendering vegetation even drier, and by 2050, up to 3 times more acreage in western forests will burn as a result of global warming. Meanwhile, 60 million homes can now be found in or close to high-risk areas where wildfires have previously burned. Cue urban fires. The fire that obliterated Paradise on the morning of November 8th in the 2018 year on the Christian calendar was sparked in a rural river canyon several miles to the east of town. As was described in the new book entitled Fire in Paradise and subtitled An American Tragedy, it approached the community at speeds previously thought impossible, chewing through almost 400 American football fields worth of vegetation in a single minute, every single minute, on the clock. It hit like a burning hurricane. Now, Alistair G., who is an Chinese-American researcher, you would think by his name, because G double E is usually a romanization of a Chinese word, is actually a white guy who co-authored the book I'm sourcing this from with a fine young white lady by the name of Dani Anguiano. Dani is spelled D-A-N-I, and Anguiano, her surname is spelled A-N-G-U-I-A-N-O. So, the co-authoress of Fire in Paradise was able to describe the fact that, strikingly, many of the hundreds of thousands of trees in the town of Paradise were completely spared. It was the homes that became matches, setting fire to the next in line. The fire was so quick, so hot, that people died seeking shelter under their cars, in the driveways of their own homes, while holding a hose or huddled in their bathtub. What a way to die. Lincoln Bramwell, the chief historian of the United States Forest Service, has told the author and authoress of that book, Fire in Paradise, that the story of Paradise, well, in his own words, reads like these accounts from the late 19th century of fires like Peshtigo back before we had sought to bring wildfire under our command. I see us going back to the future, that's his words, going back to a time when fire was not under our control. And as Americans in California, Washington, and Oregon are discovering the hard way, wildfires do not only impact the wilderness. Towns and suburbs are not inviolate. With so many of our western paradises now under threat, experts are begging us to bring controlled fire back into the ecosystem in the form of prescribed burns, to ensure buildings meet stringent fire codes, and to prepare city evacuation plans so we do not repeat the gridlock in which many of those escaping paradise were trapped alive. We must, it almost go as sans saying, get a handle on the climate crisis, the climate catastrophe. Now, witnessing the urban fire in paradise, some of those who were interviewed by the author and authoress for their book no longer thought it fanciful that a fire that could maraud into the very heart of a major city such as Los Angeles, San Diego, or the communities of mine own Golden Gated San Francisco Bay. The University of California scientist Faith Cairns recounted, for sake of the composition of that book, that she herself lives in the Berkeley Flatlands, in a part of the bay that is as thoroughly urbanized as can be. And suddenly she was considering the prospect that a fire will one day reach her home. And pausing in thought, she said, as recorded in this book I'm sourcing from, my neighborhood is full of Victorians, meaning Victorian homes. My neighbor's window is about 6 feet away from my own. I think we'll see it. I think we'll see it. Now, what will it take to slow the spread of Cthulhu, the anti-god of fire, raised by Michael Aquino and fed by his wife, Lilith, the true Lamashtu? Firefighting costs have been steadily increasing. The year before yesteryear, the United States Forest Service spent more than 2.6 billion United States dollars to suppress fires. Those costs could balloon this year, as concerns about the spread of the coronavirus have caused agencies to adopt a more costly and aggressive firefighting strategy. Forest Service scientists have long advocated for spending more on fire prevention in disambiguation from firefighting, including vegetation clearing and prescribed burns, cautioning that an approach focused mainly on suppression will not work. Spending on firefighting or fire suppression has leapt to more than half of the agency's budget, up from 15% but a few years ago. Before. Secretary of Agriculture Sonny Perdue, in his message to Congress circa 2017, went on record to say, we have to keep borrowing from funds that are intended for forest management. We end up having to hoard all of the money that is intended for fire prevention because we're afraid we're going to need it to actually fight fires. So, sans greater investment in prevention and systematic changes to combat the effects of climate change, experts concur that California most certainly has more record-setting fire seasons in store. Now, Collins of Berkeley Forests has assured myself that we're not doomed to endure this, but it's not something we can change in a year. There be a useful analogy for understanding the intensity of these fires. Imagine boiling a pot of ravioli until all the water evaporates, until the pasta begins to smoke. This phenomenon helps explain as to why large swaths of the forests have lit up like kindling. That brings us to the most important number for the West's hideous fire season. A little noticed indicator was flashing red before any of the blazes began. Again, to understand, the ravenous wildfire season in the American West this year, boil some ravioli. Put the heat on high. After about 10 minutes, the pasta will go limp and start to break apart. Keep boiling, and when that pot holds a shallow puddle of water and a pile of soggy debris, just keep going. Don't turn down the heat until the last bubbles of water sizzle and vanish. Then, and only then, the lump of ravioli will start to singe and burn and smoke. Of course, don't do this at all. It's not something you want to risk your home and your very life over. But, by example, water, when heated, wants to evaporate. It will turn to gas before allowing most solids suspended within it to heat beyond the boiling point. This principle, readily observable in your kitchen, has recently doomed entire forests stretching from California to Washington state. Because one of the hottest, driest summers on record has led to a barrage of mega fires that have killed at least 35 people we knowest of thus far. In other words, we found their burnt, eviscerated, disintegrated, desiccated bodies. Among those, nearly 5 million acres that have burned and destroyed thousands of homes and buildings in their wake. These expansive forests of the American West, in other words, spent months boiling off, and now they be burning. In the past few months, 1 in every 33 acres of California has burned. This year is already the most destructive wildfire season in terms of acreage affected in state history. The year before yesteryear, during California's last annus horribilis, or horrible year, in the Latin, I myself noted that 6 of the 10 largest wildfires in state history had happened since 2008. That list has since been completely rewritten. Today, 6 of California's 10 largest wildfires have happened since 2018, the year before yesteryear, and 5 of them have happened this year. If you're having trouble following this year's Western fire season, you're not alone. The fire scientists are having trouble too. Daniel Swain, a climate scientist at UCLA and the National Center for Atmospheric Research, has been my go-to source in particular. And he says there are 24 fires burning right now that singularly would have been the top story in the national news 10 or 20 years ago. A few days ago, Daniel Swain learned about the Slater fire, learned of its very existence, which he had not known of before, which has killed 2 people. The Slater fire is burning near the site of the Happy Camp Complex fire, which was itself one of the worst blazes in state history when it raged circa 2014. Yet though the Slater fire, having merged with another blaze, is larger than the Happy Camp fire ever was, the Slater fire does not rank among the 5 biggest fires raging today in state. So, as Swain himself has observed, and I quote his T, there's almost no importance in talking about record-breaking events anymore when talking about fires in California, because we've broken all the records so many times that what do they even mean anymore? It is the same story in America's Northwest. More than 1 million acres have burned in Oregon, where tens of thousands of residents are under an evacuation order even now, and officials have warned of a mass fatality incident. That a lot of people are going to die at once. And across the West, those not living in the path of fires have had to contend with a cloud of toxic fog that stretches from the Inland Empire to Idaho. California and the West have always burned, of course. Our plants and ecosystems have evolved to endure and even thrive in seasonal fires, as I've articulated. But this regional chaos is something different, caused by a perfect firestorm of elements. You've heard of the perfect storm? This is the perfect firestorm. A windstorm whipped California and Oregon earlier this month, turning valleys into blowtorches. Many western forests are crowded with fuel after a century in which authorities fought every fire, no matter how remote. And a rare lightning storm, yestermensis, but last month provided an enthusiastic source of ignition for fires. All of those factors may explainist aspects of why there be so many fires right now, but they do not capture the unusual ferocity of this fire season. With Swain himself saying, well, to quote his T, what we're seeing right now is that every fire is becoming a super intensive fire. Even if you assume we need more fire on the landscape, we probably don't need more of this kind of fire. To explainist the severity, you have to go back to the conditions that preceded August. This has been one of the hottest and driest years on record in this part of the century. And surprise, surprise, now there be hot fires. The primary driver of the fires this year, as concluded by Dr. Swain, is California's rising air temperatures. Over the past 100 years, climate change has warmed California by about 3 degrees Fahrenheit. This warming has now started to affect the behavior of water stored in vegetation across my state. In hotter, drier air, liquid water is more willing to become as to gas. In other words, water responds to the sponginess, the thirstiness of the atmosphere. And this summer, the atmosphere across the West had a lot of thirst. Climate scientists, climatologists, measure this trait using a statistic called the vapor pressure deficit, or VPD. In the summer, well, I was told by Park Williams, a research professor at Columbia University, that in the summer in California and across most of the West, as long as there's fuel to burn, then the climate variable that tends to matter most is the vapor pressure deficit. In California this year, the vapor pressure deficit has been record-breakingly high. The VPD, the vapor pressure deficit indexes, 2 other measurements, the air temperature and the relative humidity. Both measurements affect the air's sponginess. Hotter air is more likely to bump water into a gas state, whilst drier air can hold more water vapor overall. The vapor pressure deficit measures the overlap. It's the difference between the amount of water vapor that's in the air and the amount of water vapor that the air can possibly hold. When the vapor pressure deficit, the VPD, be high, it means the atmosphere has become basically an immense 6-mile-high sponge. The arid air will induce water to evaporate from wherever it's hiding. The soil, the wooden boards of houses, the limbs and leaves of trees, and underbrush. And in August, even before my state saw its searing Labor Day weekend heat wave, the vapor pressure deficit reached its all-time peak in California. So it was drying out these forests. They were already primed. The vapor pressure deficit was extremely high across the West. That explains part of what's been so dangerous about this month's fires, they have grown explosively. Several have swelled to a size of 100,000 acres, that is, more than 150 square miles, in the first 12 hours of their existence. That statistic alone is so astonishing that I'm having trouble putting it into words, let alone trying to explain to you the gravity of the situation we be in. These fires just exploded into existence. They were nothing, and then they were mega fires. The North Complex fire, which has killed at least 15 people, burned essentially 200,000 acres in a single day. That alone would be one of the largest fires in California history, but it did that on the same day that 8 fires made enormous runs. And although the North Complex fire was pushed by high winds, many other fires swelled to 50,000 or 100,000 acres in more stagnant weather. In some ways, a 50,000 acre run in the forest with no wind at all is even more alarming. What's feeding that? What's driving that? The horror of this year may seem, in retrospect, like an outlier, but the onslaught of fires in recent years should teach us something about climate change and Western wildfire, with researchers concluding that thanks to VPD, every additional amount of warming leads to exponentially more fire than the year before it. This is because VPD measures the absolute saturation of the atmosphere, which increases even if the atmosphere stays just as humid. Dr. Swain sketched out an example for myself. To make it easier for myself to follow, he used simplified units, not those recorded by actual scientists. If the air used to be able to hold 100 units of humidity, but it held 50 units of humidity on average, then the vapor pressure deficit would be the difference between the twain, 50. If the temperature rose 1 degree Celsius, then it would be able to hold 107 units of humidity. Even if relative humidity stayed the same at 50%, that is, even if average humidity rose to 53.7 units of humidity, the VPD would still rise. That's because the VPD in the new climate would be 53.7, which is larger than the old VPD of 50. So, Swain himself confirmed that the higher you are on the scale, the faster the rate of increase. VPD turns out to, much like unchecked coronavirus, grow exponentially. And so that's why we can only turn toward the Native American approach to forest management. Let it burn! Strategically. The United States is putting forests at risk by ignoring Native American wildfire experts. Native American wildfire management practices could prevent some of the catastrophic burns California is experiencing. Fires are burning across large swaths of these United States. Part of the problem lies in the idea that fires can and should be prevented. After more than 100 years of being sidelined, Native American wildfire experts are starting to get a voice in federal fire policy, but the slow pace of reform could end up creating new risks. When President Trump visited California this week last, he blamed our state's record-breaking wildfires on poor forest management, as he often has in recent years. There be any number of holes in this so-called explanation. Heat and drought associated with climate change are priming forests for more explosive fires regardless of how they be managed, and years of urban development near forests has put more lives and properties at risk than ever before. Still, forest management is indeed an important step in mitigating destructive wildfire and supporting ecological health, but only if it's done right. For Trump, that appears to mean giving timber companies more license to harvest trees. But a more effective approach means giving more license to the Native American communities that have lived in our state's forests for hundreds of years. Take as, for example, the Karuk. That's spelled K-A-R-U-K. That's a tribe of around 5,000 people in northwest California and southern Oregon, living on the front lines of our state's fire crises. Carefully controlled wildfires have always been a critical cultural and agricultural tool for the tribe of the Karuk. Since the mid-1800s, they have been legally barred from carrying out their own burns. As I confirmed with Bill Tripp, the Director of Natural Resources and Environmental Policy for the Karuk Tribal Department of Natural Resources. As recently as the 1930s, Karuk tribal members were sometimes shot and killed by law enforcement over fire disputes. Those tensions have eased, but the threat of fire remains. This week, the Red Salmon Complex fire, on territory considered sacred by the Karuk tribe, reached more than 95,000 acres. Other major fires, including the Butler Fire in 2013 and the Backbone Complex Fire in 2009, also ripped through tribal areas. So, in 2014, Tripp and a number of his colleagues in the tribe partnered with environmental groups and local forestry agencies, to turn over a new leaf. They wanted to find a place to replace 200 years of governmental forest management policy, which continues to focus almost exclusively on fire prevention and suppression, with the more nuanced Karuk tribal approach. The plan they put together, the Somaz Bar Integrated Fire Management Project, calls for a mix of strategic forest thinning, for example, to clear out large conifers that prevent fire-resistant hardwoods from growing, and controlled burns. The project was approved by the United States Forest Service the year before yesteryear, with Tripp himself emphasizing that we really founded the entire project on traditional ecological knowledge, and we established a collaborative process with a set of shared values. That integration of indigenous fire management practices with official forest policy was groundbreaking. Now, Carrie Norgard, a lady I consulted who's an environmental sociologist at the University of Oregon who has studied the role of wildfire for the Karuk tribe and other Native American communities, has confirmed that Somaz Bar is really profound. There's never been so much indigenous knowledge packed in with traditional policy. The Forest Service system is built around the assumption that fires can and should be prevented, but allowing indigenous land management practices to resume will achieve many of the service's own goals in a far more cost-effective manner. But that leaves us the risks of an unfinished job. Some of the project's designated forest thinning activity finally began this year, but the process has been held up by two key obstacles: a continued reticence by federal officials to allow us tribal members to carry out controlled burns, and the recurrence of catastrophic fire seasons, which tend to sap the resources and political will to do anything other than put every fire out. So, basically, to quotist Mr. Tripp himself, We lose workers because their own homes are burning down. And when we get fire years like this, the political systems tend to drive the agenda towards buying more aeroplanes and other suppression-oriented programs at the cost of the investments needed to enact true solutions. That has left this year's work half done. Thinning operations for the project have left behind thousands of slash piles, stacks of loose branches and undergrowth. These are meant to be burned safely after they're assembled, but left unattended, they become a dangerous source of fire fuel in and of themselves. In fact, the project has not been able to proceed on any of its planned burns, because federal officials haven't had the time and resources to do it themselves. Ostensibly, because of liability concerns, the feds refuse to turn over authority to the tribe, even to members that are certified to conduct controlled burns safely. We need some prescribed burns or the problem will get worse. But every time we try to get the burning piece done, some kind of excuse comes up. The benefits of indigenous fire management are increasingly recognized by the scientific community. I confirmed this myself with Dr. S. Norgard. But with a few exceptions, they still haven't percolated into official forest management policy. With Tripp himself saying that the engagement of indigenous people is limited, if not non-existent. But we're all working to change that. I'm doing so by educating you. The indigenous tactics that rely on a mixture of controlled burns and forest thinning has left myself hopeful that there may be a way to mitigate the damage in the future. But only if the federal government giveth more license to Native American tribes. Honestly, we need to give America back to the Indians. There's really no other way we're going to survive. Now, we've got one relief effort and two disasters. As wildfires are raging in the West and hurricanes are pummeling the Gulf Coast, disaster aid has been forced to evolve for better or for worse. A global pandemic means no group shelters, no in-person counseling, and no hugs. Now that's not funny. You have no idea how important intimate human physical contact is to psychological well-being. We're a tactile species. We need to touch each other. And as American coronavirus deaths near 200,000, there'll be another new study proving stress and depression have also gone up. This is not a normal mental health disaster. If SARS, the severe acute respiratory syndrome, be any lesson, the psychological effects of the novel coronavirus will long outlast the pandemic itself. The SARS pandemic tore through Hong Kong like a summer thunderstorm. It arrived abruptly, hit hard, and then was gone. Just 3 months separated the first infection in March of 2003 from the last in June of that same year. But the suffering did not end when the case count hit 0. Over the next 4 years thereafter, scientists at the Chinese University of Hong Kong discovered something worrisome. More than 40% of SARS survivors had manifested an active psychiatric illness. Most commonly, PTSD, which be acronyms for post-traumatic stress disorder, or depression. Some felt frequent psychosomatic pain. Others were obsessive-compulsive. These findings as the researchers themselves expressed, were, quote-unquote, in the Chinese, the character they use translates or transliterates in the English to alarming. The novel coronavirus's devastating hopscotch across these United States has long surpassed the 3-month mark, and by all indications will not be ending anytime soon. And if SARS be any lesson, the secondary health effects will long outlast the pandemic itself. Already, a third of Americans are feeling severe anxiety. That's according to the Census Bureau data that I've scoured. And nearly a quarter, 25%, show us signs of depression. Rather, 24% to be exact. A recent poll by the Kaiser Family Foundation found that the pandemic had negatively affected the mental health of 56%, well over half of all adults, of all American adults. In April, texts to a federal emergency mental health line were up 1,000% from the year before. The situation is particularly dire for certain vulnerable groups, healthcare workers, COVID-19 patients with severe cases, people who have lost loved ones, who face a significant risk of post-traumatic stress disorder. In overburdened intensive care units, packed ICUs, delirious patients are seeing chilling hallucinations. These are the visions that I knowest of personally as generated by the anti-god Istiliac, which I've spraketh of before. The microscopic, the microcosmic anti-god of pestilential entropy. When people see those alien landscapes in their burning fever dreams, well, they're technically conscious. They're seeing the alien worlds of Hysteliac and the anti-gods. These be so intense in their impact that at least on basis these visions of alien evil, at least 2 overwhelmed emergency medical workers have taken their own lives. To some extent, this was to be expected. Depression, anxiety, PTSD, substance abuse, child abuse, and domestic violence almost always surge after natural disasters. And the coronavirus is every bit as much a disaster as any wildfire or flood. But it is also something unlike any wildfire or flood. Stephen Taylor, a psychiatrist at the University of British Columbia and the author of a book entitled The Psychology of Pandemics, published fortuitously in October of yesteryear. That's how I got it for my birthday, gifted to myself by my surrogate son, God bless him. Sayest, the sorts of mental health challenges associated with COVID-19 are not necessarily the same as, say, generic stress management or the interventions from wildfires. It's very different in important ways. Most people are resilient after disasters, and only a small percentage develop chronic conditions. But in a nation of 328 million, small percentages become large numbers when translated into absolute terms. And in an empire where, even under ordinary circumstances, fewer than half of the millions of adults with a mental illness ever receive treatment at all, those large numbers pose a serious problem. A wave of psychological stress unique in its nature and proportions is bearing down on an already ramshackle American mental health care system, and at the moment, Taylor himself told me, Dr. Taylor said, I don't think we're very well prepared at all. Which is his understated way of saying we're well and truly fucked. Most disasters affect cities or states, occasionally regions. Even after a catastrophic hurricane, for example, normalcy resumes a few hundred miles away. Not so in a pandemic. I consulted with Joe Ruzek, a longtime PTSD researcher at Stanford University who has helped myself here in California, and he also works at Palo Alto University, who said, in essence, there be no safe zones anymore. As a result, Ruzek told myself, certain key tenets of disaster response no longer even hold up. People cannot congregate at a central location to get help. Psychological first aid workers cannot seek out strangers on street corners. To be sure, telemedicine has its advantages. It eliminates the logistical and financial burdens of transportation, and some people simply find it more comfortable, but it complicates outreach and can pose problems for older people who have borne the brunt of the coronavirus. A pandemic, unlike an earthquake or fire, is invisible, and that makes it all the more anxiety-inducing. Charles Benight, a psychology professor at the University of Colorado at Colorado Springs, who specializes in post-disaster recovery, has observed that you can't see it, you can't taste it, you just don't know. You look outside, it seems fine. From spatial uncertainty cometh temporal uncertainty. If we can't know where we are safe, then we can't know when we are safe. When a wildfire ends, the flames subside and the smoke clears. You have an event, and then you have the rebuild process that's really demarcated. It's not like a hurricane goeth on for a full year, but pandemics do not respect neat boundaries. They comest in waves, ebbing and flowing, blurring crisis into recovery. 1 month, New York flares up and Arizona is calm. The next, the opposite. That ambiguity could make it harder for people to be resilient. It's sort of like running down a field to score a goal, and every 10 yards, they move the goddamn goalpost. You don't know as to when, well, you don't know what you're targeting. In this sense, someone struggling with the psychological effects of the pandemic is less like a fire survivor than a domestic violence victim still living with her abuser, or a traumatized soldier still deployed overseas, in the combat zone, under fire. Mental health professionals cannot reassure those exemplary individuals that the danger has passed because the danger has not passed. One can understand why, in a May survey by researchers at the University of Chicago, 42% of respondents reported feeling hopeless at least one day in the past week. A good deal of this uncertainty was inevitable. Pandemics, after all, be quite confusing. But coordinated, cool-headed, honest messaging from government officials and public health experts would have gone a long way toward allaying undue anxiety. The World Health Organization, for all the good it has done to contain the virus, I say such sarcastically, has repeatedly bungled the communication side of this crisis. Last month, a WHO official claimed that asymptomatic spread of the virus is very rare, only to clarify the next day, after a barrage of criticism from outside public health experts, that we don't actually have that answer yet. In February, officials from the CDC, the United States Center for Disease Control and Prevention, told Americans to prepare for disruption to everyday life that may be severe, then just days later said the American public needs to go on with their normal lives, then went mostly dark for the next 3 months. Health experts are not without blame either. Their early advice about masks was a case study in how not to communicate with the public. I confirmed such with Zeynep Tufekci, an information science professor at the University of North Carolina and an Atlantic magazine contributing writer, who inform myself that the White House, for its part, has repeatedly contradicted the states, the CDC, and itself. The president has used his platform, abused his platform to spread misinformation. In a moment when public health, which is to say tens of thousands of lives, which means it's a national fucking security issue, depends on national unity and clear messaging and leadership. Most importantly, leadership. The pandemic has become a new front instead in the partisan culture wars. Monica Shakspania, a medical anthropologist at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, told me that political and social marginalization can exacerbate the psychological impacts of the pandemic. Now, the Doctoress Shakspania has previously written about the 1918 influenza pandemic, the American Army and Navy flu, the bioweapon that ended World War I by killing 200 million people worldwide, has gone on since to sayest, lately, she sayest, people have been asking her how the coronavirus compares. She is always quick to point out a crucial difference. When the so-called Spanish flu emerged in America, at the end of a brutal winter, the nation was mobilized for war. Relative unity thus prevailed of necessity, and a spirit of collective self-sacrifice was in the air. At that time, the United States was reckoning with its enemies. Now, we are reckoning with ourselves. And our enemy is the president. One thing that is certain about the current pandemic is that we are not doing enough to address its mental health effects. Joshua Morgenstein, the chair of the American Psychiatric Association's Committee on the Psychiatric Dimensions of Disaster, has gone on record to say that usually the damage a disaster does to mental health ends up costing more than the damage it does to physical health. Yet of the $2 trillion United States dollars that Congress allocated for pandemic relief through the CARES Act, the acronym, of course, for the CARES Act, if I can dredge that out of my addled memory, being the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, the $2.2 trillion United States dollar economic stimulus bill passed by the 116th Congress, well, United States Congress, what was signed into law by President Donald Trump on the 27th of March this year in response to the economic fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic in these United States. Of that $2 trillion United States dollars allocated for pandemic relief through the CARES Act, roughly 1/50th of 1%, or 425 million United States dollars, was earmarked for mental health. In April, more than a dozen mental health organizations called on Congress to apportion $38.5 billion United States dollars in emergency funding to protect our nation's existing treatment infrastructure, plus an additional $10 billion United States dollars for pandemic response. Without broad, systematic studies to gauge the scope of this problem, however, it will be hard to determine with any precision either the appropriate amount of funding or where that funding is needed. Governments are throwing money at this problem at the moment without really knowing how big a problem it will become. In addition to studies assessing the scope of this problem, which demographics most need help, and what kind of help they need. Dr. Ruzek told myself that researchers should assess how well intervention efforts are working. Even in ordinary times, we don't do enough of that. Such studies are especially important now because, until recently, disaster mental health protocols for pandemics were an afterthought. By necessity, researchers are designing and implementing them all at once. Disaster mental health workers have never been trained in anything about this. They don't know what to say. Even so, the basic principles will be the same. Disaster mental health specialists often talk about the 5 core elements of intervention: calming, self-efficacy, connectedness, hope, and a sense of safety. And those apply now as much as ever. At an organizational level, the response will depend on extensive screening, which is to the mental health side of the pandemic, roughly what testing is to the physical health side. In disaster situations, and especially in this one, the people in need of mental health support vastly outnumber the people who can supply it. So disaster psychologists train armies of volunteers to provide us basic support and identify people at greater risk of developing long-term problems. Patricia Watson, the psychologist at the National Center for PTSD, was quoted as saying, "There are certain things that we can still put into place for people based on what we've learned about what's helpful for PTSD and for depression and for anxiety, but we have to adjust it a bit. This is a different dance than the dance that we've done for other types of disasters, or the dance that we've had." Because done would imply the specialist doing the dance, whereas this is a dance we all must do. Some states have moved quickly to learn the new steps of the universal dance we all must perform. In Colorado, the same Dr. Benight that I've cited is helping to train volunteer resilience coaches to support members of their community and, when necessary, refer them to formal crisis counseling programs. His team has also worked with volunteers in 31 states, the United Kingdom, and Australia. Colorado's approach is not the sort of rigorously tested, evidence-based model to which Ruzek said disaster psychologists should aspire. But when I conferred with Matthew Bowden, a research scientist in the Veterans Health Administration's Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Unit, he confessed that then again, we're sitting here with not a lot of options. Something is better than nothing. In any case, the full extent of the fallout will not come into focus for some time yet. Psychological disorders can be slow to develop, and as a result, the textbook of disaster psychiatry, which Morgenstein helped to write, warns that demand for mental health care may spike even as this pandemic subsides. Indeed, if history is any indicator, Morgenstein himself sayest of COVID-19 that we should expect a significant trail of mental health effects, and these will be extraordinary. Taylor himself worries that the virus will cause significant upticks in obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, agoraphobia, the fear of open spaces, and germophobia, the fear of bacteria, not to mention possible neuropsychiatric effects such as chronic fatigue syndrome, which is actually a physiological after effect of suffered by many victims of COVID-19. The coronavirus may also change the way we think about mental health more broadly. Shakespeare, well, Dr. Shakespeare says that perhaps the prevalence of pandemic-related psychological conditions will have a destigmatizing effect. Or perhaps, it will destigmatize mental illness, I would hope. Or perhaps, again, it will further ingrain that stigma. We're all suffering, so can't we all just get over it? That kind of bullshit attitude. Perhaps the current crisis will prompt a rethinking of the entire American mental health care system. More realistically, it will simply decimate it. In 2013, reflecting on the 10th anniversary of the SARS pandemic, newspapers in Hong Kong described a city scarred by plague. When COVID-19 arrived there 7 years later, they did so again. SARS has traumatized that city, but Hong Kong had also prepared it. Face masks had become commonplace. People used tissues to press elevator buttons. Public spaces were sanitized and re-sanitized. In New York City, COVID-19 has killed more than 22,600 people. In Hong Kong, a metropolis the same size, it killed but 7. Hong Kong learned from its scars. America, too, will bear the scars of this plague. But maybe next time, we may yet be the ones who have learned. Our source of Vulcan intervention will source from the Confucianist state, the nation state of Taiwan, my homeland and heartland, on which Gene Roddenberry modeled the Vulcan culture. The United States is strengthening ties with Taiwan, much to the chagrin of communist mainland China, which sees my island nation, on which I was born, as part of its territory. The Trump administration is expected to approve another major weapons sale to my Taiwan, valued at $600 million United States dollars. The sale will reportedly include shipments of MQ-9B Reaper drones and anti-ship missiles to blow away the Communist Chinese invasion fleet. Washington has long provided arms to the island on which I was born into this world, but those sales have increased under the Trump administration. A high-profile United States official is also in Taiwan for the weekend. The presence of Keith Crack, yes, both K's for his initials, his surname being spelled Krach, the Undersecretary of State for Economic Growth, Energy, and the Environment, marks the second major American visit in 2 months, under official United States auspice. So there be hope for you in what my people can do. Now, that brings us to the spending bill. After a quick check into the live chat room, Congress is still negotiating a spending bill to keep the government open after the end of this month. But talks are at least going in the right direction. House Majority Whip Steny Hoyer says Democrats will likely introduce a stopgap bill. At least they should have done so the day before yesterday, or the day before that, with a probable vote. Well, they're introducing the stopgap bill today. By that I mean Monday. It's already Monday now. So, what they should have done the day before yesterday, they're going to do today. Hopefully. They're going to introduce that stopgap bill today on Monday with a probable vote tomorrow, Tuesday. One of the key disagreements between the two sides is how long the spending bill should last. Democrats want a continuing resolution to go to February, when there is a chance Democrats will have won the White House or at least the Senate. Republicans are looking for a shorter-term continuing resolution into mid-December, so that it'll last until it's time to vote them back in office. Thereafter, they'll dump you all by the side of the fucking road into a ditch. Meanwhile, our nation's top legislators are also still debating over how to get a much-anticipated new stimulus deal done, because the economic recovery hangs in the balance as winter approaches. Months after top economies first enacted strict quarantines, the COVID-19 pandemic is approaching a bleak milestone. There have been 30 million coronavirus cases around the world and almost 950,000 deaths. In terms of what's happening, well, even as the situation appears to be stabilizing in these United States, the caseload remains elevated. Meanwhile, the World Health Organization has warned that coronavirus cases are surging alarmingly in Europe. Policymakers are nervously eyeing the fall and winter, when people will spend more time indoors, risking additional coronavirus infections at a time when colds and seasonal flu typically stress health systems. Outbreaks are also putting economists on high alert, with the chance for renewed harsh lockdowns in some regions just as the recovery is gaining strength. Israel kicked off a second general lockdown on Friday into this weekend. The United Kingdom government isn't ruling out another national lockdown, though the health secretary has said it would be the last line of defense. Such measures would be the worst-case scenario for economies experiencing a historic expansion following a record contraction. But most governments will do everything they can to avoid that route. Now, according to Ben May, the director of global macro research at Oxford Economics, well, he says, and I quote his T verbatim, "Given the costs associated with blunt national lockdowns, policymakers are hoping they can control outbreaks with more surgical measures." Remember, though much depends on the trajectory of the virus, the economic situation looks much better than it did in the spring. Indeed, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, which of course is one of the most important organizations you've never heard of. Remember, of course, that the OECD, which be acronyms for the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, is an intergovernmental or economic organization with 37 member countries, founded in 1961 to stimulate economic progress and world trade. It's a unique forum where the governments of 36 member states, with market economies working with each other, as well as over 70 non-member economies to promote economic growth, prosperity, and sustainable development altogether, are one of the few examples we have in this world of successful cooperation and interdependence per a wide range of indicators on agriculture, development, economy, education, energy, environment, finance, government, and health. An organization, an international organization that works to build better policies for better lives, with the goal to shape policies that foster prosperity, equality, opportunity, and well-being for all. This organization said yesterday, just last week, that it now expects the world economy to shrink by 4.5% this year, instead of its previous estimate of 6% in June. So, well, even so, Ben May of Oxford Economics said the easy gains in the recovery have likely been won, and the next phase will be more difficult. The OECD downgraded its forecast for global economic growth at least, for 2021 through next year, which it expects to come in at 5%, in disambiguation from its original prognostication of 5.2%. We are in that stage when it's simply going to be much harder to eke out growth. Just take it from the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. Jeremy Powell, who spooked markets yesterday when he warned that even though household spending has recovered about 3/4 of its earlier decline, overall activity remains well below its level before the pandemic, and the path already ahead remains highly uncertain. And beware those market potholes. We were talking about sinkholes earlier. Let's apply that principle to economics. The next big catalyst for markets will be a breakthrough on a COVID-19 vaccine and the American election in November. But the next 6 weeks could still be full of potholes that could give investors some grief, as was confirmed by strategists at Goldman Sachs, warning in a note to its clients on Friday into this weekend thereof. See here, a big one is tied. A big pothole is tied to the prospect of further United States government stimulus, which the investment bank of Goldman Sachs has cautioned now looks like a long shot before November. In other words, it looks like a long shot. It'll happen before November. Now, strategists involved thereby, including Zach Pandal, has stated, investor expectations from the latest round of U.S. fiscal negotiations are already low. But it will still be a negative surprise to markets if no agreement is reached. Well, per Goldman Sachs, this week will prove crucial. This week can decide the future of the world in its own way. Congress is due to make its progress on legislation to keep our government running past September 30th, when the fiscal year ends. If a stimulus plan is not included in that bill, or a deal has not been announced, measures will likely be put on hold for the rest of the fucking year. Brexit is also back in the spotlight after the United Kingdom government put forward a bill that would breach part of its previously negotiated divorce agreement with the European Union. And that puts a messy break in trade relations back on the table at the end of the year, though Goldman Sachs thinks a slimmed-down free trade deal between London and Brussels, the capital of Europe, is still on the cards. Well, then there's the reopening of schools, with Goldman Sachs noting that it could trigger fresh lockdowns like the one just enacted in Israel. That could require a big change to all forecasts. And Boris Johnson, alias Bojo the Clown, delivered Brexit, but Britain's future remains just as uncertain as ever. Boris Johnson finally delivered Brexit on the 31st of January, but the deep divisions the issue opened up have remained the United Kingdom's, well, they've remade the United Kingdom's political landscape, and they show us no signs of healing. Meanwhile, the future of the United Kingdom's trade relations with the European Union and United States, as well as its global role, remain as uncertain now as they did in the run-up to Brexit. On July of yesteryear, in July of 2019, 3 years after British voters narrowly voted to leave European Union in a 2016 referendum, Boris Johnson assumed the office of Prime Minister amid a political environment characterized by anger, turmoil, and confusion. But despite initial stumbles that led some observers to predict Bojo would suffer the same dismal fate as his predecessor, Theresa May, Johnson managed to deliver on his promise to renegotiate the Brexit withdrawal agreement with European Union. His subsequent decisive victory in December's parliamentary elections, built in part on successfully wooing traditional Labour Party voters, gave Johnson the ample majority he needed to see his deal through. Before Johnson's December triumph, Brexit had been a disaster for both of the country's two main political parties. The referendum outcome immediately brought down the Conservative government of former Prime Minister David Cameron, who had called for the vote in the first place. His successor, the Madam May, was felled by her inability to get the withdrawal agreement she negotiated with Brussels through Parliament, mainly due to opposition by extremist Brexiteers within her own Tory ranks. For his part, Johnson achieved what May could not, arriving at a Brexit deal that a majority of Parliament could agree upon, and then building on that majority in December. But now he will own the consequences of having delivered Brexit. The issue was an unmitigated disaster for the opposition Labour Party, which struggled under the leadership of Jeremy Corbyn to find a winning position on Brexit. Support for Labour had already fallen since its better-than-expected finish in snap elections called by May in June of 2017. But the December elections marked the party's worst defeat in decades, in large part due to dissatisfaction with its lack of clarity on Brexit and also popular mistrust of the man named Corbyn himself. Now Labour is seeking to rebuild under new party leader Keir Starmer, who replaced Corbyn in April after having previously served as Labour's shadow Brexit secretary. Now, despite Johnson's victory in December, the United Kingdom's future remains uncertain, and the lack of clarity has global implications. London is eager to negotiate post-Brexit trade deals, beginning with these United States, to make it certain that vital exports are not interrupted. But its leverage to do so will be seriously diminished. Meanwhile, Johnson himself, Bojo the Clown, must still negotiate a permanent trading relationship with the EU before the 31st of December this year, a deadline that is already reproducing all the brinkmanship of the past 2 years. So, just so you understand this, we've got to survive the winter. This is Game of Thrones level winter, people. Where, yes, you had better fucking survive the winter. Because experts are warning that winter will be tough. Start preparing now. Let me provide us some homework about the coming winter. The coronavirus isn't going away this winter. In fact, the United States outbreak is poised to get worse. And don't pin your hopes on any vaccine either. Dr. Anthony Fauci, the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, has himself confirmed that a vaccine will not likely be in widespread distribution until well into 2021. So what can be done in the meantime? I have spoken with dozens of experts over the past few months, distilling their recommendations into 5 actionable steps. Number 1, accept reality. Do not waste your time and emotional energy planning around an imminent game-changing injection or pill in the coming months. Number 2, plan for more shutdowns. Everyone will be better prepared if we plan for schools to close and for cities and businesses to shut back down, even while we were hoping they wouldn't have to be. Thirdly, live like you're contagious. This primarily means paying attention to where you are and what's coming out of your mouth. During the holidays, don't plan gatherings in places where you can't be outdoors and widely spaced. This may mean postponing or canceling long-standing traditions. This is all on the personal level. By the time we get to the social level, quadrarily, or number 4, build for the pandemic. This is an overdue opportunity to create and upgrade to permanently pandemic-resistant cities, pandemic-resistant businesses, schools, and homes. Poor indoor quality, for example, has long been a source of the disease. Well, any disease, really. Quintarily, at number 5, hunt the fucking virus. Developing fast and reliable ways to detect the coronavirus will become only more crucial during the winter cold and flu season. All of this is part of Mein Kampf, my struggle, and it be thine own. Contribute to my struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. Now, in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and or fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow at the facebook.com/john.war timeline. Now, John Henry McMills Warrington is the property manager of the YouTube Maggot channel, which be spelled youtube.com/c/Magotaur. MAGGOTAUR. He be the property manager who be Team Thrax, Dietrich's Our Dragons, ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmaggotmillions. MAGGOTMILLIONS. Again, donate to Maggot, also known as John Henry McMills Warrington, by searching on Facebook for Maggot Millions and then looking for the building under construction post. And now, you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word far and wide to all and sundry about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at Douglas/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Conferring, whilst there, of course, a footnote on mine bio, sire, which be on the homepage of showsdd.com, and also provide us the meaning of my biological father's name, that name what made the man. Let it be known, in the word you spread to all and sundry, that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at DouglasDietrich.com. Convince all you know to do so, that they may do their part to save the world. Because people are forever asking, Renegadus humanus arma ad massa erudicio? It est the renegade human weapon of mass instruction? What they can do to fight the paedopathophalacracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government, by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either the credit or debit card. Now, simply go to DouglasDietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year. From the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Linzujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered assassinated, now immediately aftermath, San Juichi Senseme, the 3/11 terror attack against Fukushima Daiichi, or the Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site the 7,000 isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the Sixth World broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth. They're not on YouTube anymore. Whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days. For full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel, and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which be spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his former lady and mistress Lena Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's our Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7 and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/BizarreHD, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD, he being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. His third one, coming online soon, is already trailered on his channel under the title of The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile and subtitled The Third Reich's Flügelrad and Hanabu Technology. Indeed, the last Dietrich, the son of Dietrich, or son of a dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-subsatanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D or the Master of Enlightenment, myself is not paid to articulate mine expositions and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself as I be denied access to United States Department of Veteran Affairs benefits and or services to dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That will be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Sunday and Wednesday night. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and donate at douglasdietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. That we're stopping about 2 hours ahead of time. But I need my rest. I love you all. Maintain myself in prayer. And join us again this Wednesday night when hopefully we might have both Selena Khan and Crystal River on. We're going to make that happen sometime soon, regardless. All my best be unto thee.